Oh my god, it actually signed me in on the first try. Woo! Alright, getting things set up, y'all. Play a video while I'm getting ready.
So as you all know, the Rogan sphere has been sort of collapsing lately in terms of their relevance, in terms of their support. There's a whole bunch of YouTube channels that are now like dedicated to making fun of them. One of them here is American Redact, as you can see on screen. And yeah, it's just it caught up with them. All of their fame, all of their like moment in the sun, it sort of caught up with them, and now people realize like, hey, they got super political and they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about, and so that's leading to some backlash. So here you have, there's a comedian by the name of Mark Maron who's, he's been out there for a long time doing his thing. He used to be, I think back in the day, he was even an Air America radio host, and him and Rogan do not have the same politics. Maron is definitely on the left, and now Maron is sort of he's sort of getting a moment in the sun here because in his recent special, he took aim at the Rogan sphere and he went to town, bro. And it was beautiful. It was a glorious thing to see. And one of the things he said, if Hitler was alive today, I think he would go on Theo Von's podcast. And he had a whole bit about that, and it was pretty fucking funny. Well, apparently, he's guns blazing in every which direction for the Rogan sphere. So we got a great video here from American Redact, and let's see what Maron's been going around saying.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy.
Sure.
And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing, and what they think is good is not necessarily good. It may be what they're like.
So it seems that Mark Maron has reignited his decades-long beef with Joe Rogan and his group of comedic assassins, as he just called them out on 2 separate podcasts in the span of a week. And Mark Maron's not just going after these guys because he doesn't like them. As he puts it, he has reasonable criticism for them.
It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism.
Yeah.
Like in his most recent special, Panicked, Mark actually spends a good portion of time calling out the anti-woke comedy scene that Rogan's forged in Austin, criticizing them for normalizing slurs, punching down at marginalized groups, and overall platforming dangerous ideas.
Pterodactyl arms? You're supposed to put that nigga on the grill. He ain't even supposed to live.
And if you haven't seen it already, I highly recommend you go watch that entire special. But to give you an idea of what he talks about in that special, here's him poking fun at the idea of Theo Von having Adolf Hitler on his podcast, and what exactly that would sound like.
I think if Hitler were alive today, he'd probably appear on Theo Von's podcast. And Theo would be like, see, y'all did a lot of meth, right? I mean, all the Nazis were all fucked up on meth, right, Hitler? That shit'll make you crazy, dog. I did some meth once. I was up for 3 days, and then I ate a live bird. No shit, Hitler, a live bird, bro. Hey, Hitler, you probably didn't even hate the Jews. That was just the meth making you crazy, dog.
So now he's on a podcast press tour for that new special, and he's sent shots left and right at the entire Rogan sphere. Like in this recent Bad Friends episode, he goes at Rogan in a pretty hilarious and major way, roasting him for leading an army of enlightened meatheads, and predicting that they'll run out of material pretty quickly, since the majority of jokes that they tell are pretty surface-level jabs at marginalized groups that they've completely beaten into the ground. Like if you know anything about this Rogan era of comedy, you'd know that they do this quite frequently. Like to this day, they're probably still making COVID-19 jokes, and Mark Maron considers this shtick to be hack.
But yeah, me and who else?
Rogan.
Okay.
Who's that? Who's that?
Joe
Rogan.
Joe.
Joseph Rogan?
Yeah, he's out of Texas.
Oh, Texas. Got it.
Yeah.
I got it. Got it.
Yeah. You love Austin, don't you?
He's running half the planet out of Texas.
Yeah.
He's got a tight hold on the enlightened meatheads.
Dude, Maron's disdain.
It's not disdain. It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism.
Yeah.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So
Something tells me you are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, something
tells me you are.
I don't. It's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that his army of healthy fellas.
Is that their title? Army of Healthy Fellas is so good.
You just got to got to stay and keep the machine.
The machine's got to be good.
Yeah.
That's a shot at Bert. Go ahead.
What do you think the Austin shelf life is going to be?
Well, I don't know. Like, I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. I mean, at what point? It's like whatever they represented in terms of policy. And it's not a stretch. It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? And like immigrants, okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and and they're and they're all terrified, and okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the jokes?
Right.
I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean, they're down.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
they're down.
why do you got to keep hitting them unless you're a hack? Now there's a question.
God, I love this guy, man. They do the whole like cry bully shit. They do the whole like victim shit. Like we're the victims and fucking woke society's holding us down and comedians should be a fucking protected class and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, bro, you guys hitched your wagon to fucking Donald Trump. Now the motherfucker is building concentration camps, okay? Now he's bombing Yemen. He's bombing Somalia. He bombed Iran. He's arming and funding a genocide. He's taking over Gaza. He's launching a trade war on all of our top allies, and now inflation is going up as a result of it. Unemployment is going up as a result of it. Now you own this shit, right? Now you own it. And like you said, you got these marginalized communities.
Yeah, but wearing masks in public is a dictatorship.
But guess what? Like, you guys
I guess
won,
that
bro.
excuses it.
You guys won, and they're fucking hurting. So it's actually not funny. Like, this is actually not funny. I know Rogan doesn't buy into the mindset of like good comedy always punches up. Because I'm sure there are some examples where, like, you could punch down and in theory you could find a way to thread that needle and make it witty and make it funny and make people like it. But, like, I mean, as a general rule, yeah, good comedy always punches up. Think of Bill Hicks. Think of George Carlin, for example. Like, a lot of these guys, they're the quintessential example. Like, they fucking punched up. That's what they did. And so they're legends as a result of it. They're both, they're viewed as politics people, and like sort of, philosopher type people, but also really fucking funny comedians. And they're the inverse of those people. They're just like right-wing hacks is what they are.
Mark,
He comes in swinging.
Yeah.
Another issue that Mark has with Joe Rogan was one that Mark's had a problem with since the early 90s, which is that comedy is supposed to be for the quote-unquote sensitive weirdos, not necessarily for the high school locker room bullies that Joe Rogan's ushered in. And even though I don't fully agree with this stance, since to me, if you're funny, you're funny, it is a stance that I've seen other comics take, like when Tim Dillon was calling out Brendan Schaub right after he released his insult of a comedy special, Gringo Poppy.
When I watch Brendan do that, it's like I go, here's a big, tough guy who I should just see in a Ferrari, and he should be able to rip people's faces off with his catcher mid-hands. And I see him running around the stage going, oh! I go, you're gay now. You've become gay. Why are you gay?
He was a fucking knight. He was a knight. He's a knight. And now he's a jester.
Now he's gay.
He's a gay jester.
He's a gay man. He's a fully gay man. When you watch the special, he's like, woo!
Yeah, I get it. I sort of agree with the American Redact guy, though. Like, it's possible to not be, like, a dweeb and make it in comedy, and, like, that's totally cool. But, again, general rule type thing, yeah, it was for, like, misfits. You know what I'm saying? People who felt like they didn't fit in normal society, and they found this little niche for them where, like, oh, I can speak my mind, and I can, like, get some attention, and I can make something of myself and stuff. So, like, I can get both sides of that. But, to me, that's not the issue with Rogan is not that. I mean... Now I'm going to contradict myself a little bit. Because, yeah, there is something a little bit contradictory about being, like, this jacked guy who's into MMA and into working out. And, like, you're a jack of all trades. You're, like, a Renaissance man. But then also, like, comedy is your thing. I feel like comedy, the real true comic geniuses, those are the ones who, like, all they have is comedy. Like, that's their whole thing. Whereas Rogan's got, like, 78 different interests. And, I mean, God bless him for that. Like, that's not a negative thing. That's actually a positive thing, and more people should have a lot of interest, like Joe Rogan has a lot of interest. But it definitely does sort of take away a little bit from the comedy. But to me, the bigger point is it's the Trump. It's going to always come back to the Trump thing. It's just sheer fucking hackery. And Joe knew better. He knew better. All the bullshit, oh, Trump's pro-free speech. No, he's not. Rogan knew he's not pro-free speech. He knows that's complete and utter garbage. He knows that this is a guy who wants to de-license news outlets that criticize him, okay? Nonsense. Oh, Trump is anti-war. Joe knew that was bullshit. He's had me on his show, and I've told him to his face that Trump increased drone strikes over 400% in his first term alone, okay? On that point alone, we're done here. Never mind the killing of Qasem Soleimani illegally. Massive escalation with Iran, pulling out of the Iran nuclear agreement, trying to coup Venezuela, stealing oil from Syria and occupying Syria. Like he knew all these things, and so that's why it's so immensely hacky.
The main issue with this is that the weirdo alt comics have sort of been pushed to the side in recent times. And when Mark brings this point up to Bobby Lee, he actually gets him to join in on trashing Austin comics, which was just great to see.
That's a problem.
I'm telling you, man, the tides have turned on these guys. It really is incredible.
Testing.
They had their moment in the sun, and now everybody's sort of like, hey, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
So And the bigger
talking about the Rogan sphere, I mean,
bigger problem about what you're saying is I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talky talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place, dude.
Right. Well, there is some good ones that, like, I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right?
Yeah.
I think the problem is there's so much sludge, there's so much shit, there's way more noise than we've ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
So it's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant, like, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. So I get.
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
No.
I'm
tired. They come up back to L.A. One guy, I want to name his name. I go, oh, you seem like you're thriving. And he goes, I'm killing it.
Killing it.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here.
Yeah.
This is a different.
It's an animal.
It's an animal.
Well, I think the weirdos you're referring to, by the way, were birthed, and I defend this till I'm fucking blue in the face. We're birthed at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And I think I always push. I was like, people don't know that about the store. They think they hear this like corporate bro, and that happens internally in LA a lot too, where they're like, the store is a fucking whatever sellout factory of fucking bro comics. Because
not anymore.
No, but there was a wash of it that came through, and I think
Joe, they moved to Austin.
But I think,
at some point with these comics, with Joe's era of comics, it wasn't about comedy anymore. It became more about, I'm going to say the offensive thing that I'm not supposed to say that's going to get me backlash. And so really, it wasn't comedy anymore. It became like
And then criticize the
controversy farming.
backlash.
And like Tony Hinchcliffe's a great example of that. And it's like, at some point, anybody
Complain
can
about
say
snowflakes.
the thing that you're not supposed to say.
Say
Anybody
derogatory things
can
about
be
the people you
offensive,
think are
right?
snowflakes.
And
then
if
complain
you're
about the
just in
backlash like a
in
snowflake.
competition to see who can be the most offensive, who can piss off the most people, like all you're getting is like oohs and ahs and uhs in the audience. It's not really a laugh anymore, and that's the point. Is that like we've hit peak anti-woke bullshit, where and that's how you get all these people supporting Trump either passively or actively. And like, yeah, that bubble has burst, and thank God it's fucking burst because it's long overdue. And all it took was Trump building concentration camps and rounding up innocent people with no due process before everybody went, oh, that maybe we shouldn't have embraced this as a society. Yeah, that seemed like a bad idea. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
All right. Oh, there we go. Oh man, I wish I had a snack. I got nothing. Feeling fat.
Guys, what if we do the ritual you were talking about, but what if we do it like as soon as it says a mythic or legendary response, so that like we get guaranteed. Oh yes.
So weird seeing my left eyebrow raise on the right.
Can I take the giraffe Sinestri?
Never get used to that. I look to the right, but I'm looking to the left. Oh. All right. Let me get the next video queued up. Hopefully some people jump in here. Get some conversation started. Listen to me vent for a while. Who knows?
Hey everybody, Sarah Longwell here, publisher of The Bulwark, and I'm joined by Lauren Egan, newsletter writer of The Opposition. Lauren, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, another good newsletter this week because you're just on my wavelength all the time, right? This is a Down with the Gerontocracy piece. It is about the idea that the Democrats are trying to get more young people into the party, but why don't you set it up? Because I had a lot of thoughts reading this that I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, well, what I think is really interesting, if you think back to the first Trump administration, the answer to that was, let's elect someone who's older. Let's go back to sort of like the old guard to get us through this moment. And now fast forward to the second Trump administration. And that is no longer how Democrats are feeling about things. And so we're really starting to see kind of a shift in generational takeover. You're seeing a lot of retirements in Congress right now among the like 70, 80-year-olds. And you're seeing a
Thank
lot of
God.
people that are in their 40s or early 50s or maybe even their 30s kind of stepping up to the plate now, whether that's being elected by their colleagues to a leadership position on Capitol Hill, whether that's in Democratic primaries for some of these seats that members are retiring from. So I think that this is a big moment. Like, it's a big shift in how Democrats are thinking about this.
What do you think's driving the shift? Why do you think they've suddenly been like, we need to age this down just a bit, guys?
I think a few things. One, you really can't underestimate the Biden factor in all of this. Like, I think Democrats really have some trauma from everything that happened in 2024. So there's a sense of like, we can't do that again. There are real risks when you just kind of let someone stay in office for forever and forever. And then the other part of it is 3 members have died in Congress so far this year, 3 Democratic members. And that's a big deal. They're
So
all in the
embarrassing.
House, and, you know, Republicans had a pretty narrow margin to begin with, and those 3 members, they passed away in the spring. It just got a little bit easier for Republicans to get their agenda through Capitol Hill. So I think that was a real wake-up call on the Hill. Folks were kind of like, okay, you know, we really need to be honest with ourselves about what this means when you stay in office beyond when you should probably be there. It's not just, you know, it's great that, you know, you feel
man,
the
iron
calling
plates,
to
electrical
serve, that you
components,
like
okay.
doing the job, et cetera, but like, let's be practical about this. We are all going to die one day. And that, unfortunately, if you are a member of Congress, can have impacts and ramifications for every single person in this country.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not crazy or actually, it's not unusual for there to be sort of like claw marks on the floor out of Senate offices, the presidency, you know, these jobs, people seem to want to stay in them forever. But, you know, there's a couple other things that you mentioned in your piece that sort of, I think, give Democrats real pause now about some of the age-related issues. And one of them was the death of RBG. I remember when that happened. It was like during the pandemic, I think. It was definitely right before the election. And so Donald Trump, in September, like right a month out from an election, gets to nominate another Supreme Court justice because she passed
Motherfucker.
away. And Democrats have been begging her not to do this in a way that I think behind the scenes, a lot of Democrats had hoped Joe Biden wouldn't run again. The age problem has been catastrophic in a lot of ways. And this goes to sort of one of my most fundamental frustrations with Democrats, because they talk a big game about the preservation of democracy. And they're right. Donald Trump represents an existential threat to democracy. I agree with that. I believe it. It's the whole reason the bulwark exists. The thing is, when you have an existential threat to democracy, you make choices then that involve putting ego aside. And I think that would lead a lot of people. It should have led Joe Biden not to run again, despite the good result after 2022.
That's what narcissism will
It
do to
should have
you.
led Ruth Bader Ginsburg to step down earlier, back when Barack Obama was sort of begging her to before Donald Trump took over. And I do think that that impact has finally caught up with them, right? And we also saw just, you know, high-profile deaths of senators. California senator, whose name I am blanking on right now. Feinstein, right? I mean, we have got to do something about the fact that people are just holding on, not just for electoral reasons, but for governing reasons. I mean, the knock on Joe Biden wasn't, I mean, part of it for me is that it set Donald Trump up for a comeback. But the other problem was one of effective governance, right? Like, you want people who are old enough to understand how things work, like young enough to do things, to accomplish things, to be energetic in moving things forward. And so besides that PTSD, though, there's another thing I wanted to ask you about that to me would seem like a motivating reason, which is a lot, and you mentioned this in your piece, and I think it's exactly right. A lot of these Democrats are from a different age in terms of communication. And so, you know, they don't know how to deal with the new media environment, the new social media environment. Like, their office putting out press releases, that used to work, right? And for somebody who's older, if you can just issue press releases, fine. But like, the new media environment requires you to be engaged as a person. So how much is that sort of driving Democrats' interest in younger legislators?
Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. And some strategists that I spoke to for this story, they were kind of saying, you know, it was cute when Chuck Schumer a few years ago used to joke about how he used a flip phone, right? that's his big thing. He like doesn't have a smartphone. He uses his flip phone to communicate. And now they're like, that's
He
just
doesn't even have a smart
political
brain.
malpractice. Like, stop
Yeah, I didn't
bragging
know
about that. Yeah, like stop bragging about it. Like no one thinks it's funny anymore. Like maybe it was charming a decade ago, but it's not anymore. So that to me kind of like really crystallized a lot of what's going on here. And simply the fact that like if you're, you know, someone Schumer's age or some of these older leaders, like you just didn't
Well.
grow up with a social media algorithm. And you're probably not even like really using a lot of these apps yourselves. And now that's where a lot of politics is being done.
Why
And
was he
someone,
stuck?
someone else I spoke with mentioned, you know, Alyssa Slotkin is out there all the time. She's very, very public. She's a new senator. 10 years ago, people would have been like, hey, get in line, wait your turn. Don't go out there and, you know, be leading all the headlines and getting all this press attention. Like, there's plenty of people who've been here longer than you. Let them drive on this issue. But that just doesn't happen anymore because now the job just demands that you are everywhere constantly trying to get as many eyeballs as you possibly can. And so this idea that you kind of like wait your turn, Democrats are starting to shed a bit of that.
What about, let me just play devil's advocate on this for a second. You know, I think, and you say this in your piece too, you know, Nancy Pelosi, right? She got Yas Queened up and down because people really respected during the Trump years that they had sort of a seasoned elder statesman who knew how to work the process. And so there is a case to be made oftentimes for experience and like deep in the trenches experience.
Not when they're
And
corrupt.
But I gotta say, you know, Hakeem Jeffries has been nowhere near as effective in opposing Trump as Nancy Pelosi
Because
was. So
he's
how
a
are they thinking
paid
about
shill
balancing
for AIPAC.
some of their best operators and people who know how to fundraise and things like that that bring that experience? How do they balance that with wanting to get this new generation kind of plugged in and pushing things forward?
I don't think anyone is sort of advocating that just because
What the
someone
hell?
hits a certain age that they should be ousted and
I'm
and
advocating
primaried.
that. I think there should be a
Okay, you are.
75-year-old age limit is what I believe there should be.
Aside from like the, you know, maybe kind of like the David Hoggs in the Democratic Party, and even he was like, I'm not going after a Pelosi. But people like, there are people like in that camp that kind of think like once you're a certain age, like maybe you should go, but no one is trying to go after someone like
Why
a
are
Bernie
my guys
Sanders
stuck?
or a Pelosi. And there is a sense that like, you can be older and be effective. There are people who are going to be running for the Senate, who are already running for the Senate, who are older, like Governor Cooper down in North Carolina. Democrats view him as their best possible shot at picking up that Senate seat. So, you know, everyone's kind of like getting on board and like, okay, this is who we've got. We're gonna go for it. Just because you are
Vote blue,
older
no
does
matter
not
who.
necessarily mean
Unless
that
it's Mom
you
Donnie.
can't be effective. So I think they're trying to strike a balance, and also too, you know, a lot of strategists were like, if we're just out here saying everyone who's 75, as Sarah says, should go, like we're just gonna lose some people, and we want this to sort of happen more organically, not like we're have like knives out for people and then
Yeah, it needs to
lose
be a
some
societal
people,
shift.
sort of in the process.
Is
Like it
that
to be.
is that the cautionary tale of the David Hogue approach? Which,
Hogue?
to be fair, I didn't agree with in large part because I sort of thought it was political malpractice to just be primarying people who are in safe
No,
seats.
he
In this
wasn't.
moment, like there is a balance
Totally.
between sort of running people out of town who are in safe seats and who hold maybe key positions, are
They
good
don't.
fundraisers,
That's not
whatever.
what- oh my God, they weren't paying
and
attention.
getting in a new generation that shows a kind
He's
of
trying to get rid of people that were
energy and
ineffective.
enthusiasm.
Made no
But
effort
one
to
thing I wanted
stand
to
up.
ask you about, and this wasn't really discussed in your piece, but I'm interested in what you think about it. So I think some of the angst around the younger folks. So AOC, for example, she was kept out of a key position by one of the members who passed away. Like they elected somebody who had a terminal form of cancer over letting AOC in there because
So
I think there's a
stupid.
sense among Democrats that some of the new blood also brings, like Mom Donnie, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, they also bring a more progressive style of politics.
Yep.
Did anybody talk about, though, because my pushback to that would be like, hey, actually, a bunch of your moderates are also young, energetic folks, but like, was there any kind of talk about
Interestingly,
who the
like,
young people are?
Yeah, there was, and interestingly, it's really, you know, it kind of comes from all different factions of the party. I do think that how Democrats view this moment is not so much as like moderate versus progressive. It really is like, do you have the fight or not in you? And so they point to people like Connor Lamb, who obviously, you know, lost that primary, but those kinds of folks that they feel like could be leaders going forward in the party. It's not just the progressives, even though I think they tend to raise the most money sometimes. Obviously, AOC is a prolific fundraiser, or get, you know, kind of the biggest headlines. But someone like Slotkin does not fall in that progressive camp. And she's made very clear that she views this moment not as like left versus right, or sorry, like moderate versus progressive, but as whether or not you think this is an existential moment or not. And I think most of the younger members of Congress fall into that bucket of, yes, this is an existential moment and we should all act like it.
And do you feel like there's something temperamentally different about the younger people? I mean, one of the things
we don't give a fuck.
that you think about with the older folks is they still think sometimes that we're living in a normal political situation.
There you
and
go.
I think this is one of the reasons that a guy like Chuck Schumer just doesn't seem right for the moment. Like, it seems like they don't understand at what time it is, as the kids say. But like, they don't understand the threat that we're under. And look, I'm a big norms person, and I think experience is really valuable in these situations. I do think that when you have such a shift in what the moment demands of our politics, that believing that Republicans are going to still operate in a way that you were used to them operating in good faith for the last, 40 years, that does not prepare you to deal with
They didn't
Nancy
operate
Mace
in good
and with
faith
Marjorie Taylor
for
Greene
40 years,
and
though.
with Donald Trump
Dummy.
and just sort of the new right-wing media ecosystem. I mean, my biggest issue with the gerontocracy is that I just think there's too many people who live in the past and think that the Republicans, what they tell them behind the scenes or whatever, that's the truth, or that they can trust them, or what. Like, it's just an old way of thinking about the moment.
What are you doing, guy?
Yeah, I think that's totally true, and it's something I hear from
Okay.
staffers on Capitol Hill all the time. That the older generation of lawmakers totally thinks that this is like the same Republican Party as it was 20, 30 years ago. And they think that, or they operate in a way that they think it's just going to go back to that in a few years once Trump is no longer in office. I think the younger generation is like, okay, this is a turning point in American democracy, and there's no guarantee. In fact, when Trump does leave office, like, Trumpism has not been defeated. Trumpism is not leaving with him. There is a sense that our politics have dramatically changed and shifted, and they're all adjusting to that. But it's just kind of this clash with like the younger people on the Hill and the older folks who I think just kind of feel like it's business as usual, that the Trump era is just something to be endured and we just have to get to the other side.
No.
Whereas the younger crop of folks on Capitol Hill are like, no, like this is all out war and we might not make it in one piece to the other side.
Yeah, it's a new moment that requires new thinking and a new level of I think, being bold and being able to communicate. And so I thought it was, and I guess I was really struck by the idea that you think it's happening organically, because I did watch the David Hogue thing and think, this isn't the right way to do this, but it's sort of the right point on some level. Like, it's the right, and there was a lot of reasons why, he had a PAC while he was still institutional and he was at the DNC. So there were reasons that I think didn't make a lot of sense. But that the idea of how do we get these older sort of entrenched people to understand that it's a new moment. Is there somebody that you see that's doing that work internally? Like, when you say it's happening organically, is that really organically, or is there something going on, some kind of organizational push? Is it from donors? Is it from outside groups to say, guys, we need the new blood?
I don't think that there's someone going around knocking on doors on Capitol Hill, like lobbying for this, but I think all these people like can see the writing on the wall. They're reading the room and they're seeing that basically since January, the party has just, since Biden lost,
Electrical
essentially, the
components.
party's just been absorbed in this conversation about the need for younger leaders. So part of it is for sure some of these folks are just like, don't want to get involved or risk having a primary challenge. They see that voters want new folks in office, and to their credit are deciding that this is the time to go. I do think that, you know, we should give them credit for that. But yeah, there are groups out there that, you know, some of the activist organizations that are being pretty vocal about how they want younger leadership. There's groups like Run for Something, which I mentioned in the piece, that's done a really good job at sort of building up this bench of younger Democrats and making known that they are there and that they are ready to step into office. So I think all of that combined, and then I would say, you know, going back to the RBG conversation, it's interesting to me that RBG happened, and then fast forward to 2024, Democrats didn't do anything to ask Biden or to really get Biden to step down until the debate moment. So I do think that, like, the lesson wasn't totally learned from RBG. I think it really took the Biden moment for that to sort of sink into the party. So I think that there's a sense now that, like, it should no longer be viewed as impolite to be honest about the realities of aging. And people are just being more frank and having more honest conversations about that. And I think that's sort of like seeped in to the DNA on Capitol Hill.
Love that. Glad to hear it. Lauren, another great newsletter from you. Hey guys, go read all of Lauren's stuff.
What are you doing
Read
over here?
all the stuff at the Bulwark. Most of it is free. Sign up for Bulwark Plus if you want to go deeper with us, or if something awesome's behind a paywall. Although, you know, we think you can't save democracy from behind a paywall, so we keep a lot of it free. But you should subscribe. Get all the free stuff. Subscribe on YouTube.
Before Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency took a chainsaw to the United States government, there was Javier Milei, seen by many as an inspiration for Musk's drastic cuts.
That's where he
Argentina's
got it.
chainsaw-wielding president and self-declared anarcho-capitalist was elected in December 2023.
That makes more sense now.
Milei campaigned on promises
I am the
to
king,
blow
yet
up
long
the
live
central
freedom?
bank
That
and
doesn't
take
match.
a chainsaw to Argentina's bloated bureaucracy.
Ministerio de las Mujeres y Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera.
As Milei approaches the midpoint of his term, his record is disputed. While some economic indicators have rebounded, sweeping cuts to public spending have led to mass layoffs and sparked a wave of resistance. Pensioners, unions, and students have flooded the streets in widespread protest. My guest tonight is Diana Mondino. An economist by trade, she was the architect of Milei's foreign policy until she was abruptly ousted as foreign minister last October. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and tonight I'll go head-to-head with Diana Mondino. I'll challenge her on Milei's
Mary
incendiary
Hassan.
rhetoric and whether he's mentally fit to lead her country.
Nope.
I'll also push her on the toll of Milei's extreme economic agenda. Has he delivered an economic miracle or just more pain?
Okay.
Tonight, I will also be joined by three experts. Matias Venengo, a professor of economics at Bucknell University and former senior research manager at the Central Bank of Argentina. Martina Rodriguez, the co-founder of Ni Una Menos UK and a member of the Argentina Solidarity Campaign. And Maxwell Marlowe, Director of Public Affairs at the Adam Smith Institute in London. Diana Mondino, thank you so much for coming all the way to take part in Head-to-Head today. There is much to discuss. You served as foreign minister under President Javier Milei. This is a man who the critics would say gutted social programs, publicly insulted foreign leaders, his allies, called journalists the prostitutes of politicians. You served under him until last October, when he rather unceremoniously fired you and called you and your colleagues in the foreign ministry traitors, parasites, arrogant imbeciles. And yet you still support this rather strange man. Why?
Because that's an incomplete list. There are many things that he did on the right way, on very, very good things, and particularly he's trying to turn Argentina around. So my job was, whenever he would say something not so nice about somebody else, I make sure that the other guy hadn't said something uglier before.
Okay.
So it's not that Milei would start those things. And let's fix the concept there. Countries are there forever, leaders come and go. And the relationship with the countries, within countries, and with other countries is far more important than what one person can decide today or tomorrow. And that's what I was trying to do. And may I say, all other foreign affairs ministers were trying to do too.
You said that often when he said something rude about someone, someone else had said something ruder to him first.
Usually.
So what did you say to him to make him call you an imbecile and a parasite?
He didn't call me an imbecile and parasite. Did I? Oh, I forgot that.
He said in an interview.
No, you didn't.
He said in an interview, he said, I believe, referring to the foreign ministry that you were part of after he fired you, I'll tell you what, I straight up believe they are traitors to the country. They live in a parasitic life. They are fatally arrogant imbeciles.
I don't think that really referred to people in general, to people in
Well, the
per se.
interviewer said, are you referring to people at the foreign ministry? Yes.
Yes, and he said, let me finish my word. Come on, you look at my husband. Let me finish. And he would say about the ministry, because there are rules and there are laws and there are things that come along. And one of the things that he's trying to do is change a lot of things in the government. It is true that some of the people that
Why are people
have
so
been working
quick to just throw
in
away their
Argentina
dignity for someone else?
now
I don't
and in
get
the
it.
past, in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, believe that they own the only truth.
Oh, I wanted to hire
so does
some
the president,
mercenaries.
and so does everybody else everywhere.
Let's talk about the policies. He's trying to change the country.
Yes.
The big program that you and him and the government put into place was the economic program. It's been called chainsaw economics by some. It first exacerbated Argentina's recession, pushed up poverty massively. And now, yes, 18 months in, the government you were part of has brought down inflation, to be fair. Growth is looking good this year. But I wonder at what cost? Unemployment is up. The value of pensions are down. Public spending has been gutted. People have been protesting in the streets. The inflation rate still remains one of the highest in the world. How is this some historic achievement, as Milei likes to claim, or the best country in the world, as you once predicted it would be to business leaders?
One of the things that you have to remember is where we were before and what would have happened. Of course, it's imagination. We don't know what really would have happened if the things kept on going that way. There's absolutely no nonsense in saying you cannot spend more than what you already have. Everybody in this audience cannot spend more than what you have, and you cannot keep on doing it for 8 decades. So what he has done is stop that. Now, whoever was receiving that money out of the sky, of course, is not happy. And what the government was trying to do is to split it in an even way or putting the pain where it belongs. And that's not easy.
Yeah, the whole
to get
borrower
done.
idea
And
is
of course,
stupid.
every single stabilization program in the world
Debt,
has been coming with a recession. There's less money to spend. If there's less money to spend, someone will sell less things. And not selling enough brings in a recession. But there's no other way of bringing down inflation.
The reason it's called chainsaw economics is because your president proudly talks about shutting down government departments, cutting state budgets.
That's another thing.
Even Elon Musk now regrets taking that chainsaw from Javier Milei's hand at the CPAC conference in the US. You know what he said? He said, I shouldn't have done it because it, quote, lacked empathy. Isn't that the problem, that you and Milei look like you don't care about the poorest people in Argentina who are suffering on your watch? I believe you were the richest member of Javier Milei's cabinet.
Definitely
You've
not.
not had to. The public disclosures suggest that you were the wealthiest member of the cabinet. The Buenos Aires Times said that you were the wealthiest member with a.
Well, maybe they want that declared, but I was not the wealthiest. But I wish I was. I wish I were. I'm not going to
the Buenos Aires Times said you were the wealthiest. Let's say you were the second wealthiest. You're worth many millions of dollars. You've not had to worry about financial hardship. So it's easy for you to say we shouldn't spend more, we should make these cuts, but ordinary Argentines
Let me put it the other way around. Let me put it the other way around.
Okay.
There's a lot of people suffering right now. They were suffering even more before this government took office. And if you don't fix it, there will be no...
You pushed up the suffering last year. Poverty went over 50% in the first 6 months of last year.
Where'd you get that figure from?
It's called INDEC. It's the National Statistics Agency.
I know
of
INDEC.
Argentina.
I know, and at least something that can be said in favor of this government is that they are not tweaking the numbers of the previous government. Listen, there are things that are working the way we would want to,
Change
which
slip,
is
change slip. Is it
bringing
this?
down
Ooh,
total
look at
expenditure
that.
by fixing ministries, shutting down In other words, there's a lot of people that have lost their jobs, private and
Unemployment is
public
up.
sector.
You know this, Diana, right? Unemployment is
No,
the highest level
unemployment.
it's been since 2021. That is not a
if you
that is
can
not a
tell me-
successful government. But let's be honest, this is not an economic project. This is an ideological project. Millet is a libertarian.
100%
You are all on that side of the spectrum that
Yes.
thinks government is bad. In fact, Millet says, and I quote, calling someone who pays taxes a taxpayer is like a rapist calling the woman he rapes a girlfriend. He also said the state is a pedophile in a kindergarten with the children chained up and bathed in Vaseline. I think I have to take a shower after reading those quotes out loud. How did you vote for this guy?
What is it with these freaking right wingers and their obsession with this pervy
That
stuff?
The only way Argentina can
The
come
hell?
out of the doldrums that we're in is not spending more than what you can, selling more things to everybody.
Why not say
including the
that? Why do you
rest
gotta
of the world.
make those
And
references?
there's a very
How do you
particular-
So
justify the
gross.
attitude that I just read out to you? You just dodged
Well,
it.
but I'm not going to marry him. I mean, I don't have to like him.
But do you share that view of the state?
Of course. No.
You don't think the state is a rapist or a pedophile, do you?
The Argentine government, I'm not going to say it's the most corrupt in the world because there's a long list that governments are corrupt, but definitely there's a lot of corruption in Argentina. Argentina has had taxes just on the agricultural sector equivalent to 2 Marshall Plans. Where's that money?
Yeah.
Where are the roads? Where are the schools?
Okay.
Where are the hospitals?
I'm not here to defend previous governments.
Okay,
Let me ask
but
you,
that's the
I do want to
corruption.
get to your views.
Okay.
You dodged my question about libertarianism and Millet's views.
No, I believe in liberal governments. I'm not.
And you
I'm
do
far
agree
away.
with Millet on a lot of stuff, because, for example, he promoted this idea of an organ market, of buying and selling human body parts. You call that idea fantastic. How is it fantastic or even ethical to bring money and markets into organ
Well,
donation?
ask the Nobel Award people that got that idea.
Which Nobel Prize winner was that?
Alvin Roth?
Alvin Roth. Yeah, so we reached out to Alvin Roth before this show,
Okay.
and he said his scheme has nothing to do with what Millet is proposing. He doesn't think that at all.
Maybe the phrase, it's either misquoted, I don't know the phrase. Definitely, I don't
He
know the
proposed
phrase.
a global kidney exchange where people could find...
It is working in Argentina. We do have a law.
Millet wants people to sell organs, and you know very well
We-
that just ends up with poor people having to sell their organs to rich
We
people.
have a
Why
long-standing.
would you do that?
We have a long-standing law that allows to exchange organs from one person. You need a kidney transport. Maybe your wife cannot or will not give you a
But
kidney.
not for money, Diana. You should not be selling organs. You know very well that that leads to poor people and poor
I'm only
countries.
defending the law that we already have in Argentina. And actually, we have a law called Ley Justina that allows for people to exchange organs in a very different way, meaning that it's
So
not.
you disagree with Millet on organ sales?
Come on, you have to not selling. It's allowing.
But Millet wants to sell organs. He says, I would repeal the ban on organ sales. You have your daughter about to die. She needs to pay for an operation. Someone wants to buy your kidney. You could sell it to them. Do you support that, yes or no?
I have been through two
Oh
or
my
three
God,
different
just-
very personal situations.
You can't
where
just
people
say,
had
no,
to
I don't
go
agree
through
with
a
that.
kidney
Why?
transplant. One of them was a heart transplant. That was Justina, whose dad was my student.
Okay.
And they prepared the
Only
law, and
because
there's
we're
no
over on time.
money
I'm going to have to
included.
ask you to answer the question.
There's no money, as far as I know, included into that. If someone is doing something behind the lines, I am not aware of it.
Do you agree with Millet saying you should be able to sell your kidney, yes or no?
Me, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Okay,
We got there in the
look
end.
at that.
Let's go to our panel of experts who are...
Because you're twisting the argument.
I'm not... I read out his words. How am I twisting? I'll read it. Do you want me to read it one more time?
No, it's going to get boring. Come on.
All right,
There are
well,
all these people and I don't want to.
Let's go to our panel. We've got a couple of economists on our panel tonight. Matthias Venengo is a professor of economics at Bucknell University. He previously served as senior research manager at the Central Bank of Argentina. Matthias, you heard Diana say, what else could we do? Money can't fall out from the skies. You can't spend more than you receive. So what would you say as a critic of Millet's economic policies?
So, first of all, there is an issue that I think it's an important confusion. When she says you cannot spend more than you have, nobody here can do that, because we don't have reserves in dollars in the central bank, and what we have to pay is the external debt. And so what we have is that exports are not sufficient to pay for that because a lot of wealthy people put their money outside of Argentina. She might not be the richest person in the cabinet, but maybe, you might have some money outside of Argentina. So what do you do? What Millet did, how did Millet hold the economy? The fiscal adjustments and all of those terrible things that you just told us about, and they are there, so you cannot deny those things. All of those things come from a fiscal adjustment that it's unsustainable because he will have to transfer money to the states and so on, the provinces, and he has to pay the bills eventually, and he's not paying several bills. But those just gave pain. The stabilization is because he held the exchange rate. And he managed to do that because now he has the IMF, and holding the exchange rate holds the price of imported goods. So you can actually stabilize the economy without a lot of pain.
Had you come into office in December 2023 instead of Milei and Diana Mondino, what would you have made your priority in government, economic? What would you have done? Inheriting this recession, 200% inflation, what would you have done?
Significant transfers in pesos to the people at the bottom. And you need to, I would say, something that maybe she agrees, higher rates of interest to preclude capital flight and renegotiation of the debt. So holding the exchange rate to the extent that's possible. That would have allowed the stabilization of the currency, and it would have allowed less pain at the bottom.
Maxwell Marlowe is also here from the Adam Smith Institute here in London. Maxwell, unemployment has climbed to a 4-year high in Argentina, 7.9%. There are still nearly 18 million people living in poverty. How bad does it need to get before someone like yourself, who I believe is a supporter of the Milei government's economic programs, says, actually, this is costing too much in terms of human suffering?
I think it's a difficult one. I think what Milei's been doing is, as the Bloomberg coverage is labelled shock therapy. We've seen that previously. The Thatcher government very famously did it after years of what was essentially a terrible couple of decades for the UK. And I think, the human suffering aspect is very difficult in this aspect. The problem is Milei is so committed to the ideas of economic libertarianism that I think he does flush it out of the window.
Are you optimistic about Argentina?
I am optimistic. Reading the IMF report where they have, permitted $20 billion of credit to flow into Buenos Aires, they are very confident, and we'll probably see 2029 by their estimates, GDP per capita rising to about $36,000 per person.
I do want to move on to women's rights, but just briefly, the question I asked Maxwell, can I ask you, does a point come when there's so much human suffering, people rummaging through dumpsters, pensioners saying, I have to choose between eating and paying for my medicines, when you say, actually, we've got to stop this?
Of course, that can happen. Again, I'm not in government.
Not there yet. No, you're not there yet.
I hope not. I sincerely hope not. And the answer to prevent that is opening up the economy, having trade agreements, exporting more, even through lowering taxes or whatever other thing, and so that you can have more resources. If you don't have more resources, there's no way for ending poverty or any other ailments Argentina has. Again, the only way to grow is that you have more people able to work, either because their education or children are well nourished.
Well,
that's something far more
going
important.
up, so that's not going well for you. Let me ask you about women's rights in Argentina. In January of this year, Milei vowed to remove the concept of femicide from the country's penal code, despite the fact that in 2024 there was a femicide in Argentina every 33 hours. There have been 103 victims of femicide this year in Argentina. He also dissolved the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity and made significant cuts to support for domestic violence victims. How are you okay with that, Diana, as an Argentine woman?
When you see how those things work, I mean, the number, the name, of course I agree with it, when the name of this femicide, etc. But when you look at what is being considered as a femicide in Argentina and the way it works, then you start having a lot of problems. Now, if a lady, for example, is run over by a bus, is it a femicide?
No.
Well, there you go.
But 103 people have been killed on what the government says
That's
is
it.
femicide.
And there's a lot of, there should be, I hope there is, a lot of protection for those people.
There is. It came from the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity that helped 1.5 million people dealing with gender violence. Milei shut it down.
Yes, there were 1,200 people apparently taking a salary there, not much more efficient as far as I know. And whatever there's
But why shut down a ministry that's devoted to helping victims of domestic violence?
You're transferring the responsibility somewhere else. Actually, if you consider that's not the only ministry that was shut down. There were 22 ministries and now we're 8 or 9. So responsibilities are being transferred to the Ministry of Justice. The way that you change the name is not necessarily...
So you don't think Milei has a problem with supporting victims of domestic violence?
I hope not.
I'm just wondering, since we began this discussion, you say I disagree, I'm not in the government, but you will not say one word of criticism against Javier Milei. This is a man who said to a female journalist, I'll take out a 9mm gun and put it to your head. He said to another female journalist, she's a donkey. Did he call you names as well?
No, never.
Never. So just other women.
Probably younger and nicer. You're going to say that later?
I didn't say a word about younger and nicer. I'm just wondering why you're defending a misogynist.
Because my mom taught me what my grandmother taught her,
Okay.
that you have to discuss ideas and not people.
How is it an idea to call a female journalist a donkey? What idea was he expressing?
No, what is an idea is that you have to, you're very facetious, that's why he's such a great journalist.
It's not
see?
facetious at all.
No, that's
It's not facetious. Could I say you're being facetious by quoting some, family anecdote? Let's bring in our third expert on the panel who's been waiting patiently. Martino Rodriguez is a member of the Argentine Solidarity
just
Campaign
looking
and the
around like an
Feminist
idiot.
Assembly of Latin Americans.
I
She's the founder
need
of Ni Una Menos
electrical
UK.
components.
Martina,
Lots.
can you, I
And
believe you
lots
came back from Argentina
of electrical
not long ago. What is the situation when it comes to women's rights, to protection of women in Argentina under the Milei government right now?
What else does he need to do?
I mean, it's appalling, and I think there is a
Where was he going?
programmatic anti-feminist agenda, which the president himself boasts about. He went on to say that he's proudly anti-feminist, and that feminism has ruined Western civilization and the economy and progress. Then the government shuts down the Ministry of Women, Genders, and not only that, as Mary said, then we have the government cutting 90% of the attention to women who are suffering gender-based violence, and the helpline is being cut 50%. There's a sort of mix of economics with cultural wars happening at the same time. So the ideology of the president is having an impact in their material lives. And I just want to say that 60% of poor people are women. So when Milei says that, feminism has nothing to do with the economy, we do have a lot to say about the economy.
Yeah, Martina mentions the culture war. I just want to throw in extra.
Yes.
She mentioned culture war. This is a culture war, right? I mean, you yourself have been part of that. She mentioned feminism.
Milei
I believe you
is
in the past
very strong.
You in the past have described feminism as a satanic cult.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, maybe I will start growing in France.
I mean, January 2023, it's on Twitter. You can go check. We did.
Okay, let me go back. One of the things is how we call things, whether we do have a minister whose responsibility has been transferred to the Ministry of Justice. We have abortion law, probably one of the earliest countries. We have voting rights for Argentina for the last, 60, 70 years.
Do you want to specifically respond to what Martina said? I understand the record.
The kind of things that we are worried about now, talking about women's rights, I would really like to see what is it that is not being addressed right now. The fact that we have...
Let Martina come in briefly, because we're over.
Yeah,
just briefly, what is not being addressed
There's
right now?
many things that are not being addressed. But an example, as I just said, they cut the helpline. It's been cut 50%. We're not doing anything because the support for women that suffer gender-based violence...
I gave you a specific example.
It's not that I don't want to answer, I will not know the details, but if you have to look into what the level of occupation of that line was, whether it's too much, too little, I don't know.
I do want to ask you about Milei's foreign policy, which seems to be based around blowing up Argentina's traditional alliances. When he was campaigning for president, he called Brazilian President Lula an angry communist. He labeled Colombia's President Gustavo Petro a murderous terrorist. He fired you for voting against the US embargo on Cuba, which is a historic Argentine Latin American position. He said his foreign policy goal is to align with the US and Israel. So far tonight, you've defended his economic policies, his gender policies. Surely,
I tried to explain.
surely you don't defend his foreign policy too, do you?
Actually, it was an integral part of the foreign policy, so I should be talking about that in detail and hopefully defend what we have done. The fact that he called someone names, I can vouch and I can be sure, and you can really find information about that we were okay with Brazil in a number of issues. The really relevant issues like immigration, education, trade, etc. We are very much in agreement, even though our leaders don't like each other. Now, my job was to make sure that the relationship in the private sector and in the rest of the public sector kept on working fine, and I think we succeeded reasonably well in maintaining those kind of relationships.
Last question before I go to the break. A lot of people look at Milei and they see Netanyahu and Orban and Putin and Trump and Meloni, and they see this kind of global authoritarian alliance, people who aren't really interested in liberal democracy. What's your response to people who say that?
That trade is the solution to all those problems. It's the answer for growth, and it's the answer for education and health. Otherwise, you can have no resources and no possibilities of exchange with anybody. That's the only place where you can work. And what you have to consider, okay, there are trade-offs all the time. I have to consider this or the other. We have to choose between two evils. Yep. Which one will help me export more? Which one will help me be friendlier to another country? How do I decide on education policies if I cannot have students from another country? That is the reason why you may have a cultural war on other stuff, you may have decisions on other things, but if you don't have that kind of agreement, that is not going to be growth.
Diana Mondino, we're going to have to take a break right now. We've covered a lot in this part with our panel and with you. In part 2 of Head to Head, we'll hear from our very patient audience here in London's Conway Hall. We'll also be talking about President Milei's very particular style of leadership. Don't go away. Welcome back to Head to Head on Al Jazeera English. My guest today is Diana Mondino, who served as foreign minister under President Javier Milei of Argentina for the first year of his government. Diana, you and I have talked a little bit about foreign policy, women's rights, the economy, all big issues. But the biggest issue, surely, is Mr. Milei himself. He is an interesting character. I know you told me in part 1 you and your mother and your grandmother don't want to talk about individuals, but we really do. We really, really do need to talk about President Milei's state of mind. I have to ask, Milei in his speeches, Diana, often thanks his advisors, Conan, Murray, Milton, Robert, and Lucas. Except these aren't actual people. They are his dogs. In fact, they are his dead dog, plus his dead dog's clones, who he apparently seeks counsel from on matters of government policy. When you were foreign minister, did he take more advice from you or his dogs?
I have a better one anyway.
Actually, since I was working on foreign trade agreements, no one gave me any kind of advice because we had to work with Mercosur, and that's how we finally finalized the Mercosur European Union agreement, the EFTA agreement. They both have already in the works. UAE, we are in the work. Maybe someday we will get with the United Kingdom. Those are the things that nobody would give any kind of advice on them because it's something from Mercosur. And
Oh crap, I wonder if, I hope no one was talking to me. Didn't
Didn't
have the chat up.
Sometimes with just the fix. So I wouldn't know about that. He would not give me any kind of advice.
But you know about this Milei Council of Advisors. I mean, one biography of Milei is called El Loco, the Madman, and it says that Milei believes it was a telepathic conversation with his late dog Conan, who's dead and he cloned the other dogs off of, that relayed God's message for him to become president of Argentina, and that he still communicates with the dead dog Conan through a mystic, which, by the way, Milei was asked twice about in 2 separate media interviews, refused to deny that he does this. You've been defending this man's policies tonight, a man you used to work for. He does sound a lot like, to the rest of us, a madman.
I've seen the dogs twice. I didn't count them because they're really big, and I'm not really like doggy person. So, but I've seen them.
But his state of mind, this is not a well man.
Let me put it the other way around.
Okay.
Let's say he's, as you're saying,
here we
let's
go.
say everything that everybody's saying is true, and there are much uglier things that are being said about him. Let's say all that is true. Would that change the policies? Would that change what he's trying to envision? Why would the people that had voted for him and his idea and still support him, and may or may not in October vote even more for this idea?
You don't think mental fitness matters when it comes to a leader of a country?
It is extremely relevant, and I would beg you to mention a leader, one of the big leaders in the world right now, who would not have some sort of, let's say, narcissism.
No, you're right about that, but I could turn it around and say, can you name a world leader who consults his dogs on policy issues?
Maybe they have a cat.
I mean, let's be serious. Carlos Rodriguez was an advisor to the Milei campaign.
Carlos Rodriguez was my boss for 25 years.
Okay, then. So let's talk about
And
Carlos
we're very
Rodriguez.
good friends.
A serious figure, friend of yours. This is what he says. After Milei took office, he quit the Council of Economic Advisors. He said the mental imbalance of Milei became much more evident. Insults, bizarre facial gestures, arbitrary firings, unnecessary fights, an army of trolls, dogs in heaven. Does this sound like a mentally stable leader to you? Because Carlos Rodriguez said, I can't work with this guy.
Let's say that everything is true. If it were true.
Why do hypotheticals? I'm asking your actual view. You worked with him. People here want to hear your
I
view.
work with both of them.
Okay.
With Milei and Carlos
Who's right,
Rodriguez.
Carlos Rodriguez or Javier Milei?
I have to say that Carlos is always right.
Okay. So he has got mental imbalance that's in
No, I
evidence.
cannot say that. I would like
Why can't you say that? Are you afraid of Milei?
Of course not.
So why can't you say it?
Why would I be afraid of anybody? I'm not in government anymore.
You're avoiding very simple questions. I'm telling you that he consulted with dogs. Milei hasn't denied this. You're not denying it. You're just saying, well, other free leaders are
You're not asking the relevant questions.
I mean, I'll decide what's relevant. It's my show.
Exactly, it's your show, and I have the right to answer whether I like it or not.
Okay, fair point. Last question before I go back to our panel. He said a lot of crazy things that you as foreign minister probably had to defend or shrug your shoulders for. Over the years, Milei has repeatedly attacked the late Pope Francis. He equated him with evil for his support for social justice. He accused him of sympathizing with, quote, murderous communists. He called the late Pope a piece of shit. You're Catholic. Do you believe that Pope Francis was, quote, an imbecile or, quote, the representative of evil on earth, to quote your former boss?
I'm using some Benito Medal. Is that a good answer?
No. Do you agree with Milei?
No.
Why would he call the Pope the representative of evil on earth? What's wrong with this man?
Which one?
Milei. I like Pope Francis.
Okay, me too. The question here...
So you like Pope Francis. When you heard him say that, what did you think? Did you not get angry?
I was very happy that I would not have to talk to Mr. Parolin explaining what we were doing. Parolin is the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Vatican.
Not my question. Why did he call him that, and what was your reaction?
Ask him why he called him. I don't agree with that.
Were you upset when he said it?
I think for the Catholic population in Argentina, which is the majority, even though we are an interdenominational country with lots of religions, I think it's kind of offensive. Having said that,
finally we got something of an answer out there. I'm gonna take that as a win and go to our panel of experts who are waiting patiently to come in.
You will not let me finish. Okay?
Matthias Venengo, I asked you the question 4 times, is a professor of economics at Bucknell University, previously served as senior research manager at the Central Bank of Argentina. Matthias, we've been talking about Milei's fitness for office, his obsession with cloning dogs, attacks on the Pope, etc. Is this a sane person? And to take Diana's point, does it matter if Argentina's doing fine and the people like him?
So I have a friend that says, I talk to my dog too, but I don't expect a reply. So I don't think he's fit. I think it's very clear that he's unstable. There are many other stories that speak to the fact that he's an unstable person. I think that part of the problems that Argentina have are that people have to come around and trying to make things work because he is very unstable. He, for example, I think more into the economic area. He called China and all communist countries, the devil, and I'll never trade with them. But last summer, it was China and the swaps that allowed Argentina to maintain the exchange rate and stabilize.
I negotiated that swap.
Fair enough, but the point is, you had to go around because he's unstable, and he fired you for something that made little sense, that was discussed here before. So he is unstable. He pushes away people that may have, sane solutions to problems, and I think it is a problem to have somebody unstable and unfit to be in office.
Maxwell Marlowe is here for the Adam Smith Institute in London. Maxwell, I believe you've actually spoken to Milei. Is he crazy, or is he just saying crazy stuff to get attention, Boris Johnson style?
I will caveat that by saying it was a very short conversation. We were inviting him to London to speak because we want to kind of see El Loco in person. The reason he doesn't brush his hair is because he believes the invisible hand, Adam Smith's invisible hand, brushes it for him. He says some pretty mad stuff. Adam Smith himself was pretty mad. He famously put his socks in his teapot and tried to serve himself tea. There are mad, insane people out there, and we can look back at the Enlightenment where Milei gets a lot of his ideas from. Some pretty mad people there too. I think he takes inspiration from those sorts of people. But I think it speaks wider to the kind of new age of politics we're in, where world leaders are able to say some pretty mad stuff and to try and get away with it. And I think a lot of it is to do with the tension. Do I think he's unstable? Yes, I think he is unstable. But if he is delivering for Argentina, which I think he is, I think the economy, is getting back on course and it is stabilizing. And his popularity rate, by the way, is doing quite well as well. I think it's okay. Is it okay for your job, being the head of the diplomatic service? Not so much. It's difficult for you. But I think for everyone else, it's good headlines and it's good popularity ratings for him.
On that note, it's not all just ha 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 funny, he says crazy things, his hair's not combed.
No,
he also says a lot of extreme bigoted things about minority groups, about LGBTQ Argentines. And it's not just Milei. Diana, in November 2023, you stated that you support marriage equality in theory,
I do.
But then you said it was akin to having lice. You said, quote, if you prefer not to...
You too, Brutus.
You said, quote, if you prefer not to bathe and be full of lice and it is your choice, that's it. Don't complain later if there's someone who doesn't like that you have lice. Isn't that the kind of language that's not helpful?
In a 3-minute long phrase where we put a lot of examples, and the last one was the lice. So whoever did this, of putting together the homosexual thing and the other, and the person I was talking to, he's actually married to another gentleman, and I know him and we're good friends. So that is not
You were
an
not
issue.
referring to gay couples?
We were talking about people being responsible for the decisions.
Okay. But you were criticized, you know this, heavily for this quote.
I was heavily criticized for that. I was heavily criticized for something about retired people, which I never said. And so there are things that people will twist because of politics, or they will just trim the phrase. But what you have to do is understand, and the whole is, let's say one person, three persons in cabinet do or do not like dogs or LGBT people. That does not change the society in Argentina. We're a multicultural society where, sorry, it's important. Argentina has not had any kind of religious issues ever.
But it does have a lot of anti-LGBTQ violence. A lot of gay people have been attacked. I do want to bring in Martina, who's here, Rodriguez, from the member of the Argentina Solidarity Campaign and the Feminist Assembly of Latin Americans. Martina, in part one, we spoke about women's rights in Argentina, but LGBTQ rights haven't fared so well either under the Milei presidency. He has made some explicitly bigoted remarks about gay people, trans people, etc. Again, where do you see the situation now for Argentina when it comes to minority groups? Gay people, but not just gay people, minorities across the board.
I think minorities across the board, you can't say that hate speech doesn't have an impact in the lives of people. And Milei has said that gays are pedophiles, and that is a hate speech. And hate speech has a complete correlation with Milei's authoritarian repression that bashes pensioners every Wednesday and that nearly killed a journalist who was taking photos in a pensioners' protest. This is a package of, you say that his speech doesn't matter, what he says doesn't matter, but he's persecuting personally journalists who oppose his policies. Julia Mengolini has been targeted by him. He tweeted 90 times in 2 days, and he sent his troll militia to share an AI video of her having sex with her brother. And it was fake, by the way, of course. And now she and a lot of journalists are suing him because his policies are authoritarian. And sorry, one last thing. It's really funny that it's the Party of Freedom, that you only have the freedom to hate minorities, but not to criticize the government.
Before I go to the audience, Maxwell, I do want to ask you one quick question. As someone who's from the Adam Smith Institute, supports free markets, is there a contradiction right now in the world where a lot of the leaders who are being praised on free markets, whether it's a Donald Trump or a Javier Milei or a Viktor Orban, also politically are quite repressive, as Martina was just laying out? They're very anti-free press, etc.
I wouldn't call Donald Trump pro-free trade. I've been on the airwaves quite a lot criticizing his tariffs, for example, and he's not great there. I mean, I've got a lapel pin on which Milei wears, actually, from Students for Liberty, which is an organization I was at when I was at university. And it's a big question we ask ourselves, which is, yes, he's correct in his, economic policy, but, where's his understanding of, for example, free speech or, trying to get a First Amendment through, for example, for Argentina? It's a big question for us. But I think to answer your question directly, Mehdi, it's a very difficult time, for free markets, especially in the UK. We have Liz Truss, for example, trying to push through. Dealing with that political realism is a big question that a lot of us libertarians have had to deal with.
Let's go to our audience here at London's Conway Hall, who've been waiting very patiently to come in. Gentleman in the green shirt, can we get a microphone to him? Yep.
My question for Diana is, how can you still identify with a political party and a government that has sympathized with the perpetrators of crimes against humanity in the last dictatorship in Argentina, has cut funding for the organizations that have documented the human rights abuses, and has attacked the human rights organizations that have defended the victims?
Who says I'm not a member of the party?
You've defended the vice president, who I think you're referring to, correct me if I'm wrong. The vice president of Argentina has made comments that have been very controversial about Videla. I think she went to visit the late dictator in prison, and you spoke out in her defense.
We have very different views with Villarroel about Malvinas, for example. Why do we have to agree on 100% of everything? I'm from Cordoba, where the dictatorship acted in a very different way than in other countries, and I do not agree with neither what happened to bring in the terrorism, nor what happened to stop terrorism. Neither of that. None of those things should have happened.
Do you, like Milei, deny that 30,000 people were killed in the dictatorship?
He denied, yes, and lots of people denied that there's been 30,000 people. Actually, the only document that we have says that the only document that we have is 9,000 people, and people were the friends and family of the people that were killed got paid. If some people did not go and collect the money, it does not mean that they didn't exist. But it's very hard to come up with that number. And it's on the record, someone that says. But we also have a law in Argentina that says that you cannot deny that number. So my views are not relevant. It serves a law, which I may or may not agree with, but we have to abide with it.
Martinez, keep coming. Briefly, Martinez.
But the reason that we don't have the official numbers is because the dictatorship and the military coup won't share the numbers, and that's why we don't have them. If they did, please share all the information. If they share the information,
exactly.
Destroyed them. But it's so that's it's a false comparison. I think
this is a firing squad. I was in school when that happened. You weren't even born when that happened.
I left the country when that happened.
Exactly.
My parents.
Exactly. And so those things were terrible in a society that was torn apart, that's still today being torn apart through that. And the only thing we can do is look into the future and say, punish those who made something stupid, something that far more worse than being stupid, that killed people in a most horrible way. Punish those people.
Is it helpful for the Vice President to call it a human rights scam?
That's her view. I don't agree with her view. Why should I agree? She's on the record.
It, so that's why
no.
You have defended it in the past.
I have defended the role that any vice president in Argentina has.
Let's go back to the audience. There's someone at the back. Gentleman there in the black T-shirt in the back half of the hall.
There's been a lot of talk about Milei's economic policies and how competent he is, and belief from some of the panelists that he's got sound economic policies. Recently, he tweeted about a crypto coin, which a lot of people invested in, which turned out to be a pump and dump scam and lost investors millions of dollars. And he's recently been cleared by his anti-corruption chief, which he had himself appointed.
Convenient.
How can we really say that this guy has sound economic policies and we can trust him when it seems like corruption is endemic to his government?
I can add to that question whether you can see he's economic genius if he doesn't understand something as clever as that. But my whole point, and I'm trying to convey that Argentina has to, the whole country needs to understand that we are on a different way, whether Milei dies tomorrow, hopefully not, or whoever comes into government, we have set up certain rules that will be guiding the problem. The Mercosur agreement with the EU has three different parts.
I know you love talking about the Mercosur
yes,
agreement
because
with
it's
the
going
EU,
to change Argentina.
But the question was about the pump and dump scheme from Javier Milei earlier this year, where people, I think $250 million vanished. Diana, you brought up corruption. I didn't at the start of this show.
Exactly.
Is he a corrupt president?
I hope not. And if he is, he will have to go to jail one day.
Well, there are lots of lawsuits being put against him, both in Argentina and in New York courts.
And if it's true...
What do you think, Diana? I'd love to hear your view.
I will tell you my view. And later, please, let me tell people that Mercosur agreement with the EU will change Argentina.
Great.
Because you will have...
Okay,
There's three
if we're going to play
agreements.
this game.
No, because the justice
system... Do you believe that Javier Milei should have tweeted a link to a cryptocurrency?
No, he should not have linked done that.
Great. Why do you think he did it?
I think someone told him about that. He thought it was a good idea.
Somebody made money out of this. $250 million vanished.
Exactly. So there's two possibilities. He's either not very smart or he was some sort of corrupt. You choose. I don't know.
I think I can speak for the audience when I say, wow, that is the first time tonight Diana Mondino says Milei is either corrupt or stupid.
No.
That's what you said. You heard it. I heard you say it.
No.
If you're watching on YouTube, roll back.
No, you're good, and I know that will happen in Argentina in a few weeks, that people will cut that little piece of Diana Mondino says that, and they will stop, same as with the lies thing, etc.
You said it. You said he's either corrupt or stupid. You choose.
You can decide on that.
But you only gave me two choices, corrupt or stupid.
I can give you the two choices, yes.
There wasn't a third choice.
Am I always the right person to know about that? What I can tell you, if you want to export wine to Switzerland, you will have lower taxes. That thing I don't know.
Okay. But he's either corrupt or stupid. That was the choice you gave me.
Okay. Again, sorry guys, when you hear that about little fragment going on in the Twitter, let me say that I tried to add something into it.
Okay. Let's go back to the audience. I promised this lady here would get a question, get a microphone to her.
It's nice and close to your mouth. As an American college student, I witnessed police arrest classmates simply for peacefully protesting our university's ties to Israel. and I'm concerned for the global crackdown on free expression and assembly. How does Argentina justify its own response to pro-Palestine protests?
As far as I know, there have been no difficulties with that in Argentina, neither arrests, not very strong protests. There have been protests, of course, but I don't think there were any arrests in Argentina. It must have been only in America.
What about the broader point about free expression? There have been crackdowns on protests in Argentina. That's undeniable.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there have been.
How did you feel about that in government? Milei came in very strong, libertarian, except a few protests.
Very strong, and we cannot say the date, but a few days ago, there's been a new decree talking about whether social networks will be policed or not, and what subjects, etc. And so people say, oh, they're going to crack down on free expression, and people say, no, it's for terrorism. I don't know. It's just gone through the total legal process. Now, if that happens in Argentina, it would be extremely terrible. I was going to say regrettable, but it's far worse than that. If Argentina is drifting towards authoritarianism because of the personality of the president or because of any other reason, that would be regrettable. What I'm trying to say is that it's not yet there, though a lot of people see that as almost a certainty.
Okay, so let's go to another lady. Let's go to the woman here at the front.
Now, you are aware that President Milei's decision to appoint 2 justices to the Supreme Court in Argentina by decree was seriously criticized by the UN Special Rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers. Is this a threat to the rule of law, the circumventing of the Constitution and processes established in law to appoint judges?
I'll try to make it a short answer, but it's difficult. That has happened more than once in Argentina. Unfortunately, it was not gone through Congress. No.
Precisely, that precise recent attempt to appoint judges by decree, which was criticized, correct? Or do you agree with the Special Rapporteur?
I'm not a lawyer. Everybody objected to that. So with my little scant knowledge, I agree with disagreeing that it should never have happened. Congress did not let it go through. And the fact that we still have separation of powers, so that the Congress said no way. So that would show that still today, Argentina institutions work.
Diana, I appreciate that Congress did its job and blocked it. That's not the point, though. The point is, why is Milei doing it? Isn't that authoritarian mindset?
Forever,
because he has an authoritarian mindset.
And because it happened with the Kirchner, it happened with Menem, it happened before. That should never, ever happen again.
Gentleman there, I promised the last word too.
My question is, how do you expect people to believe you after you don't recognize or you don't remember the president calling you parasitic, unforgivable, or all the other horrible stuff that he said to you? Thank you.
What I can say, if my work was focused on one particular thing, that I hope will keep Argentina on a steady growth path. The economic policy, hopefully, will appease inflation. The social policy, hopefully, will help in health and education, particularly for children. Eventually, hopefully, retirement payments will be higher. If I have been called names, I don't have any grudges. I want Argentina to be a better world. As you mentioned, I have a reasonable net worth, not the wealthiest one. I have 2 grandchildren. I want them to grow in Argentina. I want them to be happy children, and they do not have to live, as many people, as Matias mentioned, have to live in the past in Argentina. If all we're trying to do is look for the perfect guy who combs his hair rather than the crazy thing he does, who will wear a nice tie rather than the one he does, and we're waiting for everything to be perfect, it will not happen.
What, Kitty? It's not food time yet.
Your spouse, it will not
It's not food time, buddy.
No one is perfect. Argentina
It's
has
close.
an opportunity. Let's not squander
It's
it.
close to food time.
On that note, Diana Mondino, thank you so much for coming all the way here from Argentina to do this head-to-head in London. Thank you to our audience in London's Conway Hall. Thank you to our panel of experts for their contributions. And thank you to you all at home for watching Head-to-Head.
Like, if we get through this presidency and we never know what the Epstein files said about Trump,
that would stink.
Right. Yeah, it's like it would be a massive failure of civil society.
I at least want to know before America ends, you know? It's like what's gonna happen first? The end of the Republic or releasing the Epstein files?
It's like when a TV show gets canceled before they can bring the story to close.
That's what I'm saying. Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
Dan, I like your new setup.
All we did, John, is we just moved the desk back a little bit, and we got some new lights. It's a whole new world down here.
For those of you who are just listening, you're going to want to check it out on YouTube because Dan, you're going to see Dan in a whole new light.
Just literally a whole new light. Several new lights, in fact.
All right, Dan, on today's show, we got Epstein, we got redistricting wars, we got deportation news, quick check-in with the brothers Cuomo. They won't be here. We're just going to check in on them. And
it's very important because people were.
and we got Dan's interview with Michael Osterholm, a vaccine expert, about RFK Jr.'s decision to cancel funding for mRNA vaccines. But let's start by just stepping back for a second. Because we are all well accustomed to having a deranged sociopath running the country, it's easier and probably better for our mental health to avoid freaking out about every crazy thing Donald Trump says and does.
That's true.
But since the economic news has gotten worse, his deportation regime has become unpopular, and his Epstein scandal has split the MAGA movement, Trump has been on the defensive. And whenever he's cornered, he gets even crazier and more destructive, which has especially been true this week. And I think it's worth paying attention to. We're going to talk about a lot of it on the show. Just a sample, Trump said he's happy to hear that his Justice Department has launched a grand jury investigation into the make-believe crimes of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Obama's administration. He is purging the Justice Department and FBI of more senior officials because of January 6th, while we also just found out that one of his current top DOJ advisors turns out to be one of the rioters who's on video screaming to kill cops.
Awesome.
So that's who we got at the DOJ as we're purging the people who prosecuted the rioters. And he's slapping
absurd.
huge new tariffs. Liberation Day has come and gone. August 1st is coming on. He's still slapping huge new tariffs on prescription drugs, electronics, anything that comes from India. No rhyme or reason. And here's a few other choice comments from Trump this week.
You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Are you considering taking over the D.C. police? Is that an option on the table?
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going.
BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. That's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's. I'm not.
It might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Moron.
Just because that was a lot, that was Donald Trump on CNBC talking about how undocumented immigrants who work on farms are genetically suited to do so because they don't hurt their backs, because if they hurt their backs, they would die. That was Donald Trump on the roof of the White House, walking around. I guess to check out plans for his new ballroom that he's going to build in the White House. He was talking about having the federal government and perhaps the military take over D.C. This was based on a single carjacking, news of a single carjacking. And then he finished up there with an event today, Thursday, in the Oval Office where he brought in quack economist Stephen Moore with a bunch of charts to show that these are the new numbers. These are the new jobs numbers.
100%
that
totally
Donald Trump
accurate.
deems true. Forget about the BLS because he fired the BLS director. So now we're having made up jobs numbers. How are you feeling about all this, Dan? Do you think things seem to be getting worse? Do you think voters think things seem to be getting worse? Are we all just boiling frogs at this point?
Yep.
I think the frogs are pretty close to boiled here, John. I mean, like, you can watch all of this and, like, you can either cry or you can laugh, and sometimes it's good for your mental health to laugh at the absurdity of Trump. But I think we should be crystal clear that we are 7 months into this. We have 3.5 years to go. Trump is moving. I don't think I am surprised by how bad Trump is. Like, we knew he'd be terrible. I don't think I'm surprised that the people around him in this administration are so much worse than the last time, and we kind of knew that was coming. I'm not really surprised that the Republicans in Congress are just kind of going along and cheerleading everything. Like, we knew that would happen. But what I think is perhaps most surprising and alarming is how meek the resistance to what Trump is doing has been. Like, in this week, we had Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, in the Oval Office for an announcement with Trump, where he presented him with a fake 24-karat gold award.
It was real gold. Real gold, fake award.
The award was fake. The gold was real.
Gold was real, yeah.
And so Tim Cook's the CEO of Apple. Apple is the most powerful company in the world. If there's any person in America who could resist having to debase themselves in front of Trump, it is Tim Cook. I'm not saying that Tim Cook and Apple should turn, that Tim Cook should turn Apple into the Resistance HQ. No, but you can at least avoid this embarrassing display where you give a fake award to the Mad King and you slather him with praise so that he will give you better tariffs. Like, take Harvard, right? Harvard, there's one institution in America that has the power and the war chest with their massive endowment to stand up for the First Amendment and academic freedom. It is Harvard. And what are they doing? Trying to cut a deal. The Institutional Democratic Party has failed over the first 7 months to make themselves a credible vehicle for anti-Trump sentiment and resistance in this country. And you see this you saw this over the weekend with all these fucking dishonest yahoos in tech and Wall Street trying to explain the firing of the BLS director, is that this was really just a decision that Trump was making because of a disagreement over statistical modeling and not a lunatic who didn't like the jobs numbers and wants to create his own reality. And it feels to me, and I think this is like a really dividing line in how people are thinking about Trump, is it feels to me that all these people, Tim Cook, the business community, even some Democrats, view this as a period to survive. That if we can just make it through the next 3.5 years, and whatever we have to do to make it through, right? We'll give him a fake award. We'll pretend like he's not a lunatic. We'll give money to his inauguration. Whatever we can do to make it through the next 3.5 years, is what we have to do, and we'll be better on the outside of it. There is no evidence that what comes after Trump with this Republican Party is going to be better than Trump. It may be less ridiculous, but it's going to be no less extreme. It'll probably be smarter and more effective. And so the time to fight is not 3.5 years from now. It's right now. So I got so mad watching everyone this week because every time one of these people who could fight back doesn't, when they give in to Trump, it strengthens Trump and weakens the opposition to Trump. And that is where we are. And I think we're in a very, very dangerous place, and people keep making decisions for their own personal short-term interest without seeing the bigger picture of what is to come. Because today, Apple's fine. Tomorrow, Tim Cook could do something to piss off. They could run the wrong show on Apple TV, and he could come right after him. So if you give in now, he's just going to take and take and take. And it's put us I think we're in a very, very bad place right now.
Yeah, I think your point about like short-term self-interested thinking is the right point. It's the central point here, because to build a country, to have a country that's successful, you need to think about the long term and future generations and what might happen down the road. And you need to think about not just yourself, but the other people that you share the country with. And it is very clear that many elites in this country are not thinking of either. And guess what? Tim Apple, he got his exemption from the tariffs, right? Trump has decided to have 100% tariffs on microchips, but Apple is now exempted because Apple has made one of those bullshit promises to invest a lot in the United States, which is like no one's going to be able to check. So you can just say whatever. And he's given him a gold bar. He's given him literal gold. Goes to the Oval Office, hands Donald Trump some gold, donated to the inaugural committee. And Tim Cook's probably like, well, I got a board of directors and I got a bottom line and I got to figure this out and I got to just get through this, right? And it's like, yeah, maybe you'll get through this. Maybe you get your exemption, but what happens down the road? What happens to the economy? What happens to like everything in this country that made your success and your company's success possible? What's going to happen there? The other thing I see is, I think Democrats can get a lot of shit. And by the way, there are some Democrats that are fighting really hard. There's a lot of people who've been out in the streets. There's organizers who've been fighting really hard. Like, I do think some of the people who have been as worried about Trump as they have been for the last decade have really been, working hard. What I have noticed, and I don't know what you think, like in my own life, is there's a lot of people who don't like Trump and probably didn't vote for Trump, but they see everything that's happening and they're like, I've tuned out. I can't tune in anymore. It's all crazy. It's like washing over. And some of it's exhaustion. And some of it is like, well, what are we supposed to do? And some of it is like, for my own mental health, I'm gonna, worry about myself, my family, my friends, and pretend that what's happening in the country and what Trump's doing isn't really happening. And so it's this sort of like willful ignorance, or this hope that maybe if you just like close your eyes, then everything will be fine in a couple years. And it's just not going to be that way, right? Like we're going to talk about redistricting and these wars and like Trump trying to basically lock in a permanent Republican majority. If you had asked me when Trump first won the second term back in November, if I was really worried about the 2028 elections or the 2026 elections, I'd be like, yeah, kind of, who knows? It's Trump. You never know what he's going to do. But seeing how they are handling their redistricting for the midterms, or sort of any challenge to their authority whatsoever, how they've handled the courts, how they've handled businesses, how they've handled institutions, colleges, civic society in general, like I don't know why they would just sit there in 2028 and be like, well, we lost fair and square, so I guess J.D. Vance ran a good campaign. Or Donald Trump, tried to run for a third term. Even forget about Trump. J.D. Vance ran a good campaign, but he did lose. And so Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and the whole administration will just be relinquishing power and walking out of the White House. I don't, maybe they do that, but I don't see why they would if you looked at the last 6 months of all of their actions. And then the question is like, what is everyone else doing? What are we all doing?
Yeah, it is. Like, I have the same experiences with people in my life who they're exhausted. They find it too stressful. They have too much going on in their lives. But I think there is one, and I understand all those sentiments. I often feel exhausted. I often feel like I have too much going on in my life. Like, that's how everyone feels.
Often feel like I don't know what to do about all this.
Yes. But I think one of the things that has been tremendously successful in the worst possible ways for Trump is this goes to Tim Cook and Harvard and Democrats not shutting the government down earlier this year, is that Trump is convincing people that resistance is futile.
Yes.
And so, because what you need it is so hard to care. So it's so hard to fight, right? To get up and do all the things that so many people are doing, right? Like, I very specifically use the term institutional Democratic Party.
Yep.
Right? Because there are people all across the country, including Democratic politicians, who are fighting their asses off. I was speaking more about it's not even each individual member of the leadership. It's just the fact that the parties as an entity is in the toilet in terms of its approval ratings, right?
Yeah.
But is that until we can convince people that there is hope for something better, and that is what fueled the resistance in 2017, was if we can just win the House, we can do a whole bunch of really good stuff, right?
And
if
they
we
did
win
not
the House, then we could stop his legislative agenda. We started to hold hearings. He got impeached for whatever that was worth. And then it's like, if we can win in 2020, then we won in 2020. Like, we did all the things, and he's still here. And so that is going to require someone, right? And it may be a bunch of people who are running for president in 2028, or a bunch of people who are on the ballot in individual states in 2026, to provide hope for something better.
Yeah.
Right. That there is a way out of this. That there is something on the other side of this that is not just more Trump.
I also think that the way people are getting information about what's happening, I mean, you and I, we've been a broken record on this forever. It's why we started this company, this podcast. But like, it's so broken. It's like it's exponentially more broken than it was even in 2020 through 2024. Like, it's just like Twitter is garbage. Blue Sky, no one knows what's going on over there. Sorry, all your Blue Sky people, but like, guess what?
Oh man, there are your
yeah.
mentions
Well,
of
you
Blue
know
Sky.
what? It's pretty minuscule. The membership there, and I'm on it too. But like, nothing. You're all talking to yourselves there, and the cable ratings are like just shockingly bad. Like half the ratings of like an average podcast, Pod Save America, like in prime time for some of them, like CNN. It's just it's wild how that, and network news. We were talking the other day. We're like, who anchors the network news these days? It's just like that's all. So television stuff is broken. papers, Washington Post, like a mass exodus from the Washington Post. New York Times is doing well, but it's basically just the New York Times. I don't know, Politico. Like what? It's just really hard for. So you know, I criticize people who are like turning away and not knowing what to do, but also it's sort of like hard to get good information about what the fuck is happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge part of it for sure. Like most people can go about their lives and know none of the details of what we're talking about here unless you opt into political news. I mean, all the things you just mentioned about the state of the media is something I've been working on a message box for a couple of days about this, which is what I'm going to just give, I will preview it now, which will now force me to finish it, but is that we've been sort of like talking about the change in media for a long time. And it sort of always seemed like sometime on the horizon was the end of the old media order. Well, that time is now.
Yeah.
We have crossed that threshold. Everything is collapsing in of itself. There are still profitable, like the New York Times and Dow Jones remain profitable media businesses. The right is ascendant with Fox News, but cable is collapsing faster than anyone imagined. This last month was the first month that streaming, more people stream TV than watched linear TV. That's all, and the thing that should scare people is that's not YouTube.
They're not streaming
TV.
news.
They're streaming YouTube.
Yeah.
On their TVs, which is the big thing. That's why we need everyone to subscribe to the Pod Save America YouTube channel, because when people go to YouTube to learn about politics and news, we want them to see progressive content like we have, not right-wing slop that is currently dominating YouTube. And everyone in their understanding of politics, how they conduct political campaigns, how they communicate information, all has to change to reflect that reality, because we're still running the old playbook. And it's one of the reasons why people can't get information, because we keep running and telling people who have no reach anymore or no credibility anymore and expect it to filter down to the people who are going to make political decisions in this country or decide elections in this country.
And there are asymmetrical implications to this development for both parties, or at least for Trump and then everyone who's not Trump, because Trump wants us all to be exhausted and turn away and just feel like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's true and what's not. Like that benefits him, and that does not benefit us. Like we actually need people paying attention, informed, and able to use the many platforms we have to coordinate and communicate with each other to try to figure out how to fight this. All right. Enough. We just had to talk about our feelings at the beginning there a little bit.
I feel unburdened slightly.
Yeah, that was good. All right, let's talk about the story most responsible for Trump feeling cornered lately, his refusal to release the Epstein files and the subsequent ongoing cover-up. J.D. Vance was supposed to hold a strategy meeting at his residence about how to deal with the political fallout that included the kind of officials presidents usually turn to when they have political problems. The Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, and the FBI Director. But once CNN found out that meeting was happening, Vance, in his fucking annoying, holier-than-thou way, said, oh, it was completely fake news, and how dare you ask that question? Completely fake news. Well, you should get better reporters. Only for CNN to break the story just hours before we started recording that the meeting was real, and it did happen just at the White House, not at J.D. Vance's residence. So technically, he was telling the truth.
Well, no, because they also said the meeting was canceled, and then it turned out it actually just happened.
Canceled at his house. Canceled at his, yeah.
Yes, canceled at his house.
Well,
yes.
He said, he's like, it was never supposed to be a meeting at my house. Never. That was never the case, without saying with the truth. We also learned this week that in Ghislaine Maxwell's 9 hours of testimony to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Trump's former defense lawyer, she reportedly said that Trump never did anything with Epstein in her presence that concerned her. Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted child sex trafficker.
That's not a lie.
Whose word you can always trust. And surely those comments had nothing to do with the Trump administration's decision to
her pedophilia didn't concern her.
From a federal prison in Florida to a minimum security facility in Texas nicknamed Club Fed, a move that shocked even Bureau of Prisons employees. On Tuesday, Trump finally faced some real journalists and got a question about this from CNN's Caitlin Collins. And here's how he answered.
Two questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department...
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently?
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high. I just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody.
That seem right to you, Dan?
It didn't really seem to answer the question there, at least
No.
the second part of the question.
He did say at one point, like, "Oh, it's normal. That happens. That's a
Yeah.
thing that happens." No, it's not a thing that happens. You don't move convicted sex offenders to minimum security facilities that are known as Club Fed. That just doesn't happen.
No.
No explanation.
I mean, when you read through the things that have happened this week, right? The fact that there is some sort of potential assumed quid pro quo between the Trump administration and Ghislaine Maxwell for a testimony that is favorable to Trump. It is that there is a meeting of the people in charge of the investigation to plot political strategy for one of the close associates of the child sex trafficker at the heart of this investigation.
Loretta Lynch said hi to Bill Clinton on a tarmac.
Yeah, we got a special counsel out of it.
Yeah, it's an entire.
Who gave us Trump? Great.
An entire fucking roadblocked coverage on Fox News. Straight news reporters, pundits, the whole thing, and mainstream outlets too. It was the biggest scandal of those couple months. Bill Clinton saying hi to Loretta Lynch on a tarmac.
I'm going to keep screaming into the void about this, but we have lost all capacity as a society to like put what Trump does into like a larger context. Like, I'm just going to use these sentences to describe what is happening here and just take Trump out of it. Take the words Jeffrey Epstein out of it. Just think about how the political world will react to it. The President of the United States was a longtime friend with America's most notorious child sex trafficker. It is discovered that the president is mentioned many times in the files that came from the investigation into that child sex trafficker. And now the entire federal government, including the Department of Justice, is working to do everything they possibly can to prevent the public, the media, and Congress from learning about the nature of the president's relationship with America's most notorious child sex trafficker.
Including launching a criminal investigation into the president's predecessor and his administration based on absolutely nothing.
Congress had to go home because they couldn't answer questions about it. Because they were so afraid to take a vote that would force disclosure of files that may once again disclose information on the president's long-term relationship with America's most notorious child sex trafficker. And now the president's personal defense attorney is potentially granting special favors to the co-conspirator of America's most notorious child sex trafficker in order to generate favorable testimony to protect the president.
Who, along with the vice president, who hosted the meeting with the attorney general and the FBI director and everyone else, spent the campaign that they just won voluntarily promising to release the Epstein files.
Right. This is where we fall into the trap. Is that people want to make this about hypocrisy and broken campaign promises. It is about child sex trafficking. That's what it is. And this is a scandal, and people are going to think this is hyperbolic and nuts. I've said this a couple times now. This is a scandal as big as Watergate and Iran-Contra. Right? At its outset. Like, the fundamental proposition here is a massive government conspiracy tied to covering up information about child sex trafficking. That is what is happening. Seems like a big deal to me.
I mean, you know, Trump said he was worried this week about the people who might be mentioned but aren't involved.
I'm sure he is.
But aren't involved and who could be hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very
would be
unfair to a
Weird.
lot of people. Again, you know, let's take Donald Trump at his word here. And none of those people that he's worried, including himself, about everyone else finding out about in these files, broke any laws, right? So the cover-up is just trying not to embarrass a bunch of really rich and famous people, including the president.
Yes.
Still a pretty big scandal.
Yes. And there's a workaround to that too, which is just release the mentions of Trump's name and redact other people, if that was really your concern. Also, as a note, according to reporting from ABC News, Todd Blanche asked Maxwell about 100 different people in the meeting. So I'm pretty sure if they release the transcript, they will not be redacting those names. So they're not that concerned about it. It's not. There is a speed bump on the way to trying to protect Donald Trump from any sort of political fallout from this relationship.
Well, Dan, they don't have to redact all 100 names. They only have to redact the names of the people who are Donald Trump and Donald Trump's closest friends and associates. If you're
Of course,
a Democrat,
yes.
they don't have to redact your name. If you're
I'm
just
sure
some
they won't.
famous person who might seem like a Democrat or maybe is a rhino Republican, they don't have to redact your name. It's just Donald Trump's name they have to redact. So our old buddy Norm Eisen has FOIA'd records relating to the transfer decision on Ghislaine Maxwell through his group Democracy Defenders. Any chance we ever learn more about the mechanics of this?
I think there's a chance we'll learn more, although I'm not sure it's through FOIA, because I just don't trust that the administration that's driving a Mack truck through the 1st, 4th, and 14th Amendment is going to adhere to the letter of the law when it comes to the Freedom of Information Act. That seems, but there are like
there's sticklers there, you know.
It does seem that a lot of people had to be involved with this decision, and people seem deeply uncomfortable with it. Like there are still there are quotes from Bureau of Prisons employees to reporters on Off the Record or on Background suggesting how strange this is. So I think we may discover what happened here, hopefully sooner rather than later.
So House Oversight Committee, they're getting involved too. The James Comer, he's subpoenaed testimony from a bunch of high-profile Democrats and Trump detractors, including Bill and Hillary Clinton, Robert Mueller, Jeff Sessions, Eric Holder. Anyone missing from the list there who might be able to shed some light on maybe past secret deals that Jeffrey Epstein received from government officials?
I mean, one person I would just mention, which I'm sure this was an oversight, is Alex Acosta, who was Trump's labor secretary, who was the U.S. attorney, who cut the very specific deal that allowed Epstein to leave prison 6 of the 7 days a week because he was on some sort of strange work release program and served almost no time for sex offenses, child sex offenses.
He is very busy now on the board of Newsmax, the right-wing television station that has leaned the hardest in the direction of maybe Ghislaine Maxwell is actually good.
But he also said, there was reporting around the decision and things he said that really deserve more explanation about how it was said that he was really connected, had high-up friends, which is why this deal, he was told to cut this deal, he claims. He made a reference to him being connected to... it is comments from Acosta that are the heart of the idea that Epstein was somehow connected to intelligence. Like, he suggested that at some point.
Israeli intelligence, yeah.
Yes. And so it's he'd be the first person on the list if you really wanted to get some answers, because had he not cut this deal, imagine all the people who would have been spared what Epstein and Maxwell did. Because it was another decade before, more than a decade before he was actually brought to justice or arrested before dying in prison.
So you wrote a message box about all this Epstein stuff today, Thursday, and about sort of why it's important to make sure that Trump doesn't distract us and move on to the next scandal or whatever he wants to move on to. How do you think we should go about that, making sure that he doesn't distract us from this?
I think we have limited, for all the reasons we said in our long diatribe about the broken media ecosystem. But I think we should just have to continue to keep the pressure up. I think when Congress comes back, that Democrats have to, at every opportunity, demand a vote, right? Use every platform they have to do it. And I think it gets back to just focusing on the core proposition about what is happening here. And it is just help people understand why this is a big deal. And just keep hammering at it, keep putting pressure on the press to do it. There is still great reporting happening on this. All the things we mentioned are from CNN, ABC, but you can kind of feel the investigative press is working. The political press is starting to get their August wandering eye to other stories, because what is really interesting to the political press, because they're not the ones digging deep into the Bureau of Prisons to find who signed the transfer order. It was two things. One is Congress. Right, with what's happening in Congress, how does this affect this? They can talk to the members about it. They're out of town. But the other one is tension in the Republican base. And that tension still exists. The polling shows it still matters with voters. But some of the most prominent voices have been brought to heel by Trump. And Like, so that takes away from the political press. But I think we need to keep making this a political story, keep talking about it, just keep putting pressure on people for as much as we possibly can. Because I really do believe, and maybe I sound crazy, I think this is a massive, important scandal that at least we need to pull every thread to get to the bottom of. Like, if we get through this presidency and we never know what the Epstein files said about Trump,
that would stink.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would be a massive failure of civil society.
I at least want to know before America ends, you know? It's like, what's gonna happen first? The end of the Republic or releasing the Epstein files?
It's like when a TV show gets canceled before they could bring the story to close.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying. I want to get to the finale. So there continues to be real-world evidence that the Epstein thing actually matters to real people. Nebraska Congressman Mike Flood made the audacious, and for a Republican, increasingly rare decision to hold an actual town hall in his district this week. Here's what it sounded like when the subject of accountability for Epstein came up.
Why are you covering up the Epstein files?
I am for the release of those records.
All right, Mike Flood, we love that. Reporters who were there said that everyone in the room, even the Republicans, were cheering for more transparency on Epstein. But on basically every other subject, things didn't go so great for Flood. Let's listen.
Next slide, please. No taxes on overtime.
No.
And more than anything, I truly believe this bill protects Medicaid for the future.
Stupid smug face.
I can tell you, we're going to see an influx of money into Nebraska hospitals.
Sounds like a good time. What do you think they were chanting there at the beginning?
Wasn't it tax the rich?
Tax the rich. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Dan. I couldn't hear. Getting old. So put on your strategist hat for a second. What were your first thoughts seeing that town hall?
I think it does highlight what I believe to be probably the most under-discussed story of the first 7 months of Trump's presidency, is that despite like obvious dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party, high disapproval ratings, polls that show that we want new leaders, that despite all of that, the grassroots anti-Trump movement is as fired up as it has been since the beginning of the Trump era in politics. So you saw this with the No Kings rally. We've seen this in other town halls have happened. People are much more fired up. The resistance was a big story in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. The press doesn't cover it anymore. It doesn't get attention, but it does exist. It is real, and people are fired up about what is happening. And, you know, just pretty fired up about the Republican budget bill and the cuts to Medicaid and the tax cuts for the rich. And I think that can drive a lot of good political outcomes in 2026.
And to be clear, the people I was talking about earlier who were turning away, it's not the resistance, it's the normies, right? And I think that you're going to need to bring in some of the normies into the anti-Trump resistance movement, who we didn't have before, just because the level of danger right now is so much higher than it ever has been, that I think you're going to need a bigger movement than we've ever had before. But you're absolutely right that I think the energy, and again, we're not hearing about this energy as much, we're not seeing it as much because all of our information channels are broken, but it was good to know that it's certainly there, because they're like, oh, it's Democrats that showed up. It's like, great. I don't care who shows up. It's a random guy in Lincoln, Nebraska, a random congressman decides to hold a town hall, and it gets packed. Like Annie Carney of the New York Times was there. So like lines out the door around the building like it was a presidential campaign of people trying to get in. So whether that's, Democratic energy, anti-resistance energy, anti-Trump energy from, former Republicans, whatever, it's great to see. Anyway, so that's good to see. And, just a reminder, if you want to help out folks that are going to these town halls, if you want to make sure the Democrats take back the House in 2026, then just go to Vote Save America. Our friends at Vote Save America are ready to help you do something about it. That can tell you ways to donate your time, donate your energy, donate your money to really make a difference. So very important. Go check out votesaveamerica.com.
Hey guys, it's Tommy Vitor. You can support the work we do here at Crooked Media by becoming a member of the Pod Save America YouTube channel. When you sign up, you get subscribers-only shows and ad-free episodes of Pod Save America.
off. So Republicans are responding to angry voters showing up at town halls by trying to pick better voters. Trump and the rest of the MAGA establishment are hard at work trying to lock in a permanent Republican majority by rigging the congressional maps ahead of the 2026 midterms. Trump thinks this is the least we can do for him, as he said on CNBC this week.
We have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
He's entitled. The entitlement apparently extends way beyond Texas to any state with a Republican majority. Conversations are happening in Missouri, South Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and Indiana, where J.D. Vance visited on Thursday to pressure the state's Republican governor, Mike Braun. Politico reports that Republicans think they can get 10 or more House seats just by redrawing the maps. As we've talked about, Democratic states are threatening to counter, with California in the lead, but it's not clear which other states can make it happen or win, or how many seats there are left to squeeze out of those maps for Democrats. And in response to Texas Democratic legislators making the completely legal decision that has precedent to leave the state and deny Republicans a quorum to redraw the maps there, Texas Senator John Cornyn asked the FBI to hunt them down and drag them back home. And apparently the FBI said, sure, no problem. So that's where we are. Now we're using federal law enforcement to scour the country for Texas Democratic state legislators so that you can forcibly bring them back to the state legislature so that the Republican governor can redraw maps to hand Donald Trump 5 more seats so that he can keep control of Congress. Sounds very democratic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's what the founders had in mind.
Thriving democracy.
Yeah.
Everything is completely normal. What do you make of all this insanity?
It's quite concerning, I'd say. I mean, look, Republicans know the Democrats are favored in the midterms, right? The map is harder than I think a lot of Democrats think, but given how Democrats turn out in midterm elections, given Trump's approval rating, just given the general thermostatic reaction where the country reacts to a new president, they go to the other
you meowing at me?
There was always this segment of the electorate, even if they voted for Trump, who wants a check on power, and so you would imagine that we're favored. So what are they doing about it?
The polls are bearing this out, and not only bearing this out, but the Democratic margin on the generic ballot in polls has gotten larger over the last couple months.
Yep, and it's not where it was in 2018, but it's certainly well within a place where you would expect the Democrats to have the majority.
Yep.
So Republicans had some options here, right? Trump could try to do more popular things. Trump could try to stop blowing up the economy. Republicans could distance themselves from the unpopular president to try to improve their brand. They're going to do none of those things, right? What they're basically trying to do is to rig the election, to take this very extraordinary step of mid-decade redistricting to draw new maps to benefit them. And they've given up all pretense of coming up with even a reason for why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just that Texas Republicans are doing it because Trump said to do it, and Trump's doing it because Trump thinks they deserve it. Even if it means you fundamentally do not understand math to think that you deserve it, because that's not what the election results show in Texas or elsewhere. You know, you get this a lot from people. Like, every time I write a message box that is how something could hurt Republicans in the midterms, the response you get from a lot of people on our side is, well, the Republicans will just cancel the midterms. And it's hard to imagine how you actually cancel elections in a country where elections are run by states. That's like hard to fathom. But you don't have to do that. You can just pick the voters for the election in a way that helps you maintain power, and that's what they're doing. And it's brazen and aggressive, and it's quite dangerous.
What do you think about the potential for widespread public blowback to these moves? Because, we've process arguments. They're hard to make. They are, process arguments about democracy and elections. We've been down this road before. They're important to make. They're hard to make. They are hard to break through. For people who are not paying as close attention to politics, they're sort of hard to understand. I bet if you polled people on, do you think politicians should get to choose their voters, they would say no. But what do you think people know about the extent of what's going on?
I think they know very little about the extent of what's going on.
6
I think
years,
Democrats
wow.
can use it as a data point in a larger argument how about Republicans have become representatives of the broken political system where politicians only care about power for themselves. I think you can use that. The argument, like, I support the Democratic states responding because I think brute force is the only viable response here, but it does make the message more murky. Because you can say, well, Democrats do it, Republicans do it. This is all just
doing
par
it.
for the course.
Like no one's gonna look into who started it, you know.
And I don't like. We'd have a cleaner message if California wasn't doing it, but we'd also have fewer seats.
Right.
And so, I would pick the latter. I would pick having the seats rather than the cleaner message.
Yeah, I don't think this is something to campaign on. I think this is like an inside fight that we just have to fight. You know, It doesn't seem realistic to expect any Republican-controlled state to resist Trump on this. I don't know if you disagree. And what's your current tally on who comes out ahead here?
Oh, the Republicans almost certainly come out ahead. It's not even. I don't even think it's close because California has to go through extraordinary measures themselves just to do this. New York, like as you guys talked about on Tuesday, Governor Hochul is talking a strong game, but it's very hard. Just experts do not believe they can get this done before the 26 midterms. Illinois is already a state where it's very hard to get more seats out of without putting more Democrats at risk. Maryland could get 1 seat, right? You can get several. You can get a couple seats out of Missouri. You can get 5 seats out of Texas. Florida is looking at possibly getting 5 seats if they push forward in response to California. Indiana can get a seat. So I think Republicans would come out ahead.
Yeah, it seems like California can neutralize Texas, but then, you know, that's why J.D. Vance went to Indiana, and that's why Missouri is thinking of moving ahead. So, I mean, I guess if California neutralizes Texas, it seems most likely that then they come out a few seats ahead. You know, we've talked about this before, but Florida has some challenges in redistricting in time for the midterms and some of the other states, but it seems like the most doable for them are Indiana and Missouri.
Yeah.
So then
and
you
Ohio.
And Ohio. Right?
Ohio's another one.
So that sucks.
But like they currently, what do they have? Currently 2-seat majority or whatever. Like it is like every seat is going to matter in this situation.
But as we've said before, and I brought up your point here on Tuesday's pod, even when they in Texas, if they gerrymander new seats that they think are Trump plus 10 or Trump plus 15 from the 2024 results, that's not necessarily the case in 2026 when Latino voters are already shifting away from Donald Trump by pretty significant margins.
Yeah, and I think in Texas, the long term, the medium to long term is even more likely devastating to them than just the short term. Because they had the opportunity, in Texas, they had the opportunity to draw these districts in 2021. They specifically chose not to because they didn't want to dilute the Republican electorate across too many districts. They were like building in, they were basically did incumbent protection because they saw changing demographics. The changing demographics were not entirely Latino related. They were also suburban, growing suburbs, growing exurbs, and those becoming more democratic. But there is risk in this for Republicans. In the right year, the wave washes over the dams they build.
Yeah. Adding to the chaos, Donald Trump's announcement on Truth Social Thursday morning that he's ordering the Commerce Department to conduct a new census and that, quote, people who are in our country illegally will not be counted. If this sounds familiar, it's because Trump tried to include a citizenship question on the 2020 census, and a 5-4 Supreme Court majority said no. So, blatant violation of the Constitution to do this, which says that all persons should be counted. Supreme Court ruled against him 6 years ago on this. What's he doing here?
He's going to try again. He's got a slightly different court this time. So, will that matter?
I guess because it was Roberts and the 4 liberal. I guess because it was Ruth Bader Ginsburg was there.
So could he get a 6-3 out of this? Or 5-4 in the other direction? Maybe.
I will say, if he's
going to try until he gets
if he somehow gets away with not counting, violating the Constitution and not counting undocumented immigrants in the census, places like Texas, Florida, probably lose seats as well as California or New York or whatever his target is. So isn't it clear that not counting undocumented immigrants absolutely benefits Trump? It does completely, by the way, fuck up social services and state budgets.
That's the bigger deal here.
Yeah.
There's been some studies of this which show that it would have, over the course of time, a very limited change in how House seats and electoral votes are allocated. But the bigger thing is it would just radically screw over people, screw over states and communities who have high undocumented populations.
Yes. And by the way, not just the undocumented populations get screwed over.
No, the schools. The schools. Your school funding is based on the population of your community. If you cut out a bunch of
citizens on Medicaid,
yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's not bad. It's bad for everyone,
Yep.
but particularly American citizens in states and communities that happen to have a decent number of undocumented people in that community.
One last thing on district maps. The Supreme Court is considering a challenge to Louisiana's congressional maps and asked for a briefing on so-called majority-minority districts, a longstanding practice under the Voting Rights Act. Can you explain for people what's at issue here and what the consequences would be?
Yeah, this is a 5-alarm fire because Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act says you cannot deny someone or dilute political power based on race. And so what they, in the past, in its most nefarious form, they would draw the districts in a way to dilute the black vote to the point that it was like spread out so thin over every district that there was no political power. And the way that this was remedied when people sued that these maps were violations of the Voting Rights Act was you would create a majority-minority district, which is why in these southern states like Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, that are very Republican but have large black populations, their Democrats have a couple of seats because they've drawn these majority-minority districts. Like Alabama has 2 Democratic seats. Mississippi has 1 Democratic seat. Just to give you, like, I don't think people realize how large a part of the population in these southern states black people are. 1 in 4 people in Alabama is black. 1 in 3 people in Mississippi are black. And so if they strike down, if they say that majority and minority districts are a violation of the Equal Protection Clause, then we will lose seats, almost every Democratic seat in the Deep South, because they will just divide the black vote up in a way that suggests that there will be no representation for the black community, no representation for Democrats from these. It is a huge, huge deal. And it would be the complete fall of the Voting Rights Act. It's like the last thing remaining as the Roberts Court has chipped away at it year after year after year. If they take this down, that will be the end of it.
Yeah, I guess the only potential reason for hope is that they have looked at Voting Rights Act stuff before, and as they chipped away at the whole Voting Rights Act, they have not touched this yet. But again, maybe, I don't know if we've seen a case with this court,
Let's
with
check
this
the
composition,
interwebs.
yet on this, so who knows?
But it's quite concerning. That's what I'd say.
So Trump isn't just trying to stop counting immigrants. He's, of course, also trying to deport as many as possible. Here in L.A., ICE agents are now jumping out of the back of Penske rental trucks at Home Depots to arrest any brown people they suspect of not having papers, which Mayor Karen Bass says is violating a court order prohibiting the government from racially profiling. The Trump administration has now asked the Supreme Court to take a look at that temporary restraining order to see if so that they can go about racially profiling all that they'd like. So stay tuned on that one. In Texas, the new Fort Bliss detention camp is about to start holding at least 1,000 people in tent-like facilities and will ultimately hold up to 5,000, making it the largest detention camp in the country. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has also approved the use of military bases in Indiana and New Jersey for the same thing. The Trump administration is also bringing back their family separation policy by telling parents they have a choice. They can either be detained and deported without their kids or leave the country with them. The New York Times has found at least 9 cases where families have been separated. The administration's also now targeting pro bono immigration lawyers for the first time. DOJ is currently trying to sanction Joshua Schroeder for the crime of challenging the deportation of his client in court. So now they're sending a message not just to the big law firms, but to lawyers who are doing pro bono work for immigrants. And ICE Barbie herself, Kristi Noem, announced this week that there's no age limit, no more age limit or college degree required if you want to mask up and join Stephen Miller's secret police force. The Department of Homeland Security actually tweeted, quote, "Serve your country, defend your culture. No undergraduate degree required." One person who signed up to defend his culture, actor Dean Cain, last seen playing Superman on a series that ended in 1997, he said he'll be signing up to serve ICE. So Dean Cain, newest ICE agent. Dan, are you ready to defend your culture?
Amidst the freak out of the Sydney Sweeney ad where everyone was talking about the Nazi,
eugenics,
eugenics, the use of the term culture here is not coded language. That is as explicit as you could possibly be about what we're talking about.
I thought we were talking about crime. I thought the whole thing was we want to protect our borders, we want to keep Americans safe, or maybe we want to make sure that you know, if you're further to the right on immigration, you want to make sure that these undocumented immigrants aren't taking jobs from American citizens or benefits from American citizens. That was an argument at one point. Now we're just straight to culture. What culture are we defending? What culture do they think we're defending here in America?
Yeah, there's a real. It's a very interesting follow-up question here for the people who tweeted this out.
Please,
and people who believe this stuff.
Please describe the culture that you think we're defending. Is it a
white culture?
Is it Stephen Miller's culture?
Yep.
Is it Donald Trump's culture? I guess it's like the culture of just making a bunch of money off your public office. Is that the culture?
It's the culture of white Christian people.
White Christian people, right?
That's what it means. That is
billionaires. Is that the culture? People who can take as much as they can possibly get based on how much power they have.
And this is just, it is a very common phrase used by people pushing neo-Nazi, white supremacist, eugenics-based ideas. Like that is what they're saying. It's like, it's not even like, we used to do a lot of like, oh, he's winking to the Proud Boys. And it's like, that's not even that. Like the people, they're not winking. Like this is what they believe. This is not like some clever political signal to get the Proud Boys to support Trump. This is just the people in charge now believe this. Like it doesn't even occur to them to not use this language. Like it is what they. There's no subtlety here.
I know, and it is not like a random Republican politician is tweeting this. It's not even like some White House staffer. This is the Department of Homeland Security. The name, Homeland Security. It's supposed to be about keeping America safe, not about defending your culture. A culture that, if anything, is about a place where anyone can become a citizen, and we're a multiracial, multi-ethnic country of 300 million people. I thought that was our culture. Apparently Stephen Miller thinks no. I'm going to a preview of my conversation with Pete Buttigieg this weekend on the Sunday show. I showed him a very disturbing clip of a J.D. Vance speech that he gave at the Claremont Institute over the July 4th holiday, where J.D. Vance actually says that the Declaration of Independence and the ideals in the Declaration of Independence are over-inclusive. And that should not be, America should not just be thought of as a creedal nation based on an idea, based on a belief. Because if you believe in the Declaration of Independence and what it says in there, that could mean 1 billion foreign citizens trying to come into America just because they believe in the ideals of America. And we can't have that. It's fucking wild, man. It is not. There's
a longer conversation to be had about J.D. Vance.
I know. I started to have it with Pete, but I could have a much longer conversation about J.D. Vance, because also this week, by the way, Trump said he is the most likely heir apparent to the MAGA movement. Though then he made sure he got in a Marco Rubio mention because he, likes to play reality TV host there, and he's setting up the competition for 28. But he did say he's the most likely heir. So we'll be unfortunately, J.D. Vance will be around for a while. All right, Dan, we're going to go to a quick break, but one reminder before we do that, if you need an outlet for all the rage you're feeling processing the news, highly recommend Hysteria's YouTube series, This Fucking Guy. Every month, Hysteria hosts Aaron Ryan and Alyssa Mastromonaco take a deep dive into the worst people in politics. This is the copy they told me to read. Haven't read it yet. Think of it like a true crime series, where the crime is always someone who sucks having too much power and influence. That's awesome. That's great copy.
Great copy.
The show has covered Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Stephen Miller, my buddy, and lots more, but the new episode of This Fucking Guy is all about DHS Secretary, ICE agent cosplayer, and noted dog killer, Kristi Noem. Wow, exciting. Also, check out this week's South Park. Great Kristi Noem content, which we covered on our YouTube channel, the Pod Save America YouTube channel. You should check it out. Subscribe to the Pod Save America YouTube channel, because, when people are searching for Sydney Sweeney discourse, we don't want Megyn Kelly's show to come up. We want Pod Save America to come up, right? Subscribe to the Pod Save America
That's the genius
channel.
behind your Twitter fight.
There it is. Pod Save America is brought to you by Strawberry.me. The clock is ticking. The days are rolling by, turning into weeks, months, years. We spend nearly a third of our waking hours at work, but the unfortunate truth is that for many of us, that's time language. Hard to believe, but we've saved what's potentially the most dangerous news of the week for last.
Oh, goody.
Secretary Brainworms Jr. announced that Health and Human Services Department will be pulling the plug on federal research into mRNA vaccines.
Of course.
That are currently being developed for the flu, COVID, cancer, and other conditions. Kennedy claimed that mRNA vaccines aren't effective against upper respiratory infections, despite the fact that they saved millions of lives during a pandemic that was about an upper respiratory infection. Donald Trump used to take credit for mRNA as one of his signature accomplishments. Here's how he responded when reminded of that this week.
You were the driving force behind Operation Warp Speed, these mRNA vaccines that are the gold standard. Now your health secretary is pulling back all the funding for research. He's saying that the risks outweigh the benefits, which puts him at odds with the entire medical community and with you. What is going on?
Research on what?
Into mRNA vaccines.
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, you know, that is a past. With Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. But, you know, that was now a long time ago, and we're on to other things.
So one of the many experts sounding the alarm about this reversal, that includes Trump's first Surgeon General, was tweeting about it this week as well. But one of the other experts is Dr. Michael Osterholm, the director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, and the author of the upcoming book, The Big One, How We Must Prepare for Future Deadly Pandemics. He spoke with Dan just before we recorded. Here's that interview.
Mike Osterholm, welcome to Pod Save America.
Thanks. Appreciate being here.
So earlier this week, the Trump administration canceled $500 million in grants for the development of mRNA vaccines. You called this one of the most dangerous public health decisions you've seen in your career. How will this set us back?
Well, it actually sets us back in several ways, but let me just land on the most important and one of real significance. And that is that today we are really poorly prepared globally for an influenza pandemic. If we were to have a really truly big one like 1918, it would exceed anything we saw with COVID. And there is a way to get better prepared, and that is to have vaccines that you could quickly make and deploy. Right now, globally, our capability of making flu vaccine is at about 2 billion doses in 15 to 18 months. And what I mean by doses, I'm talking about is 2 vaccinations per person. So basically, 3/4 of the world would not have vaccine in the first 18 months, and some of them would never see it. That's just because we have this very outdated 1950s technology for making flu vaccine and chicken eggs. Well, along comes RNA, and the mRNA right now that we see is a perfect candidate for making flu vaccine, and some of the early research really supports that. If we had that vaccine available at the time of the next pandemic, we could probably make enough for the world within 12 months, which would fundamentally change the whole game around an influenza pandemic. That now has pretty much been thrown out the window with this new change, as the U.S. government will not be basically supporting overall mRNA vaccine work. And more importantly, they continue to support a type of research that has been going on since the 1950s. Salk himself was involved with it. And it's really unfortunate because we just don't see a lot of upside on this particular vaccine, but that's what they're now counting on at the NIH.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, right? The critics of RNA vaccines or mRNA vaccines say that they don't catch mutations, that there's questions about them, and they want to go back to whole virus vaccines the way we used to do it. Sort of how do you respond to the questioning of the efficacy or safety of mRNA vaccines, and what are the downsides of going back to the old way of doing it?
Well, first, the old way of doing it was no longer used because it didn't work all that well. Actually, believe it or not, a split cell vaccine, which we have now is where we break the virus up a bit, actually provides more contact with different parts of the virus that would otherwise be protected as a whole virus, that gives you a better immune response. So we've abandoned whole cell, 40 years ago because it was not providing us with good results. Somehow I think there are some that now believe that just because it's in the hands of the current leadership at the NIH, it's suddenly going to change and be different. We don't know how. Our center actually is responsible for tracking all influenza vaccine work in the world. And we have a website that's maintained that actually today you can go on it and find out exactly every product that's out there, where it's at in terms of its research, what phase is it in, what it's dealing with. And so we really have some expertise in flu vaccine evaluation. And I can tell you that the virus from the NIH at this point does not even rank anywhere near, of interest to most researchers at all.
obviously $500 million is a lot of money. Can the private sector step in here? Are the pharmaceutical companies continue to develop these vaccines? Or do they need government support to do it?
Well, this is where it gets more complicated. And I say that because, number one, is that there was about $500 million already put in by industry. And that, I think, is going to evaporate quickly because the handwriting's on the wall. Why invest in something for which the U.S. government is not going to support or move forward? And so, if anything, we've lost a lot more than $500 million in terms of research dollars. The second thing is it's just going to have a dampening effect, I think, on a number of biotech sides in the United States because they see this uncertainty. We've heard people talk about the business impact of the tariffs. It's about the uncertainty. Well, now there's even more uncertainty about what this administration will do, not based on science, but largely based on ideology. What will they do? And so I think you're going to see a lot of companies that would otherwise be in this business actually getting out or moving to a country outside the United States.
And so you brought up influenza several times here. We are right now watching very carefully a bird flu in this country, with obviously fears that it could be communicable to humans. I assume this affects our efforts to prepare for that as well.
It does. And it's really important when we talk about influenza, we're talking about all of the viruses, whether it be bird flu or seasonal flu, whatever that goes on and causes the pandemic. But let me also remind people, as much as they don't want to hear this, and they surely don't find it necessarily moving because they just don't believe it, but one of the concerns that we've had is that the kind of coronavirus that we had with COVID was not the worst of the viruses. This particular virus actually was highly infectious, but actually killed at about a rate of about 1 to 1.5% of the population that it infected. If you look at SARS and MERS, two other coronaviruses, SARS hitting in 2003 in China, spreading around the world somewhat and brought under control, MERS taking off 2012, we saw it too. Those viruses killed between 20 and 35% of the people, but they weren't that infectious. And so we were able to contain them. It was like dealing with a wildfire. It wasn't like dealing with the wind. Well, in the last few months, we've now identified a new coronavirus in a bat in China that actually has the characteristics of transmission like COVID and has the ability to kill like SARS and MERS. So it's got the two worst things you'd want to see in one virus. That virus could be the cause of a pandemic tomorrow, which imagine instead of having 1.5% of the population dying, you're now talking about 20, 25%. That is not just scary talk. That is real. Nobody wanted to believe the COVID pandemic was going to occur. Look what it did. And now I'm telling you, we need to be better prepared just for what could be a much worse kind of pandemic.
And is it that this would you start developing a vaccine for that now, or it's just when that possibly became a pandemic, the capacity to quickly spin up a vaccine goes down because we are not supporting the development of these vaccines?
The answer is yes and yes. What I mean by that is that our goal with both influenza and coronavirus vaccines is to get ones that are more universal. They would cover a broad brush of them, and that's actually part of this work that we've been doing with the vaccine roadmaps. And so wouldn't it be ideal if you had a vaccine that you could take and 8 years later, suddenly a pandemic breaks out with a totally different virus, but you still have protection? So we're working on that very thing. In the meantime, if you can't get that, at least what you want to have is the capability of making an effective vaccine against the virus that emerged, and you can make it in such quantity quickly enough that you can actually have an impact around the world. We say often, and it may sound trite, but it's really critical, vaccines are important, but not that important until they become a vaccination. And so the key feature is going to be, can we get people to take it? Which was actually the third point I was going to make about Mr. Kennedy's comments. He again, created fear in the minds of many people by what he said. These vaccines aren't safe. The benefits do not outweigh the risks. You leave people with statements like that are just factually not true. Of course, that's going to diminish interest in the vaccines.
if there are people out there who are, we now have the federal government of the United States spreading anti-vaccine conspiracy theories, anti-vaccine misinformation. If people have questions, concerns, like where should they go to get good information about vaccines right now?
Well, this is one of the challenges. The federal government's agencies used to be one of the most reliable sources, NIH and CDC. You can't trust them now. You can't. There's some very incredibly qualified people who still work there. Not everybody's gone. But the problem is that the leaderships in both cases are now the people who are inserting into whatever they put out ideologic information, not scientific information. And so that's a challenge. I think it's going to be places, and I surely don't want to sound self-serving here, but our center, for example, has a major website presence where we have news every day. It's current every hour. And so there's places you can go get that. The information is linked, not just what's on our site, but whatever credible information is out there. So we kind of do the actual evaluation of should this information be linked. So there are places like that. There's centers at Brown. There's a center at Johns Hopkins. There's our center that are providing, I think, the information that people can count on and use.
Well, Dr. Osterholm, I would say when I heard this announcement, I thought it was bad. But now after talking to you, I realize it's really, really bad, and I'm quite concerned. But thank you very much for this information. It's important for our listeners to know the consequences of these decisions coming out of HHS.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, a few hopefully lighter items before we go, starting with a quick check-in on what those zany Cuomo brothers are up to. So there's Andrew, who's refusing to take no for an answer from the voters of New York in his quixotic mission to run for mayor as an independent. And we learned this week that he may get some help in that mission from another New Yorker who doesn't take no for an answer when he loses, Donald Trump. The New York Times reports that Trump is considering getting more involved in the mayor's race and that he and Cuomo spoke by phone after the primary. Cuomo, who's trying to sell himself as the hard-boiled vet who can take on Trump, also told business leaders this week that he actually doesn't want to fight with Trump, and he thinks they'll basically see eye to eye. So Dan, I'm no political expert here. Is Donald Trump's endorsement the one you're looking for when you're trying to win over the voters of New York City? Is that a helpful endorsement in New York?
Donald Trump made gains in New York City in 2024, but he still got his ass kicked. And so it's sort of a crazy thing. Like, it just speaks to the absolute cynicism of Andrew Cuomo, which is his path to victory is essentially being the Republican nominee who then gets a slice of the Democratic electorate. And so that's why he doesn't want to fight Trump anymore. He's trying to get Curtis Sliwa's votes and some of Eric Adams' votes. That's his goal. There is no path for him as the candidate of independents and some Democrats. He knows he can't win with Democrats, and so he's completely changing his stripes. He ran as the one guy who was tough enough to take on Trump, but now that the voters said no way, he's changing entirely who he is in a last-ditch, pitifully desperate attempt to win election.
How excited do you think Zoran Mamdani is about Trump potentially getting involved in this election?
Yeah, he did a little press avail about this, and the excitement seemed palpable, I would say.
Their campaign must be like, yes, more. Please come campaign for Andrew Cuomo or Eric Adams or both or neither. Just come to New York. Say nice things about him. So unfortunately, that wasn't the only Cuomo in the news this week. Andrew's equally brilliant brother, Chris, former CNN anchor, now News Nation anchor, he attacked AOC on Twitter this week over a video of a speech she gave on the House floor about the Sydney Sweeney jeans ad. The only problem? The video was a deepfake, clearly identified as such, and only sounded like a real speech if you're an absolute fucking moron. Here's a sample.
Sydney Sweeney looks like an Aryan goddess, and the American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant Nazi propaganda. I mean, fuck. Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul, with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina.
Honestly, it gets better, worse, better, funnier.
There's no way he watched that video.
Cuomo posted an outraged reaction.
No way.
Reading nothing about Hamas? What? Or people burning Jews' cars? But Sweeney Jeans ad? Deserve time on floor of Congress? What happened to this party? I'm speaking like this because the spellings were all over the place. Lots of typos. Fight for small business, not for small culture wars. He really unloaded a lot in one tweet.
Yes. Aw.
After being mocked by the entire internet, not often the entire internet comes together for something anymore, but they did for this. Called out by AOC herself, Cuomo replied with a sort of apology, not really, reading in part, quote, "You are correct. That was a deep fake, but it really does sound like you." No, it doesn't. Before doubling down on the Hamas thing, demanding that she send him a video of her demanding that Hamas surrender immediately. So that's it. We just all gotta, everyone send your videos of you calling on Hamas to surrender to Chris Cuomo by EOD. Thank you.
So I'm embarrassed to admit this, but I watched a 3-minute clip of Chris Cuomo from his show addressing this controversy. Yes. Now, I watched it on the internet because I would not know how to find.
You're a real sicko. I appreciate that.
If you told me that the winning lottery numbers for tomorrow's Powerball were going to be a broadcast on News Nation tonight, I would not be able to get that. I would not be any richer. So, but I watched it, and I would say I know Chris Cuomo a little bit because I used to
work out with him. Used to spot him at the gym.
He never invited me to the gym. Yeah. I was not a spotter for him, but I used to do CNN. Like I was a CNN political commentator for a few years, and like the America's centrist Jim Bro shtick is a lot, but I actually really thought he would just like genuinely apologize.
Nope.
And just
sure
say,
didn't.
like, I fucked up. Like that is something I think in the past he might have done before he was fired from his job for advising his brother on his brother's scandals while he was at CNN. But it's here and there. But he did. And the 3-minute clip is basically that.
He won't.
Is that tweet?
He's pretty much Republican. He supports pedophiles.
He says, I messed up. It was a deep fake. It was AI. But it sounded like her. And then he went on a tirade about how she, has not demanded that Hamas surrender.
Yep.
Which is the one thing Hamas has said they're waiting for.
I'm telling you, they are in the tunnels, and they are like, if enough people on social media, libs especially, call for us to surrender, we're coming out of those tunnels with our hands up. That's it. The war could be over.
Yeah.
Unfucking real. Speaking of the Sydney Sweeney controversy.
Oh, yes.
Hello.
We here at Pod Save America, we found ourselves in the middle of a right-wing discourse on it this week. My fault. I started it.
Yeah, it is your fault.
Please enjoy the following clip of Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk appraising our merits.
My own thought on it is, having engaged in a back and forth at length with one of the Pod Save America guys last night, again, who remains a mystery to me. The only one I know is that Tommy guy. I don't know the other ones. And this guy seemed genuinely hurt that I didn't know who he was after arguing with him. And then even one of the other guys.
I don't know. Tommy Vetter
no one knows.
Or something, I think.
Maybe one of these days
exactly
you'll solo a show, and then I'll learn your name. But until then, you're just one of the Pod Save America guys. Sorry,
it's just
not everybody can do it.
Low testosterone group of complainers and whiners. But please continue, Megyn.
Says the guy complaining and whining.
I don't know. Where do you want to begin there? I want to be. I don't know why I didn't ask him this today, but Tommy, what's going on?
Yeah, I asked Tommy.
What's the backstory there?
He refuses to disclose.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
And the way she said Tommy, it was very loving in an otherwise pretty tough couple seconds for Megyn. Yeah. It was like, except Tommy. I know Tommy.
Yeah, it's very strange. I would also say, what I'm am I outraged by the low testosterone thing? No.
No, I don't.
What I'm outraged by is that she does not know about the fucking hit podcast, Offline with Jon Favreau, a solo podcast with
also,
your goddamn name in it.
This isn't a big thing either, but we're using solo as a verb now? We're soloing?
Yeah, I think that's a verb. I think when you are in music and podcasting, I think you solo.
Gaming.
Okay, I'll give her that then. I will say her bit to me about not knowing me, like I don't give a fuck if Megyn Kelly ever knows me or I talk to her or whatever. Just doesn't matter. But the bit just seems really weird and forced to me. Like she spent a good part of her day responding to me on Twitter, a person she has followed on Twitter for years and has replied to before. And the reason she knows my name is because it's right there in the Twitter account that she was replying to for several hours.
I mean, that was a wild use of your time.
Well, you know what? I don't get into Twitter fights anymore that I don't think I can win.
Oh.
And this one was so fucking ridiculous because it started with Megyn Kelly lashing out at Beyonce in a Levi's ad. And the people who told us for a couple weeks that the left was losing their mind over Sydney Sweeney and jeans and how fucking crazy, she decided to then go crazy over Beyonce in a Levi's ad. Called her fake, called her fame
No one even
fake,
went crazy over it.
called her
They went
success
crazy,
fake.
accused us of being crazy.
Beyonce, who has just like one of the most talented, successful people in the world. And it's like, you can not like her music if you don't want, but what are you doing? And my only response to Megyn, which wasn't really a response to her, but I was like, here's the thing. You take a poll of the country and I don't know, 80-90% of people would be like, I like the Sydney Sweeney ad. I like the Beyonce ad. I like both of them. Or at the very least, I don't dislike either of them. Because most people are fucking normal. And Megyn Kelly is not. As are all the people fighting about this online.
I sent you some polling that buttressed your argument with Megyn Kelly. Did you use that? Did you reply with that?
No, because then I saw the New York Times story they did a analysis of social media about this, that just a Times story just ran. And, you know, my whole contention was this isn't a real fight. This is a couple people on the left posted TikToks and tweets about this.
Yep.
The right then saw those lefties. I don't even know if they were lefties. The people who complained about the Sydney Sweeney ads were saying it was, you know, eugenics or Nazi or whatever. And then the right found those, and then they decided to do a couple weeks of roadblocked coverage of this quote-unquote scandal. A bunch of media outlets wrote about the scandal. They did not necessarily criticize Sydney Sweeney. I believe that in terms of media outlets, it was like one MSNBC op-ed on their page and like one Washington Post story. That's about it. And then everyone else wrote about the controversy. So the New York Times said, in fact, by the time right-wing users were in an uproar, only a few thousand posts on X mentioned Ms. Sweeney, according to data by Tweetbinder, a social media analytics company. Fewer than 10% of those expressed clear criticism of the actress or ad, according to the analysis by The Times, which used AI to help flag posts for review. Lovely. Overall, there were 3 times as many posts supportive of the campaign and Ms. Sweeney on X as there were posts critical of them in the days after the campaign began, an analysis by The Times showed. Nearly 3/4 of posts that were critical of Ms. Sweeney or the ad had fewer than 500 views.
Here's my question to you. Why are you telling me this?
I want everyone to know.
Why aren't you telling Megyn Kelly this?
Well, I did. I call her Laura Ingraham now, or actually today I called her Ann Coulter because I'm just going to do that now. And so I did post the screenshots from the piece in my last exchange with Megyn right before I came in here. I know Jane.
So you don't know if she's been.
I don't know. No, I don't know. You know, Jane.
Well, that's exciting.
Jane Coaston, our What a Day host, came into the office yesterday. Came into my office yesterday and said, "Please stop arguing with Megyn Kelly." And I promised Jane I would. But then the Times story came, and it was too good not to. It was too good not to post. And also, I wasn't going to talk about this. And then Megyn did what Elijah predicted she would do, and decided to talk about the whole Twitter controversy on her show with Charlie Kirk. Left me no choice.
Yeah, that's fair. I just would like to remind our listeners that every year we do our New Year's resolutions.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
we all had different things we were planning on doing. Mine was related to my physical and mental health. I think Levin wanted to read more books. I can't even imagine what earnest thing Tommy had. And yours was to post more. And you, for the first time, are crushing it.
I've never made a New Year's resolution that I have kept more than this one.
Well, which is a great bounce back from your "I'm going to volunteer more" from last year.
It's like giving up broccoli for Lent, you know?
Yes. You're just like lean into it. Next year will be drink more.
It's perfect. That's our show for today. Thanks to Dr. Michael Osterholm for coming on. I'll be back on the feed on Sunday talking with Pete Buttigieg and answering some of your questions. Be sure to check it out. Have a great weekend. Big announcement.
What do we got?
Dan's in the Epstein files.
Benjamin Netanyahu is proposing a full takeover of the Gaza Strip when he's met with his security cabinet. I can't say anybody's surprised. I'm Cam with The Bulwark, and I'm joined today by my friend Jack Cocciarella to talk about how this was the plan all along. Jack, did you see this?
I did, but still, I guess the worst thing is that Netanyahu likes Burger King over McDonald's. At least that's what the Nelf boys would tell you to distract. But yeah, it's getting pretty evil and sinister, or I guess not surprisingly so for people who have been paying attention all along. But let's get into this scam.
The die has been cast. We are going for the full conquest of the Gaza Strip. Local journalists quote a senior official as saying, responding to reports that the army chief and other military leaders oppose the plan, this unnamed official said, if that doesn't work for the chief of staff, he should resign. So we have an extremist government here in the state of Israel, and I'm wondering what you think could possibly be done at this point to prevent the annexation of Gaza.
Stop sending the
It
weapons.
seems like nothing is going to be done by Donald Trump, and I don't think that I need to loop him into every single conversation, but the pro-peace ticket doesn't really seem to be achieving its objective, and it just makes Donald Trump and really just Joe Biden as well look so sad and small in the context of a plan we always knew was happening, but these leaders, and I don't want to lump Trump into the category of that, but just never really wanted to acknowledge for so long those who spoke out. And I remember at a liberal media creator conference called Trending Up, it was last year when creators confronted Cory Booker about this, and he said, "You're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. The truth is that there's so much information I'm privy to and you're not. You'll see what happens." And it turns out those folks were right about what the inevitable goal here was. But to anyone saying that a strategy of appeasement with Netanyahu or a continued relationship on the basis of him eventually listening as an expected outcome, it's just kind of egg on your face at this point, really.
And Trump is obviously giving Netanyahu carte blanche to do pretty much anything he wants as long as it's something that doesn't really involve us. But this whole thing has involved us. Our taxpayer dollars have been paying for everything that's been going on. And it is something that is extremely alarming and something that will be a stain on the United States the same way that the Iraq War was. But there's just something different about this because we have had every opportunity to put some sort of pressure. And there were a few things that happened during the Biden administration. You know, there was talk of certain red lines and everything. But the Democratic Party is changing tune on this. You're seeing Democrats recognize that in the midterms, in the primaries, and in 2028, Democratic voters are going to be swatting down the politicians who still stand by this. You even saw Richie Torres, who might as well be an operative for the state of Israel. He is a congressman where the district that he represents is the state of Israel. He even tried to change his tune, mind you, just for a minute, and then he kind of went back to everything and did the classic blame Hamas, blame Hamas, blame Hamas song that AIPAC likes their puppets to sing. But you're seeing a lot of politicians. John Ossoff voted to stop the sale of firearms to Israel. He didn't vote to stop the sale of bombs, but we saw for the first time a Democratic majority in the Senate voting to put any pressure on Israel at all. And this is how you know things are changing. The American people are not standing for this. A lot of people in MAGA/Republican world aren't standing for this. This is very bad for the state of Israel as a nation long term. The families of the hostages are furious because the plans to annex Gaza are obviously going to put their kidnapped family members at risk. And I don't see who the winner here is, because again, the state of Israel, this is going to turn them into a pariah for many years to come. And I'm wondering what American politicians can do at this point to, in any way, shape, or form, stop the slaughter and stop and this is me quoting Israeli government officials, conquest.
Yeah, and you kind of made the point there about the Democrats changing their tune a little bit. Do you think that's because of this issue alone, or does this kind of have more to do with the party's attempt to rebrand away from how they're viewed as feckless, right? Constantly bending the knee, an inability to be held to account for war crimes that are being committed that run completely counter to, any espoused ideology of the party. Do you think this stands alone, or is this in conjunction with all that we're seeing as the party kind of tries to reshape itself against the feckless narrative and against corruption rampant through our political system.
Things were already at a point where there was no coming back from this before the reports of starvation. But even publications like the New York Times and comparable organizations that have been sort of covering for the state of Israel for the past couple of years. You know, there's the occasional obligatory article about suffering in Gaza, but generally speaking, these publications have been far more on the side of the state of Israel. You see reporting now on the human toll of this devastation, and I thought that we had reached a point of no return for Israel, which is a country that was normalizing relationships with countries that you wouldn't expect before October 7th. And then the starvation stories started to hit. And that's when I think the state of Israel's relationship with the world officially ended. The reports of starvation and the fact that the Israeli government and the IDF and everything tried to quickly scotch tape together this narrative that they actually are trying to let the aid in and it's Hamas stealing the aid. Meanwhile, we just did a video on this. The IDF has now come out and admitted that they don't have any concrete evidence about that. And the state of Israel is arming clans to, quote, oppose Hamas, clans that are stealing aid from the trucks. I don't understand what can be done for the state of Israel to rally from this. And also, Netanyahu is an extremist, and Netanyahu is an extremely violent politician who advocates for violence left and right. But the rest of the Israeli government, they're even more aggressive. Like, Israeli ministers go in and say stuff like, we are not focused on precision with our strikes. We are focused on maximum damage. We're seeing footage now from helicopters of Gaza completely destroyed. And once journalists are able to access Gaza, it's game over. So I think that Netanyahu's government admitting that they are in conquest mode, there's no coming back.
Do you think that Trump wants to make this a wedge issue for Republicans to stick with him at a time where he desperately needs them? Like, do you think this is going to be something he tries to use to unite the Congress around him and maybe distract and do a Democrats want Hamas to win thing? Do you think that's a lever that Trump's going to pull?
No, honestly, I think that he and Bibi have a great relationship. I think the Mossad has a lot of leverage over us because the Mossad is well known to have intelligence about American politicians that they don't want to get out. But generally, I think that Trump sees all of these things as opportunities to bring news stories into the news cycle that are not, he is a pedophile who is a child. I don't want to get into the algorithm here, but a child R-wordist. I think that anytime something comes into the news cycle now that it has nothing to do with Donald Trump's obvious connection and crimes with Epstein, I think he's cool with it. I mean, it's not like he is a personal fan of the state of Israel, right? There's a lot of stuff that Trump defends and advocates for where it's not something that he likes or even cares about. I mean, you saw when Israel and Iran were in the, quote, 12 days war that's going to be coming back any day now. He said these are two countries that have been at war with each other for so long, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So I don't think Trump has any emotional allegiance to the state of Israel. I think the Republican Party just doesn't want to piss off its evangelist Christian base. And, Christian evangelists make up most of the Zionist base in this country. So they're going to continue marching to Israel's tune. But the fringe people who very much control narratives that fuel MAGA world are not okay with this.
Yeah, no, they're not. The Tuckers, the Candace Owens, the media figures. Again, this is another institution. Really, this is just another institution. Israel is another institution in our government. So they're going to be the anti-institution people, whether that be because that fits their narrative, whether it be because of actual anti-Semitism. I don't really think Marjorie Taylor Greene feels, any sort of empathy or sees the humanity in starving children in Gaza when she doesn't care about starving children in the United States. But I do think this is going to become just another wedge issue for 2028.
I think that the Pod Save guys and that a lot of people on the internet were correct to say that the 2028 Democratic nominee is going to be somebody who is virulently opposed to this. I don't know how many Democratic leaders have actually maintained moral clarity on Gaza, except for the only one I could think of is Beto O'Rourke. Bernie Sanders has towed the line and ultimately been one of the best leaders we have in the government against what's happening. But generally speaking, Beto's the only one I could think of who, from day one, was talking about how there are atrocities to come and there are atrocities still coming.
And Cam, someone who, and yourself, has been outspoken for so long and has obviously taken a lot of shit for it, how do you feel about Democrats who are, I don't want to say closing the gap, but are coming to a place of moral clarity, that are speaking out, that have changed their tune? You know, obviously it's not because they learned something. They're getting intelligence briefings every day. They should know. But for people who have stuck their neck out like yourself and been punished for it, what do you want to see of people who haven't spoken the way they should, who haven't acted the way that they should? Is there some reservation that you have about bringing everyone into the fold, expanding the tent to, you know, more centrist liberals, or is there some rightful reservation against that? Just like, how do you feel?
This is how I feel when celebrities speak out about it, and the people who I see online are more upset that it took them this long. It's like, yeah, shouldn't have taken you this long. But at the end of the day, anyone who is opposing this, the crisis is not over. The dust has not settled, and the worst has yet to come. So I'm not here to
play the I'm first game.
Kick people out for changing to. I don't think that it's taking a position of moral clarity. I think it's taking a position of political savvy. But I don't care. I need people voting against sending weapons and bombs to them instantly. So if they want to do that far too late, that is their cross to bear when their primaries come, when the next elections come, and I'm glad they will be facing those problems. But for now, people need to stand against this, because anything at all that can be done to stop this slaughter needs to be done. So to anybody who thinks that it's too late to speak out, the best day to speak out was a long time ago, and the second best day to speak out is right now. So do it, and if people want to give you shit for how long it took, ignore them, because speaking out is better than not speaking out. Everybody with Bulwark, we're Jack and Cam. Thanks so much for joining. Netanyahu refuses to allow the state of Israel to look into what actually happened on October 7th, and his extremist government is arming gangs in the Gaza Strip who are stealing aid from the trucks. I'm Cam Caskey from the Bulwark, and we are going to talk even more today about the international pariah state of Israel and everything that's really going on. I'm in Los Angeles, and if you watch the rest of our videos, you'll know this is the second different location that I've been in this week, where there is a bar cart behind me. I don't drink. I just happen to have friends who like having a nice bar cart. So don't let this be a reflection upon my personal activities. It's just because my friends like to party. You know who's really having a party right now, so I can transition smoothly, is Bibi Netanyahu, who is doing everything he can to avoid a ceasefire, because a ceasefire means journalists get into Gaza, and journalists getting into Gaza means the actual toll of the devastation that has been rained down upon these people is going to be shown to the entire world. That's already turned their back on the state of Israel. The world is done with this country and with this extremist government, where Netanyahu is one of the people who's less aggressive. Netanyahu, who is one of the most violent leaders in the modern world, is one of the chiller people in the Israeli government. So once the dust settles on this round of all the killing, it's important to note that while a lot of people in the pro-Israel world are going to act like this was Netanyahu's doing and that, you know, the next government is actually going to be super nice, most of the people in the Israeli government are way more aggro and mean than Netanyahu is. That's not to act like Netanyahu is some sort of peacekeeper, because he is anything but. He is, dragging this conflict on as long as possible and making sure that these hostages are not returned home safe to their families, and that these starving men, women, and children don't get any food. Of course, he is anything but a peaceful person. But if you see some of the shit that the other people in the Israeli government say, it is actually nuts. It's hard to believe that there could be somebody who is worse on this than Bibi, but unfortunately, that's the majority of this country's government. But before we go into anything, I want to show you guys Netanyahu talking about aid making it into Gaza on the Nelk Boys MAGA Bro podcast. Let's have a look.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then they jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all, and then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine.
First of all, I kind of wish he wasn't as charismatic a speaker as he is, but you know, a lot of these kind of rotten world leaders are. But I want to get into this because I don't see enough people talking about this. Israel is arming local gangs in the Gaza Strip to, quote, weaken Hamas. But the efforts are propping up a dude who is accused of looting aid trucks, according to a new report. Let's also keep in mind that when the IDF talks about how it's Hamas who's stealing the aid, they have come out now and said they don't actually have any evidence of that. Mind you, it sounds rather characteristic of Hamas, but it goes to show how many lies we're getting from the Israeli government and from their military intelligence, or as we're about to talk about,
propaganda,
the lack thereof. But there's a guy named Yasser Abu Shabab, please excuse me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, whose Popular Forces militia is active in southern Gaza. And they have openly challenged Hamas, and this guy Yasser has touted himself as a liberator overseeing humanitarian aid distribution within the territory. Now, this guy is operating in IDF-controlled territory. A UN official told the Washington Post he has a full glide militia up and running, fully backed by Israel. Now, this whole setup came at the same time as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu revealed his military was actively arming influential gangs in Gaza, again, as a way to oppose Hamas. But while Netanyahu didn't name Shabab's group directly, the clan leader's base is in an area controlled by the IDF, and his militia has been caught on video several times operating alongside the IDF. Now, this guy who runs the, quote, Popular Forces, he said that any accusations that he's working hand in hand with the IDF are Hamas propaganda to undermine him. But, you know, I don't know. It kind of doesn't seem like that in this commentator's opinion. International aid groups that operated in the Strip have accused Shabab and his armed men of systematically looting the trucks delivering food and essential items en route to refugees. Right now, let's take inventory of this conversation. We've got Netanyahu telling MAGA Bro podcasters that it's Hamas stealing the aid. Israel just not letting in the aid, period, you know, unless it's for a quick PR photo shoot. And these guys who are not Hamas, who are some sort of Hamas opposition, stealing the aid. And to whose surprise, they're also apparently backed and armed by the state of Israel. Like we said, Shabab denied these claims, but he then later admitted that his men raided half a dozen aid trucks out of desperation, the New York Times reported. Both Shabab and Israel have claimed that it was Hamas behind the systematic raiding and looting of the aid trucks, but I don't know. It seems as though what we're learning about this information makes a lot of sense. Israel wants there to be some sort of opposition to Hamas. They want to back this opposition and arm this opposition, and I doubt they are particularly offended by the concept of this opposition stealing aid. But I want to get further into how Netanyahu is handling this, because people don't talk about this enough. People in independent media across the board don't actually talk about this enough. And in independent media, you have the opportunity to say things that you are not allowed to say elsewhere. Leave a comment down below of something. I don't fucking care. But I want to talk about how Netanyahu refuses to allow an investigation into what actually happened on October 7th, because I personally have been very confused about October 7th and how exactly it happened. The IDF and the Mossad are kind of regularly touted as the most advanced military and intelligence operations on the entire planet. They know more about us than we do. We get tech and AI equipment from the people who give them their weapons and their systems that they use. Like, these are supposed to be the cream of the crop intelligence and military people. And yet somehow, on the anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, October 7th just kind of happened, and the IDF and Mossad apparently just had some sort of blind spot. I think that's kind of weird, and I think that warrants an investigation by the state of Israel into what could have possibly led to what is very, very likely the biggest intelligence failure in modern history. The Mossad not seeing this coming from a million miles away? How could you possibly begin to explain that? Well, you can. As early as 2018, Israel caught wind of Hamas's battle plan to invade Israel from neighboring Gaza, but Israel's domestic intelligence agency did not consider it a realistic threat. And this is the main conclusion of an investigation by Israel's Shin Bet agency into the colossal security failure of the Hamas-led attack on October 7th. It was the single deadliest day in Israeli history when thousands of Palestinian attackers killed nearly 1,200 people and took 251 people hostage. Shin Bet is the name of the organization that conducted this research. Now, mind you, this could have been done by the state of Israel, but again, Netanyahu is doing everything he can to prevent this because he knows that he'll be held accountable. The report sparked a retort from Netanyahu, who has deflected personal responsibility in the security failure. And Hamas's decision to attack when it did was a confluence of three factors: Israeli practices regarding religious Jewish ultranationalist activities in a mosque compound in Jerusalem, which is also revered in Judaism, Israel's treatment of Palestinian prisoners, which has hardened under Israel's much more far-right government, and the perception that Israel's social cohesion was weakened largely because of how many people in the state of Israel were taking to the streets to protest Netanyahu. This all happened when the walls were closing in on Bibi. And then the October 7th attack happens. Bibi gets a unity government where all of his rivals are coming together to rally, which makes sense. After a traumatic, devastating attack like that, you want some sort of sense of national unity. Israel is a nationalist country as it is, but I am not surprised Netanyahu is trying to keep people away from looking into this intelligence failure because it's going to be associated with him. Israel had obtained intelligence of Hamas's battle plans in two iterations, once in 2018, once in 2022, but the agency did not translate it into an actionable threat. A series of signs in the months leading up to October 7th was dismissed. There were a lot of things that were a part of this. I mean, think about it. Like, Hamas terror people, they had to be trained. They had to organize. This was an attack that didn't just spring up one day when they were like, oh, hey, we're a bunch of anti-Semites. Let's, out of nowhere, just attack the... No. This was an extremely advanced operation from Hamas that took planning. The IDF, the Mossad, monitors the Gaza Strip like a fucking hawk, and a lot of weapons and equipment needed to be moved into the Gaza Strip. A lot of people need to be mobilized and trained. October 7th wasn't an attack that just came out of the void, out of nowhere, where they just fucking teleported into the state of Israel. This was a plan that took a long time and a lot of influence from outside actors. Hamas didn't just magically conjure up this attack. There were a lot of factors at play. There were a lot of people involved with ensuring that this terror could happen, and it's something that warrants an investigation. So the Shin Bet and the military have conducted their own investigations and submitted detailed reports on the operational failures that led to October 7th, but Netanyahu refuses to allow a state commission of inquiry to examine the failures of Israel's leadership that contributed to the attack. In a speech to Israel's parliament, Netanyahu said he supports the establishment of a, quote, objective commission of inquiry into the attack, but, quote, not a commission of inquiry whose conclusions are already written in advance. This is Netanyahu 101. Victimize himself, blame everything on the, quote, deep state. The deep state is a type of conspiracy that actually regularly ties to anti-Semitism. Jews and the deep state are kind of the same genre of conspiracy. And Netanyahu loves talking about the deep state. He has railed against, quote, deep state bureaucrats in literally the speech that I was just referencing. And in Israel, members of state commissions of inquiry are usually appointed by the Supreme Court's Chief Justice. So I call bullshit on Netanyahu. I know that there is information about October 7th and the intelligence failures that led to it that Netanyahu doesn't want us to know. And I know that he's aware it's game over for him. There's no coming back from what's happened. The state of Israel is never going to return to any sort of serious international status that it held before. It had relationships with countries that you'd never think the state of Israel would be normalized with. They were moving forward. Like, before October 7th, Israel was entering a position in the world that was unexpected and going to be very positive for them. And had they actually worked towards a two-state solution, which, mind you, virtually nobody in the country actually supports, things would have been different, and there would have been a much more peaceful and prosperous situation for the people in the state of Israel and for Jewish people around the world who are unfortunately tied to the state of Israel by the state of Israel. This country took the star that they put on us during the Holocaust and put it on their flag. Like the Israeli flag that they put on tanks that blow shit up has the Star of David that had the fucking Juden word on it to identify us in the Holocaust. You don't think that's kind of fucked up of them? Like, I'm not bombing anybody. I'm not starving anybody, but they're dragging me into this because the ethno-religion that is coded into my DNA is what they want to use as an excuse to fucking kill people. I'm not in on it. A lot of young people aren't in on it. A lot of people across the board are absolutely abhorred by what's happening, and they're abhorred by the fact that we are paying for it. And the next Democratic nominee for president is going to be somebody who comes out as virulently opposed to Israel's extremist government and their genocidal actions. With Bulwark, I'm Cam Caskey.
All right, guys, we don't talk enough about RFK Jr. RFK Jr. is a literal demon, and I need everybody to understand that. So I got a couple stories here that we could put together, but this is in the Daily Beast. Floridians urged to avoid Maha's favorite drink amid E. coli outbreak. So, in other words, what they're
Alrighty. Camel Tony, you still there? Probably not. I think I see only one watcher, so probably just talking to myself here. Okay, back to the video. Of course, I get a phone call when someone's actually popping in to see what's up.
What we're saying here is a bunch of people were drinking raw milk straight
What a
out the
surprise.
udder, and 20 of them had to
Genius.
be hospitalized because there was an E. coli outbreak.
Oh my god.
All right, so here we go. Make America healthy again or make America shit itself again? You tell me. More than 20 people in Florida
You have
are
died
suffering
of
from bacterial
dysentery.
infections after drinking raw milk, a product championed by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The Florida Department of Health issued an alert
such a frickin'
Monday
tool.
warning that raw milk sold in North and Central Florida have been linked to a wave of Shiga toxin-producing E. coli. The infection can cause gastrointestinal issues and can lead to kidney failure in young children. At least 21 people, including 6 children under age 10, have already fallen ill with Campylobacter and E. coli infections in the region. 7 were hospitalized and 2 reported severe complications from the infections. By the way, look, if you're a total fucking moron and douchebag and you want to drink whatever sort of all natural products, be my guest. The second you start dragging kids into it, bitch, CPS should come and take those kids.
Yep.
Because here's the bottom line. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're doing. You think you stumbled across something. Oh, this has got to be healthy because it's all natural. No, you know what else is all natural? Anthrax. And anthrax will kill you.
Yeah, remember
There's a
when
lot of
everything
all
was
natural stuff that's actually fucking horrible
all
for you.
natural
It's
and
a
we had
total
a
fallacy. It's a naturalistic fallacy.
we lived to the
It is.
ripe
Well,
old
if
age
it's
of
natural,
40
it's good.
on
If
average.
It's unnatural, it's bad. There's a lot of unnatural things that are medicines that'll save your fucking life. Okay? This is like a child's way of thinking. Natural good, unnatural bad. And so it's one thing if you want to ruin your own life that way, but as soon as you start doing it to kids, now I'm fucking pissed off. And because you don't want to listen to mainstream science, because mainstream science is whatever, corrupted by the man or whatever the fuck you've convinced yourself, well, this is the result. Congratulations. Florida Health Department officials say all 21 individuals consumed raw milk from the same farm. The alert did not identify the farm, but warned that its sanitation practices are of particular concern due to the number of cases. The Daily Beast has contacted the Florida Department of Health for information about the farm. So there's the raw milk right here, you can see. Consuming raw milk, or milk that has not undergone the standard pasteurization process of being heated to destroy pathogens in the fluid, poses significant health risks. So that's the thing. When you hear like, oh, they take the milk and they pasteurize it, you might go, I don't really know what that means. Sounds like some, highfalutin, newfangled process where they put it through this crazy machine and it's super scientific. But all pasteurization is heating the milk to kill all the bad things in the milk, to kill the viruses and the germs and the bacteria.
So
That's all it is.
stupid.
That's it. Heating the milk. That's it. That's all it is. Right? And so, on what planet would somebody think, nah, leaving it raw with all the bullshit in it, that's better for you? But this is the world we live in. The same asshole, RFK Jr., who's literally drinking blue fish tank cleaner and dyeing his brain blue on a daily basis because he thinks it'll fix his mitochondria or whatever the fuck. The guy who's popping Zins fucking 87 times a day, a nicotine addict at whatever his fucking age is, 60, whatever. This guy, maybe he's not the one to take advice from. The CDC warns that raw milk consumers
why can't
risk
all
infection
these
from
weirdos
a
just, like,
host of harmful bacteria, including
leave us alone?
Campylobacter, E. coli, Listeria, and Salmonella. So anyway, in most states, I think there's a warning against. Like they say, like you can get raw milk, but you can only animals can have it. Like you can buy it for your animals, but they say you can't. Like you shouldn't drink it yourself. But again, it's a Maha thing. Maha has made their mind up on a bunch of stupid bullshit that like, hey, beef tallow is actually great for you. The original cane sugar is actually good for you compared to like the high fructose corn syrup. And it's like, eating fries is not good for you. I love fries. I'm as American as anybody else. I eat fries all the fucking time. It's not good for me. Whether it's made in beef tallow or vegetable oil or whatever the fuck it's made in. Right? We make Coca-Cola with actual cane sugar now. Okay? That's
still not good for you.
Go around drinking Coke all day and thinking it's healthy. Again, this dipshit with, he's on testosterone, bro. We got a 60-something-year-old man who's the head of HHS injecting himself with testosterone on a daily basis. Like, really? We're taking advice from this dipshit? But I'm not done yet. So, this was bad enough. That RFK's favorite, raw milk is good, yada yada. Everybody have it. Oh, oops, tee-hee-hee. Were you hospitalized? Tee-hee-hee. Is that measles outbreak still raging because I'm a fucking dipshit? Tee-hee-hee. My bad. Remember, this guy, he also got, I believe the number was 83 people killed in Samoa because he went on an anti-vaccine crusade there, and there was one instance of nurses mixed the wrong things in with the vaccine and ended up killing somebody, but he blamed the vaccine itself. And so he went there and crusaded against the vaccine. People stopped taking it. Then 83 people died when there was an outbreak. That's what he did, right? But now you ready for this? Now he's bringing this here. He's bringing this to the United States. You ready? Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announces he will cancel $500 million in vaccine development projects. And you're not going to be surprised to learn, it's the mRNA vaccines. So they're working, we have the technology now, they're working on all different vaccines with the mRNA technology. RFK Jr. goes in there, and because he personally doesn't like it, because he doesn't know dick about science, and he thinks it's scary, and he thinks it's going to hurt you, he goes, oh, we're done with that. We're not going to fund the research anymore. This alone upends the entire fucking industry and makes it so we're not going to have cures that we otherwise would have. We're not going to have vaccines that we otherwise would have because he's an anti-vaccine crank. That's the bottom line. And he just makes shit up too. Like he did a speech about this and talked about it, and he just made shit up about how, oh, we're following the science. No, you're not. You're making it up. You're totally fucking making it up. This total bullshit. So now mRNA vaccines, sorry, cooked, done, over with. The speed with which this country has devolved, has imploded, has collapsed is just astonishing. Just like, I mean, I thought the fall of an empire is supposed to be a slow, arduous, long process. No, it turns out all you need is one bloated dipshit wearing orange makeup with his asshole steroided up 60-something-year-old freak HHS secretary, and then we're off to the races, dog. We're off to the races. I mean, there's nobody steering this ship. This is the blind leading the blind. This is a guy he's wrong about everything. Everything, scientifically. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. Wouldn't know a double-blind study if fucking hit him in the face like an anvil. Okay, I remember when Crystal was talking to him, and he made some claim about the COVID vaccine. As soon as the interview was over, Crystal goes and looks it up, and she goes, the claim he made is literally the exact opposite of what the truth is. And I looked it up and found that out afterwards. That's who this guy is. So when he talks and he says something, it's impossible to keep up with a guy like this, because he'll say 78 things in 3 minutes that are wrong. And then only afterwards you can look it up and go, oh my God, every fucking thing he said was wrong. Well, now he's imposing that on the whole country. So enjoy shitting yourself and nearly dying because you're drinking raw milk, maha, and enjoy not getting vaccinated over something that we probably could have fixed, because this asshole is an ideologue and he thinks all vaccines are going to fucking kill you. Really good, really healthy place we're in as a country. All right, guys, that's the show. I love you all very much. You know the drill. Everybody please click like, click subscribe, click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time a video drops. Thank you to everybody who supports the show on Patreon. Couldn't do it without you. That link is below if you'd like.
The deputy AG is just sort of ghosting Epstein survivors now, I guess, after years of the Republicans being the party that was going to tell the truth about Epstein and his relationships with their friends, Alan Dershowitz and Donald Trump. Now it's not just like they've metaphorically, symbolically left the survivors behind. They are actually straight up ghosting the survivors. Let's take a look at what one of them had to say on CNN.
Yeah, well, and when you ask those questions, does anyone answer? What kind of response do you get?
So far, there hasn't been a lot of official response, to our queries.
They don't care about you. That's why.
I reached out to the prosecutors who, who got the guilty verdict for Maxwell, saying, what's going on, and they knew so little because they have not been involved in this process. So I wrote a letter to Deputy Attorney General Blanche saying, these are my concerns about what's happening, and there has not been a response. So, I know, speaking with other survivors in this case, that even though so many politicians are talking about this, I don't think anyone has actually been contacted
So
by
you reached
anyone.
out to the Deputy Attorney General, and you haven't heard back?
Yes.
So that was Annie Farmer, one of the brave survivors who has been outspoken and told her story and advocated for the countless women who have been terribly impacted, not only by Jeffrey Epstein, but his entire network. And especially according to some of them, one of the worst of them all, Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, Ghislaine has been described by many as
I don't know if I could handle a conversation with that dude.
Behind this whole operation, alongside Jeff Epstein, of course.
Even when they play clips, I have a hard time
and Donald Trump, who
keeping myself from muting it.
Says that she's actually super nice and a pretty good person. And now MAGA has decided that Ghislaine is so nice. In fact, they are going to transfer her to a cushy, cozy cell at like a fancy Nancy prison, presumably so she can come out and be like, oh, I remember old Don. I never saw him do any of the child
Although it was
molestation.
kind of funny
That was
watching
the
him
other guys. That was
pretend to
Bill
cry in the
Clinton.
car a few
Annie
weeks ago
went on to tell
when
us
the
a few
Epstein
more
stuff
things
started.
about her story as a survivor
Started
who
again?
is supposedly
Sure,
being
started
advocated
again.
for. And she went into the politicization, is that how you say it, of this whole thing. And it's really interesting because I am very
Just so
often the
over
type
the
of
top
guy
with
who
everything
sees
that he
people
talks
say,
about.
oh, you shouldn't politicize this. And I'm like, no, you should. You know, a lot of things are, in fact, political. A lot of tragedies that they say we shouldn't politicize, like the flooding in Texas and the shootings at all of these schools, people go, you know, this is such a terrible thing that's happened, and it's these opportunists on the left who are rushing to make it political. It's like, no. But, like, people's politics affect people's lives pretty much across the board. But the pedophile island is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, well, you know, we shouldn't politicize this because I hope we can be in a country where everyone
Need a
can
big
sort
house.
of get
Whoa.
behind punishing the pedophile island people, and the Democratic Party has sort of come out and been like, yeah, you know, if one of our own is in the Epstein files, then we will punish them. And it is worth pointing out that the Democratic Party was not fighting very hard to release the Epstein files during the Biden administration.
Maybe I don't need a big house.
But credit where credit is due, they are taking an issue that they can win on right now and actually, you know, doing the winning thing. You know, after not being staunchly anti-war, not being staunchly anti-oligarchy, and turning away different issues that could really resonate with voters. Epstein files are something where Democrats have actually figured out that this is something that is a winning issue. So let's hear a little bit more from Annie Farmer while she shares her experience with us.
Annie, I mean, one comment that we heard from the
I think it's
president
infuriating how
was, you know, this is
how
being
good
pushed
that
by the
group of
Democrats, that it's a hoax.
pundits and
It's a
commentators like
BS.
the Alex Jones and
As
the
someone
Rush
who lived
Limbaughs
it
and
experienced it,
just
and as a
infuriating how
survivor, I wonder what you make of
how
it.
good they were like at
It's
getting
offensive.
people to buy into their
This
bullshit.
is not a hoax. You know, there have been so many people that have come forward and shared their stories. I hate that it has been politicized the way it has, because I think we lose sight of the bigger picture in that. And you know, I think this is really about.
What do you mean so now? That was my intention all along,
and that is not a
actually.
political issue. I think people on
To
both sides care about the safety.
play games while I talk about politics.
And I really hope that that Trump understands that a message is being
Sandy
sent
Hook,
beyond just the
right off the top of my
individuals
head.
involved in this case, to the
I'm
wider
sure I could find
community
more if I actually kept
about
looking, but that's the
how
big one.
We, you know, about the seriousness of these types of crimes.
I know that the go-to when something like this happens is saying, and people wonder why more women don't speak out. But, you know, sometimes something is the thing people say all the time because it's the obvious thing, and it's worth pointing out that, you know, when women come out and share their experiences, including at the Epstein pedophile island, and in his larger network, it isn't just the island. A lot of the stories about Donald Trump and his actions and his terrible, terrible acts of human evil.
I wasn't
that
honestly
involve
like I
Jeffrey
wasn't trying to do like
aren't
a
at
gotcha.
the
To say
island.
the truth.
They're at hotels, things like that. Even when someone is coming out, and
I just kind of
sharing
hoping
her
that something like
experience
that, like the fact that
in
he
this issue that
for
everybody
years
kind
told
of
that
rallied around.
the parents of
they're
the
still getting
children that
treated
were
like
killed were
So
lying
it's
and they were
like
actors
one of
and
those situations where
you
if
know
the people
actually
who are coming out and accusing
you know,
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell
throwing around rhetoric in a
of this
way
kind
that
of
caused
abuse
people to like
are
actually
being
go
mistreated
to
by the
those
system
parents
being
and
left
you know
behind,
harass them.
then who the fuck is supposed to come out and say
Like
anything?
that's something that
What
should
women
be
could
common knowledge.
possibly
That's something
believe
that people
they
should
will
be against, you know,
treated
generally
anything
speaking.
other than terribly for sharing their experiences. Like
There's the
if
whole
Epstein
freedom of
survivors
speech thing, which is
aren't
cool. Like
being
go ahead and
listened
spew
to
your
and
lies, but
respected, who
it
the
should
fuck
be
will
socially
I think that there's a
unacceptable
couple of valuable
for
lessons
someone
be learned here. I
to
think that of course the Republican Party is
encourage
playing
like
cover-up
the
for
harassment
one
of
the most egregious
parents of
mass networks of
like mass shooting
sexual
victims. Like
violence and
it's
predation
disgusting.
we've ever seen in modern history, and they are shutting down fucking Congress to make sure that these files cannot be released. You know this, I know this, but we still have to talk about it because it's going to be hopefully not a long time, but we have to expect it to be a marathon before we can make anything
What a
real happen here. And then we
goober.
have to wonder, how is Trump going to meddle and try to manipulate the facts in order to get away with it? Shocker, spoiler alert, Donald Trump has a tendency to do that and is not exactly in a romantic relationship with the truth. So, listening to survivors like Annie Farmer is such a crucial part of this, and elevating their stories. These are all such run-through things to say when we're talking about survivor testimonies. But again, it's because they're fucking
doing?
true. Like, what are we supposed to do? Sorry that it's cliche to say that we need to listen to and believe women and that we cannot leave them behind when they are brave enough to speak out about these things. But it's the thing that's obvious, and it's the thing that's true. There's something called Occam's razor. Dave Rubin accidentally mixed it up with Murphy's Law one time. Murphy's Law is anything that can go wrong will. Occam's razor is the most likely explanation for something is very often the most obvious one because it requires the least amount of speculation. Occam's razor, fucking believe survivors. With Bulwark, I'm Cameron Kasky.
Back then we only had 3 channels, and you had to, get up off the couch to change the channel.
I thought that was a 70s thing. I thought that was back when it was like Hanna-Barbera
Just a joke,
cartoons.
Cameron. I'm just trying to get one past you. Hey everybody, it's Tim Miller.
I'm Cameron Kasky, and today we're talking about Chris Cuomo getting duped by obvious AI, and South Park is still ripping Donald Trump. Are you watching these episodes, Tim?
I'm trying to. You have to get them on I don't know, 7-Eleven Plus or something. It's on a very strange streamer. You have to have the right app on your phone or something, so it's hard to see them. But I did watch one of them.
You know about this? Well, you know about it's Paramount Plus because the acquisition happened where Skydance, which is owned by I think David Ellison's son, or is it Larry Ellison?
Larry Ellison's son, yeah, okay.
Skydance, owned by Big MAGA guy, wanted to acquire Paramount, and as part of the merger, Stephen Colbert's show was cut. And of course, they said that this was cut for financial purposes, but a lot of people assume that it was cut to get Donald Trump to approve the merger. And Donald Trump sort of, poured some gasoline on this when he basically came out after Colbert got canceled and was like, we're coming for Kimmel next.
You're right. I didn't know this was happening. It's still hard to remember, though, all of the apps. Wasn't Paramount Showtime? Why did they change the name from Showtime? This is going to be my old man yells at cloud version. Shouldn't it just be the Showtime app? I would have remembered that. That was a channel that existed. What is Paramount Plus?
It was HBO, and then it was HBO Go, and then it was HBO Max, and then the Discovery merger happened. David Zaslav became CEO, and then it became Max, and then now it's going back to HBO Max. So it's almost like bringing in the business people and the data nerds to make creative decisions is not going to save Hollywood. But the mentioned before on FY Pod Save Hollywood Committee with superstars John Voight and Sly Stallone, maybe they'll bring that golden age of Hollywood that we have been talking about.
I hope so. I'm glad David Zaslav's getting paid a lot for all those rebrands. So anyway, okay, so it's on the South Park. I have to be candid. I've not watched the whole of last night's episode, but I watched a wonderful 2-minute clip of ICE raiding a Dora the Explorer show, and Kristi Noem with her melting face starts gadding dogs in the audience.
She shoots every single dog that she sees.
And the masked ICE agents start to take the old Hispanic ladies into the back of their vans. Seems like an apt critique.
For Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on South Park, they didn't animate them. They made animated bodies and are using actual pictures of their head that they're sort of flapping up and down like puppets. And it's really interesting because the only people they had done that to before, unless I'm missing one or two, are Saddam Hussein and O.J. Simpson.
Terrence
and they're
Phillip.
using the same voice for Trump as Saddam Hussein, except occasionally he says a word in a Canadian accent. Donald Trump is screaming and he's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think that the conservative/libertarian-ish world had kind of taken ownership of South Park because South Park was making fun of trans people and wokeness and Disney putting black people in stuff. and they feel, I think, very betrayed by Trey and Matt, who are like self-identified libertarians, now turning against this very authoritarian government.
I do wonder if this, like, I hope this is good. I hope this is landing and breaking through. It's just hard for me to know. I feel detached from what, you know, I don't know, people like our friend Edwin, like what they're consuming right now. And it's not, you know, are the South Park consumers people that are getting new information about the ICE raids? I hope so. Maybe. No?
I do think that there are some people who kind of turn a blind eye to things like that. You know, the type of voter that Trump is very reliant on, who sees something like these ICE raids and says, oh, this doesn't sound good, but I'm sure there's got to be some explanation for that. And I'm definitely sure that I'm going to feel better about it if I just kind of turn away.
Sometimes. I typically don't
might be
do it in long stretches. It's
looking into it a little bit further. You've got
I don't know. It's hard to handle, like
Charlie Kirk.
Just the
is that right? I've missed that subplot.
Cartman,
you know, for instance, you got people like Alex Jones. Like, not only are the lies just absolutely blatant, his voice is absolutely grating. Ben Shapiro, like, again, his voice is frustrating to handle for long periods of time. Typically, what I'll do is like, I'll hop in a like if I'm going on a drive or something. I'll like play some like Fox News clips on the way, see what they're talking about.
Considering their first response was tweeting about how South Park.
I'll go through like Twitter and stuff and find out what they're posting about to get an idea of
trying to take control of the narrative.
You know, what's the talk of the day.
Did you see that Dean Cain, the '90s Superman actor from the Lois?
But that's about the extent of it.
Show, he joined ICE and is now pledging to be part of ICE and encourage others to join as well.
I did see that, and I was wondering because I was looking at his face, which looks a lot like Kristi Noem's face, and I thought maybe they have the same reconstructive surgeon or something. He looks very unnatural.
He doesn't look very super.
He doesn't look super. It's really sad. Like the Dean Cain video. Can we just watch a little bit of it?
Hey everybody, Dean Cain here. And for those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement officer.
Surprised Kevin Sorbo hasn't joined ICE either.
I felt it was important to join with our first responders to help secure the safety of all Americans, not just talk about it. So I joined up. And here's your opportunity.
It's just,
to join
I think
ICE.
what frustrates me the most about right-wing media is that it's just,
I didn't really have a lot of
it's so full of grievance.
To the 90s Superman.
It's like, these people have wronged me. These people offend me.
I thought that was a 70s
What's your
thing.
ballpark view of a right-winger?
I thought that was back when it was like
in a quick soundbite clip.
Did you watch The Electric Company?
Nice.
I don't even know what that is. No.
The Electric Company. Oh my God, you fucking millennials, you kids.
Yeah, I don't know about that. So anyway, I did watch some of it because we had limited options.
I can't do it in a quick soundbite clip.
But like our entertainment choices.
Because it's they're not a monolith.
Robust. So you know, whatever. It's not personal. But it's like, this is a sad late middle age. What's past middle age? What's between middle age and being a senior citizen? Whatever that is.
Twilight age crisis.
Yeah, like a
evening age crisis.
Yeah, and he's like, what? Like, you want to be relevant that bad? Like, you want to be on Fox? Like, you're gonna go put on a mask and like go hassle some fucking migrants outside of Home Depot? Like, you were Superman, dude. Have some dignity. Like, what, you think you're saving the country from the people that are selling tamales outside the fucking Home Depot in Pasadena? Like, you're just a pathetic dork. It's embarrassing.
I have a bunch of friends who have been on superhero TV shows that ran for a while.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's kind of different now the way that residual checks work, especially with streaming, kind of ruined that and made being a working actor a lot harder, because it used to be that if you were on a TV show now and again, you would get residual. I was on a Max comedy series called The Other Two, where I played myself.
I thought that was on FX.
The Other Two?
Yeah.
No, that was HBO Max, then Max. And in season 3, episode, I think 8, I play Cameron Kasky, and I give Sia COVID because I'm speaking at a mental health event. I test positive. But people keep testing positive. They can't kick people off the stream anymore. So they just try to push me through the hallway as quickly as possible. But then I see Sia's dressing room and I'm like, oh my God, Sia, I'm such a big fan. And I give her a hug. And then she tests positive for COVID. And I get a check every like 6 months from
isn't it biased for you right-wingers?
Not a lot.
if you only
like 80 or
consume
like 800?
mainstream
It
news
varies a
sound
lot.
bites.
Some of them will be like $400, and some of them will
You
be
need
like
to dig into the craft.
$7.
Well, I'm not going to be
Yeah,
Right.
going
I mean,
around and looking
obviously, when
around
you were on the
QAnon.
show, I
That's
loved
just
the other
a
two.
waste of time.
This is what I'm showing. This is my old
Like-
man take. It's just like, how do real
Why-
old people,
why would I do that?
we have a lot of
'Cause
listeners. of
the
this show,
right-wing
you know,
media,
even though we're targeting the youth. I
they're
noticed that we
very
have some boomer
coordinated in the
parents,
things that they
grandparents
talk
who are
about.
trying to learn.
So there's really
Tell us,
no
how do
reason to
you
dig. The
remember
only
what
reason to
app
dig
use?
would be to
Because
look for
your
conspiracy
clarification, I thought
theories.
the show was on
And
Hulu
I'm
or
not
something.
interested
Everybody,
in
leave a
that
comment
at
down
all.
below, not only telling us how you handle the ocean of streaming, but also leave a comment down below telling Tim that he's the weird one for not remembering the election company. Anyway, I was just gonna say, the going to Comic-Con and signing pictures of yourself circuit pays. Like, you don't need to be going to ICE to collect checks. He's doing this to have some sort of relevance, because if you're a celebrity whose time is long past, the conservative grift is something that could be hugely successful.
You can pretty much
for you. Like,
guarantee
oh my God,
that
guys,
whatever
we got
topic is
Superman
being
from the
covered
90s.
on Fox
and,
News
conservatives love
is
to
going
talk
to
about
be
how annoying it is when celebrities
covered
lend their voices
by
to different
people
issues,
like
and they say, "Oh,
Charlie
I don't
Kirk.
want to hear some Hollywood actor." But then
They're going
somebody
to
who was
be generally
on 6
talking about the
episodes
same
of
things.
NCIS in 2007 says something racist. and
So
they're like,
no, I
"We
don't think
found
it's
one."
That's
only
my
biased.
boy. Yeah, dude, Dean Cain could do well at the Villages, just like kind of telling stories to old people.
All right.
Like he has a lot of options to monetize
support
his
for
minor
Israel and
celebrity.
hate
I mean, it makes you think that. I mean, that he's a broken person. I have like residual
that's
sadness
actually
for
not
him.
really true.
It's also really
it's
bad and like
it's like an 80-20 issue now, where about 80%
we are
of
going to now give so much money to ICE
people in the
that they
U.S.
have
are against what
more
Israel
money
is
than- I'm
doing.
about to talk
So
about
that's
what I said
actually
we were
really
gonna
not
talk
true
about.
anymore.
More money than the entire Israel
If you had asked
military,
that, like,
ICE
maybe
is
5
going
years
to
ago,
have now.
sure.
We need to find people to use it, and so like we're just gonna like take whoever off the street, Superman, crooked cops, 18-year-olds, 80-year-olds. Like this isn't gonna end well. It's gonna end really bad.
It's the same thing also as what the state of Israel does, where whenever they can find an actor who's like maybe a little famous, they will do anything they can to put that person out as a spokesperson as aggressively as possible. And I'm like, you know what? If you are a military, I don't think you should have an influencer budget. I mean, the U.S. military has a budget for streamers playing Call of Duty and shit to recruit young people into the military by streaming video games.
Do I have
and
an
talking
opinion
about
about this? Let me think about this live. I've not spent 1 second before
Bernie
right
Sanders,
now thinking about whether I have a thought about
AOC,
whether
and
the
actually
US
they
should
just
recruit
did a
people playing
vote
Call
a
of
couple
Duty.
days ago in Congress.
I think it's okay.
Obviously it
Is
didn't
that
pass,
wrong? Is
but
that
it
a
was
wrong
to
opinion? What's wrong with that?
it was to there were two votes actually. One was to it was regarding military aid in the forms of like ordnance, like bombs and stuff like that, and there was a separate vote regarding weapons.
I think that acting like war is
Generally speaking,
anything
the
other
majority
than
of
a
Democrats
travesty
voted
is
to stop
really, really
the
bad
shipment
because it
of
makes the
those
difference between life and death
weapons and
mean
ammunition.
less to people.
Are you also against like ROTC
But obviously,
and like recruitment
even
on
if the
campuses?
majority of
That sort of
Democrats voted to stop it,
I don't
you know, because
know about that
a
because
normal
I'm not very
person is
familiar with the
against, you know,
ROTC
starving a
program. I
population.
think that generally speaking, the ROTC
Every
program
single Republican
offers
voted to
leadership
continue
training to
doing it.
young people and gives them
So
resources for their
you would
future.
have
It's
to,
just
even if
not
you had
something to
every
get in on
Democrat voting for it,
fucking
it still
modern
wouldn't pass.
warfare. So
Yeah.
I'm certainly more, and also it's fun to watch them do the little gay flag dances at the school football games. Watching the
I also like
ROTC
the flag dances.
kids come out like the drama kids. It's cute. They put on their little costumes and everything, and
I
it's
also
kind
like
of
that.
slay, and it's a little queer coded. So I'm definitely more for that than other stuff.
I actually
Definitely
disagree
a
with that.
slide. I don't want to have a hard and fast
Liberty.
opinion on this Call of Duty.
I
thing
think
yet.
it's
You just threw it at me,
I think that
and I
has
need to
shifted
think about it a little more. Sometimes in this world of hot takes, it's important
based
to
on
have
some of
to be
the
considered, you know, not to be
the
not to be
recent
impulsive.
oh thanks man.
No, don't spit on it. The last thing I'll say is like
Sit on it, not spit on it. I'm gonna sit on it.
Oh yeah, you're telling him. Huh.
No, when I
I
said
was
don't
saying
spit
it,
on it, I meant spit in
what was
like
I
a
saying?
rap sense, like
Oh, got it.
spit bars.
I think based on a lot
spit
of the
lyrics. For
recent
those of you in the
executive
audience who don't
orders
know, spit
and
kind of means, like, so, you know,
Supreme Court
let something
decisions.
out. I think that
Yeah, I definitely didn't read it. I just saw the service thing, and I'm so used to hearing that from people. It's
with that.
like
The
it's
other
just a
thing is
reflex
it's
now.
just sneaky and shady in a way that I don't think.
I don't
is
think that the
fair to young
right
people,
wing
and I
is
think a lot of
generally
young
viewed as
people
being
who are
constitutionalist.
looking for economic
And like
opportunities.
even
I
if
mean,
you
the
watch
first
some of the
guest that we had on the show, the
some of the
bisexual
comments that
anarcho-communist
people
who
make, like
doesn't
on on social media, and even one of the recent episodes of Jubilee,
Yeah.
He was talking about
there
how so
were
many people in the
right-wingers
military
on there
are there
that
not with a
said that
sense of
they
duty, but with a sense of
they
fear
wanted the
for their
Constitution
futures.
to be,
And I think that
you know,
offering people in the
dismantled.
military
So
benefits for the future,
yeah,
benefits
I
that, of
disagree
course,
with
are getting slashed
if someone's a
into pieces by
constitutionalist being
the
seen as
Trump
right-wing.
administration, like what they're
I
doing to the
don't
VA
believe
and
that that's the
everything 'cause of
case
fucking
anymore.
Doge. You know, I think that offering them those resources is great, but you know, the idea that we are getting the defenders of this country from people who we try to make feel like they don't have another choice, I don't love that. I don't love
Dylan
that.
was,
Depends
that
on their.
first guest you mentioned.
Yeah,
I
but there's
caught
more
him.
to
He
the
was,
Constitution than
talking
just
about
the
watching a
Second
reality
Amendment.
show.
Oh, he was
If
on-
you
he was on
support
Next Gen
only the
NYC,
Second
yeah.
Amendment,
It was kind of, it was,
but
it was
you're
a little-
happy
was this-
seeing
was it
like
kind of a sexy role?
the
That was, like,
first,
kinda how I was
the
working
the
for
fourth,
Yeah, I think it was
the
kind of-
14th just be absolutely demolished by executive orders, then you're not a constitutionalist. You're a fascist.
Next Gen NYC.
Well, we're just throwing things at each other. Where are you at on the presidential fitness test? Do you feel like that? Are you happy that that's back? Do you have an opinion on that one way or the other? Is that toxic masculinity, or is that good?
I don't know what that's going to do about obesity. I think it's just going to cause more issues. I think that the resources that are being spent to enforce a presidential fitness test should be spent on giving public schools more money so they don't have to serve kids fucking slop for their meals. And I think that that those resources should be spent on kids eating, because eating helps you stay fit, and being hungry does not help you stay fit. And,
Is this your opinion
you know,
because you can't do a pull-up, or do you think because
I can do
just
3 pull-ups.
3? Dude.
Tim Walz, one of the most charming things about Tim Walz, I remember when I was first seeing the videos of him while he was being floated for the VP candidate, was when he was saying that part of what's going on in his state is that kids are not going to sleep hungry. Kids are coming to school and getting a meal in their bellies. And I think we ought to be much more concerned about that than whether they could pass a presidential fitness test. It's not going to do anything about obesity in this country. Part of why people in this country are so obese is that they can't afford to eat shit.
Yeah, it's.
I agree with that. I mean, I think we could have healthy.
It's just words on a paper. Like if you have, if you have an executive branch that
That's supposed to be our first topic.
you know, issues
once we get together,
executive orders that violate the Constitution, and then you have a legislative branch that doesn't keep those decisions in check, and you have a judicial branch that says, it's mostly okay, and then you have a Department of Justice that doesn't, you know, take legal action against it. There really is. It doesn't matter. It's whatever, basically whatever the president says.
That says 100%
and I honestly I had hoped that as a country that we were against that, but it doesn't feel like it anymore.
The American Eagle Jeans campaign is blatant.
I'm not
Nazi
a fan of
propaganda.
dictators,
I mean,
monarchs, kings.
Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo, 3 sizes too small, with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul with those ocean blue eyes that could resurrect the Fuhrer from his grave in Argentina, is something that should alarm every American citizen, because in America, beauty is not defined by whiteness. Oh no, it is defined by the number of victim groups of which you are a member. Skinny, attractive, blonde-haired, blue-eyed cisgender women descend from the slave daddy oppressors of this nation, and any man who cranks one out while thinking about a woman like this probably hates black people, probably hates gay people, and they certainly hate the diversity
honestly,
of our
like,
great nation.
the courts are supposed to interpret the Constitution.
The Shaniquas. Instead of worshiping the hot, straight blonde, what about the obese alphabet, people with blue hair? They need love too. And to all the haters who say companies that go woke, go broke.
Like to the extent of them executing power over legislative issues,
does a tweet about how AOC
they're supposed to
Gaza or
determine whether like state and local laws or lower courts' decisions, whether they violated the Constitution. That's supposed to be their intention.
And everyone's like, bro.
But now they're just legislating from the bench now. They're like, like no.
And to me, as much as this,
like we don't agree with that, so it's not true now.
Of one Chris Cuomo, which was already kind of deeply questionable. The bigger concern I have is like, Chris Cuomo is not a smart American, but he is a news anchor. How are dumb Americans going to handle the real AI future? I think it's over.
It is over. Let's have a look at Cuomo's response.
Did there a New Deal?
I was wrong. I was tweeting today and saw a clip of AOC saying that Sydney Sweeney ad was racist.
They actually put up a fight during the New Deal era. They were trying to keep the New Deal policies from being enacted because they were still a very corporatist leaning
why would you ignore the St.
bench
Louis
for
attack on that Jewish guy who had his car?
They're very
AOC tweeted back.
maybe
and said,
not necessarily conservative, but definitely in favor of
you suck
like unregulated businesses. Yeah.
You suck. She was right. They got me. AI. It was really good, and it did seem like something she would say.
Well, they even
but it wasn't her.
even just
So
the
I
threat of
thanked
it, they had
AOC for
started.
correcting me.
I think we talked
But I
about
then
this
reminded her,
last week
she
or something.
ignored the part of the tweet that
Yeah,
mattered,
even just
okay?
the
Not
just the
Sweeney,
threat of it, they
which really
started
should've
like
never been a thing, let's be honest.
kind of
Why
like
did
throwing him
AOC, the most
a bone
popular
every once in a
Democrat
while
in
in their
the
decisions.
country reportedly ignore what I asked about calling on Hamas to surrender.
Let me just say, but Hamas is such a good argument. I can't believe nobody's thought about that.
I want to get your broader take on this, Cameron, but I want to read for people just one more time. Chris, in that video, is like, they got me. It seemed like something she would say. I just want to read one more time what the video said. Watching that sultry little temptress squeeze into a Canadian tuxedo 3 sizes too small with her bouncy little fun bags on the screen, staring at you, piercing through the core of your soul with their ocean blue eyes, could resurrect the Führer. That seems like something AOC would say. Has this man ever heard AOC talk?
I don't know who the fuck is calling Sydney Sweeney's fun bags little, but no, I don't think that sounds like how AOC would talk. I just think Chris Cuomo has crashed out really hard. I appreciate him calling AOC the most popular Democrat in the country, because I did think he was going to say that about Andrew Cuomo, who was humiliated in the mayoral primary in a state where he used to be governor. But I think that if people on whatever channel Chris Cuomo got demoted to.
I think it's 7-Eleven Plus, actually. I think it's the same.
Yeah, 7-Eleven Plus. If people like Cuomo are doing that, I think the right has just recognized 2 things. Number one, people are obviously so easy to fool, and AI is going to be an extremely useful tool there. And number 2, conservatives love AI. AI is a very right-wing thing. It drains us of natural resources. It steals other people's work and turns it into something that is less authentic.
I think that was the supremacy clause.
More cheaply and without.
They started.
And it's
it was
just
around.
Such
I think it was like the early, like the early
Did you see the alligator Alcatraz video?
Mid 1800s when they really started flexing the supremacy clause on everything.
It's become the aesthetic of the current authoritarianism. There's government accounts tweeting out fucking Studio Ghibli ripoff art of these people. But now Chris Cuomo's getting duped, and instead of just taking this opportunity as a quote-unquote journalist to talk about the dangers of AI,
what sucks about
Hamasing her,
using the
have you condemned Hamas,
Cameron?
Have you condemned Hamas?
I actually wrote
trying to
Hamas
say
a
like
strongly worded letter.
Even today, you look at what they're doing.
What
they're
else
like completely ignoring
clans
precedent, and they're just legislating
Gaza
from the
that
bench.
have been
And
armed by the state of Israel to oppose Hamas, where there's proof that they have stolen aid.
I think the only counter argument that I could give, it's not even a legal one. It's like a humanitarian one. It's that I don't care if there was 100 years of legal precedent stating that we should be allowed to own slaves. I don't care. Like if they wanted to rule and say, contrary to legal precedent,
I want to go back to the AI part of this.
If
there's sometimes
people who are born here are now citizens because
I like entrepreneurship. I used to be a
goes against slavery. I don't care. Like that's fine. I think.
And I'm in a pretty dark place
whether
now,
I am
but
for
watching,
or
Mark
against the
Andreessen,
usage
Conehead
of
guy, on a panel recently, he was talking about how
leaning on
people used to be
precedent
scared of the
as a deciding factor is the humanitarian issue of it. If they are going to go against precedent in order to support civil rights, human rights, cool. But if they're going to go against precedent in order to say that it's okay to deport people without due process, like, no, fuck off.
why not?
I don't think that's excusable.
Like,
Wait, I'm sorry. I want to make sure that I got the right. And you're calling
Like,
him smart?
Well, he's extremely
even
smart. And he invented
like how
fucking
many
Netscape browser,
times we
He's got a
learn
lot of
like
bad
history
opinions, but, like,
classes
he's
where
objectively a smart person who's, like, read a
dictatorships,
lot of books, and
authoritarians
so
would
he has a lot-
use
and
the
he has an
law
extra
to
large
dismantle
cranium,
the law.
so, like, he can contain
Like,
a lot more information in there. There's a difference between being
like
smart
simply
and
following the
being
law
savvy
doesn't
and being
necessarily make it
thoughtful.
right.
So, and he definitely has a
You know
lot
what I
of
mean?
information in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And he probably read a book about the bicycle ladies at some point. Point being,
Yeah, I'm glad they did
you know, he's like,
because
we shouldn't be that concerned about AI. There's always a panic about this. I'm pretty concerned.
it's pretty disgusting
I
that
think that like
they never would have given that up
85%
unless they were forced to.
country is not going to know what's true
You know,
and what's false in like 5 years.
You know, it might have been
pretty-
culturally
and I think
acceptable to
that's
them,
probably
but we
a
were
bad
like
place
one of
to
the
be
last,
if you
not
want
necessarily
a
the
liberal
last, one of the
democracy, and
last
a pretty good place
nations
to be
in the
if you
world
are a
to
propagandist.
Well, this was
get rid of
already a
slavery.
problem, right? It's not even like
So
AI
morally
ushered
and
in this
ethically, we
problem.
were
AI
kind of
just
behind.
magnified this problem to the nth degree because we were already dealing with people having no idea the difference between fiction and reality. So, but my real concern here, if you're a techno-optimist, let's talk tech. We're not going to have the capacity.
No,
to
honestly, the
support
reason they
AI
didn't want
at the
to
rate at
is
which it's growing.
money.
The amount of hardware
It was
that it takes to
cheap
support
labor.
this is going to be
Plantations made
draining
money.
aquifers.
They didn't
It is
want
going
to
they're
cut
going
into
to be
their
needing to
profits.
build giant depots
They had a
to just
very
continue-
significant
it's growing at a speed that's unsustainable.
trade
And a lot of
regarding
companies are firing a lot of
not
people
just cotton, but that
because
was like
they
the main
believe
one.
that they can outsource their jobs
Cotton,
to some
tobacco,
fucking robot.
various
There's a slur for
exports.
robots that we're using right now, clankers.
And that was
Clankers is a robot slur, and there's another one. It's
and they just didn't
spark
care.
donkeys.
They didn't care that
Oh,
like
I like that
they're
one better.
trying to outsource these jobs to clankers and
it didn't
spark
even
donkeys.
just
We're
didn't
gonna
cross
be
their mind like
running out
no,
of the
we these are
ability
this is
to
our
actually
property.
support what these programs
We're
are
making
doing,
money
as they continue to
and
expand and expand.
dismantling
The amount of
slavery
gallons of fresh water that are
is
used in
going
one
to
fucking
harm
ChatGPT
our
search. People don't understand
standard of
this
living.
is already water wars being fought.
The water wars are a problem, but you're a little bit overstating it. I
And
did
what's
an
worse
AI
is like they
interview with
actually
somebody who
used
was a journalist who was on
they
this,
used
who wrote an
religion to
entire book
justify
about
it.
Sam
Christianity.
Altman. You're a little overstating.
That's another thing that was like
ChatGPT
really
search does
disgusting.
Nothing about water. People don't need. You don't need to have. No one needs to have a moral concern about doing one.
Okay, let me take it back.
There are broader
One
AI
giant
concerns.
Yeah, I don't
AI
really don't know
repo
the
is gonna do
intricacies
something to water. I think there was a
around
city, I
that.
think it might have been Tucson. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where they just actually voted out opening one of these giant things because I mean there
That's not
are
surprising.
towns and cities right now that need to have their water fucking trucked in. So I think the water thing is a very serious
So you're
concern.
predicting basically.
They would never
like
have
Westworld.
agreed to the Northwestern
We
Ordinance
won't
had
know
they
truth
been
or
so
fiction,
committed
we
to the
won't have
institution
water,
of slavery.
And clankers will be taking all the jobs. Like, what's the
Under
time
the
horizon
Articles
on that
of
for you?
Confederate.
Like
Who
8
who's
years,
they?
20?
Like
People
the
are already losing jobs. I know software engineers who are watching.
talk about like the
so many people
the
who got
southern
these CS
colonies.
degrees lose their job, and
Okay.
a lot of that is people getting outsourced. A lot of that is, but I mean, it goes so far beyond that. Like, shoplifting is going to be harder because the self checkout.
So you're saying,
to identify who's actually doing what, and hypothetically, if I ever did that, that would have been really tough for me. We're already seeing robots.
So you're
doing
saying that they
everybody's
weren't.
jobs. You're seeing less.
That
and
they
less people
agreed
working at the
to.
local supermarket because
They
have
agreed
the
to it,
self-checkout lines.
and
It's
contrary
such a
to
widespread issue, and this is
their
just
commitment to
beautiful
slavery.
American capitalism, baby. Nobody's thinking, are we going to be able to support this long term? Everybody's thinking, how can
I'm
I
not really understanding.
immediately cut costs? But I think there's a lot of companies, tech companies, and companies that rely on software engineers that are going to have a comeuppance soon enough where they can't afford or cannot support technologically with hardware the amount of work that they currently
Because
think
it
they can outsource to AI.
what I'm taking from what you said
Not
there is
doing
that they were not
necromancy,
really
not
as
a spark
committed as it
donkey,
seems.
not a clanker,
But yet they
not
were.
Spark donkey.
They like
Spark donkey.
fought a
excuse me,
civil
thank
war
you.
over
Not
it.
a
So
spark
I don't know. It
donkey
feels
or
contradictory.
clanker
So I think I'm
or
misunderstanding
tricked
something.
By really bad, shallow fakes about Sydney Sweeney's tiny little bouncy jugs. So we love having you here, Cameron. Appreciate your thoughts, and we'll be back here again soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Slay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Secret Podcast on the Bulwark. JVL is out today. I'm here with my other best friend, Bill Crystal. Bill, what's up? Good morning. Welcome to the Secret Pod.
It's great. It's an honor to be on the Secret Pod. Very restricted to just a very, very few people, apart from you and JBL. So happy to pinch it.
These are the people who go deep with us.
What's going on?
Why didn't they outlaw it in all of them?
Well, here's what I'm excited about, because JVL and I have an ongoing conversation.
Like if they went out of their way, if they agreed to something despite it hurting them,
you know, the nature of good and evil, human beings.
Why not just outlaw it all around?
Are they bad?
It must not have hurt them too bad.
Or are they stupid? I think you can imagine which side JVL.
Maybe the industry just didn't
but you and I also
require it as much in the northern territory, in the northern colonies.
You have a Substack,
so they really weren't taking as much of a financial hit.
And when I come on,
and if that's the case, again, it just goes back to finances over humanity.
One is, how do we get Donald Trump to 32% approval rating? For people who have not been listening to Bill and I have this conversation, you should know two things.
Damn, I forgot what I was doing.
That Bill and I are, Bill and I were the OGs of the Bulwark coming together, and it was always, but not the Bulwark. Bill and I were engaged in projects to, how do we defeat Trump? How do we, what can we do on the advocacy side? Since this is a secret podcast, I think we can talk about that a little bit. That was like our original goal. It's why I started doing focus groups. It's how you and I became friends when we were trying to figure out how we could primary Donald Trump back in 2018. And so you and I are in a constant sort of ongoing conversation. How do you get Trump down to a place where by the time he leaves, knock on wood, because that's not always assured, but by the time he leaves, how do you make sure that his project, the sort of Trumpist project that has reshaped completely the Republican Party, is viewed as a failure by voters, so that it is not something that is prolonged beyond the specificity of Trump? The other one is just Epstein. You and I both were like, this Epstein thing is real, this Epstein thing is a problem for him, and we should keep talking about it. And so we're going to talk about both those things today, but I want to start with, and I'll just say one other thing. So people always say, Sarah, why 32%? What is that about? The reason, there's two reasons why I think 32% is the line we want to hit. One is, I think that gets you down to a place where you're kind of at his hard base. The people who are never going to walk away, that are just, it's tribal politics all the way down. The second reason is that 32% is where George W. Bush was when he left office. And granted, we were in a major economic disaster. You know, the Iraq War was still going on. And the thing that happened with George W. Bush is he lost control of the party. Like, people saw him as a failure, and that made the party ripe for a takeover by somebody like Donald Trump. And so if Donald Trump similarly leaves office
absolutely.
with sort of a widespread belief that people think,
and it's just like,
none of this stuff worked. The tariffs didn't work. Him being crappy
like,
didn't work.
I wouldn't debate that. It's just, back to the judicial aspect.
Say, no more of this. Doesn't mean we go back to the old Republican Party.
I don't mind when decisions are made to
for something new,
remove something
hopefully is less
like slavery, even if it is ingrained in the system.
Bill, how do you think we're doing?
That would be nice. That would be nice to be less fascist for one of our two parties.
So it sounds it sounds hypocritical when I say
oh my God.
I'm
for.
Remember
when we thought we were going to save the Republican Party?
Yeah, or hope at least. I mean, anyway,
adhering to precedent sometimes, and I'm against adhering to precedent other times. But
we learned that lesson pretty
it's coming from a place of like
pretty quickly to
humanity, empathy, civil rights, basic human rights. So in that aspect,
Warren thinking that Biden could win and so forth.
I don't believe that I am hypocritical.
So look, I think,
but I can see why it would sound that way.
I think we're doing a little things in terms of public opinion are less bad than people think. In terms of the actual authoritarian project,
it's just that as soon as you let that happen, you give up the rule of law, which that happened already. We can either abandon it completely. So
things are very bad.
I'm not against abandoning a law that
the way I think of it is, can Trump lose popularity and therefore political clout faster that he succeeds in
that is prejudicial against specific groups.
Authoritarian,
the rule of law,
handmaids of his, DHS,
but you can't.
ICE, obviously, but now look at the FBI this week and so forth. So, I mean, I think this is a race.
You can't always just stick to the rule of law, though. And this is my opinion. You can't always stick to the rule of law if the law is, you know, outright harmful to groups of specific groups of people. Like that's how changes are made.
Social media stuff, and there's a lot of truth to that.
You know, if everyone just stuck to the rule of law, then restaurants would probably still be segregated today. You know what I mean?
He won 49, let's say 50% of the vote in November. He started right around there.
But no, you know, people decided to go and sit in diners where they weren't welcome. They get arrested. You know, businesses started taking hits.
Both annoyingly little, given
and
he's deporting
rules law is just that it isn't made of
masked
man.
ICE agents, and he's putting on insane
and not controlled by an institution which has final say.
Should be
Okay.
losing more than a point a month. But a point a month isn't
Yeah, I don't
nothing,
think
and
it
if
should
you
be
lose to
controlled by any
continuous
one
losing a point a
institution.
month, you actually get to 32. Now, obviously,
But
it's easier to knock
right
off
now
his top
it
6 or 7 points than the next 6 or 7. you
right
know,
now
for
it's not
obvious reasons.
necessarily
So
controlled
I don't think
by
it's,
one
you know,
institution,
you
but
can't assume that somehow we're just on track
one
to go to 32.
institution
But I think he
is making the
continues to lose
decisions,
ground. I mean,
and
I'm
two
sort of
other
struck by that.
institutions
It
are
paused a little
capitulating
bit
to
there
it.
in
That's the
a couple
problem.
months ago, he had a little rally, kind of. But I think Epstein's hurt him.
Because it shouldn't
I think
it shouldn't be controlled
Medicaid
by
and
one
the big bill,
institution.
I've heard him some. And the thing I wrote about this morning in Morning Shots, I'm curious about your reaction. to
So,
this, sort of your own point of view.
Realistically, it's the Constitution, but
the economy.
the Supreme Court gets to interpret that as they want. So,
BLS, those labor
uh,
statistics.
or I should say,
fired
legally it's the
the director.
Constitution,
I mean,
but
they were
realistically
real
it's the
statistics, and
Supreme
they really
Court
did
because they can
show
interpret it
a
however they
slowing
want.
economy, not a recession necessarily, a sputtering. I think it's fair to say, a stagnant economy. And I just, in Morning Shots, list a bunch of other statistics that are very similar to that. And, you know, if that continues, Trump's magic sauce, it seems to be, with the independent, swingish, respectable Republican Wall Street Journal meeting voters is, he's kind of a jerk, he's this, he's that. I don't really like the deportations, but the economy, he really knows the economy. If the economy continues
from
to
the Rule of
sputter,
Law and Judicial Review.
don't you think? I think you got a pretty strong 1-2-3 punch for the Democrats available there going into 2026.
Yeah, well, this is a feature.
Yeah, I
of
see
the
what you mean when
conversation,
they take
on the
something
Secret
that's,
Pod, because I am a big, it's the
you know, it
economy
should
stupid,
seems blatantly obvious based on the
person,
words.
in terms of just believing that that has an
And,
enormous impact on the voters
you know,
who are
they
not part of.
I can't
the
even explain it.
Magma?
They'll focus on
Like, right,
a
that, like,
completely
is that
different
like the
aspect of the
rock?
case.
Oh, yeah, I guess that is. Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
I just came up with that just
You
now,
need
but I'm
to,
not
like,
sure if I'm saying.
You
I'm
need
not
to,
sure
what
if
is that?
magma's the
Patent
right.
that for Mark. What do you not copyright that immediately?
TM. First, I've got to make sure I'm using magma correctly. But my point is that I agree with you. I think I think when you get to that really tough, hardcore of MAGA folks, I do think that's where you get into. I think JVL can be right about those people being. There's a lot of like racism, and I just want to see the libs hurt. And Donald Trump isn't going to give transgender
the opposite of the rule of
service
law,
members
so
who've
that
been in
not
the
men, but
military
these
for
causes-
20 years, their
Yeah,
retirement just to be cruel.
but
and
men
I
are
like that cruelty.
men are flawed.
And I want every immigrant deported.
Men have
regardless of,
objectives,
I wanna
opinions,
curb legal immigration.
intentions
Those are
that vary.
MAGA diehards, and those people.
So at the end of the
many
day,
them are like,
everything
"Ew." They didn't used to vote.
everything's
Donald Trump
interpreted
brought them off
is
the
decided by
sidelines because they
man
just
and
wanted
not
to vote
by
for Donald Trump.
words on a
But
piece of paper.
The independence is where he's been cratering, and I think a lot of
And I
those
think
people, and I talked to
I
them
think if
all
every
throughout,
decision
the
were
2024
approached
election are
and
people who are
from a
just mad
place
about
of,
prices. They're mad about
you
the
know,
cost of their housing. They're mad
is
about
this
the job
harmful
market.
to
Although less job
you know
market, more prices,
the
I would
people
say
of
I
this
would say
country or not?
more about the
I
job
think if
market
every
now
decision were
than
approached
I
with that
did
in
back
mind,
then.
if they had like a
I talked
single
about this a little
point
bit on the
of
next level, but
reference
it's
to
been
guide their
interesting to
decisions
listen
instead
to
of
young
people's
people
instead of
talk about
like
the
their
job
each
market
individual
sucking right now,
ideologies,
feeling really,
then I
like there's
think
just not a lot of good
we would see more
I do
a
think
more
that-
stable
so I
set
think the economy hurts him
of
worse
rulings over
than
time.
anything. I mean, I think if and you just going back to the George W. Bush example, we were in crisis, right? We were in a financial crisis as he was leaving, and that's a big part of the reason why people were so angry at him on the way out. And it was on top of Katrina and on top of the war and everything else. But like, it seems to me that Trump could really be setting himself up for that. And there's I just want to lay out sort of 3 reasons why the economy is slowing, as you
Do
point
you know how
out.
consistent
So,
the court
number
was
one
and when they
is,
stopped
if you're
being
going to do a big
consistent?
crackdown on immigration, right, and you're going to
I don't know. It feels like this this John Roberts court has been pretty consistent. Consistent in you know, dismantling workers' rights, deregulating corporations,
ecosystem, and so I think that some
you
of
know,
that probably is
shifting the
impacting
power
jobs
back
numbers
away
and
from the
certainly impacting
workers to
economy.
the
We don't have this influx of
you know, the
immigrants like we
wealthy.
normally do.
I think the last
okay,
20 years,
that's
20,
one
25 years have been pretty freaking consistent.
And then there's the tariffs,
but
right,
not
which
not towards
are
normal
just really-
people.
and this is where I think he got that bounce back, is that he announced the tariffs on Liberation Day. Everybody panicked, the market, the media. Yeah, we were all like, this is insane, because they came out with this insane chart and it was just, you know, willy-nilly, and so everybody was freaking out. This is
the
when
job
the
of
Wall
the
Street
court.
Journal was really freaking out, the bankers were freaking out, but he tacoed, right? He then he paused, and so
What,
everybody
to
kind of was like,
consistently
maybe it's
rule in
okay,
favor
and I
of
think that was part of the rally.
like
and then
one,
subsequently he's kind of rolled the tariffs out
like
much
economic
more,
class over another?
one
Is
here,
that what you mean?
one there, and so it's less of a full-scale panic.
Yeah, the Guardian, the
but
Register has
you are going to continue to feel the
against the other two
impacts of
branches.
that, not just in the fact that we see a decline in manufacturing, but it
I
also is
don't
going
know.
to tick
I
up inflation.
I see what you're saying, and I
Inflation's
understand
now
why you
been
say it, but I
down,
don't agree
but
with
now it's
that.
ticking back up again. Then I think the third
I think
reason we're seeing these jobs
because I
numbers
think if
go
the other
soft
two
is
branches
AI,
are
which people aren't talking as much about,
making
but
decisions
I,
that are
partly because I don't think
blatantly,
people are firing people yet because of AI.
you know, in
though I think
favor
that's
of,
coming. But I think right now, in terms of entry
you know,
level
one
employment
economic,
for,
social,
like,
or racial class
22-year-olds,
over another,
23-year-olds, a lot of the jobs
I
that
think
they
they
would
need to
come in
be.
and
They need to
do,
be that guardian.
research
You know what I mean?
jobs, compiling things, reading things for their bosses, whatever. A lot of that's being done by AI, and I think it's crowding out some of those entry-level jobs. And so I think those are things that continue to get worse, not better, in this environment. Like, unless Trump pulls back on the tariffs, which he's not. He keeps announcing new tariffs. Those are going to go into effect on a rolling basis, and I just think we're going to see, instead of a, like, bottom falling out, probably a slow slide into, unless he changes course, which right now it doesn't look like he's going to. I don't know. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, I mean, I very much so.
They can be, but that isn't. Yeah.
Later, actually.
That's a job of the states and the federal government on the 14th.
Trade guy he's a free trader, but he also was a lawyer who actually, you know, made a living advising businesses on dealing with tariffs, export and import stuff. And he makes a very good point, which is the absolute level of tariffs is ended up pretty high.
I'm kind of cynical on this because when I see states implement stuff like right-to-work laws, basically depowering unions, preventing workers from making it more difficult for workers to be on a more level playing field with their employers.
So that and the complexity administratively.
Kind of cynical about that when I see, you know, states like Texas passing laws that transfer public school funding to
if you were running a small business,
wealthy families that can already afford private schools. They're basically getting a coupon at the expense of public schools. And apparently that's perfectly legal. So I don't trust states
until 2 months ago, 3 months
to do that. I don't trust them to have the best interests of the people in mind. Especially now after Citizens United decision. Like, you see such a large influx of money into
I'm sure you've heard many more people ordering things and discovering
into campaigns,
additional $50
and
charge,
even though
because
the amount of money dumped into a campaign may not necessarily decide the results of the election,
you know,
but
so suddenly that stuff starts to hit.
How much money is spent on that candidate, they can feel indebted to the ones that donated.
It will be, as you said, it's sort of
so
gradual. But
the way I see it now is like the majority of
place that's selling Christmas ornaments and
candidates and elected officials, I don't think they're making decisions based on people.
or you're buying from people who are importing them.
Texas even
And
tries
suddenly you have
independent.
to
Yes, right.
pay a tax on
Yeah.
this one, a tariff on this
They
one,
shouldn't be
and
independent.
keep paperwork on that
No,
one.
no, no. I'm saying they
and
should.
it-
No,
it
no.
can become
You're
pretty big.
misinterpreting.
So I think the tariffs
they should
are-
be
I think they're
independent.
also somewhat inflationary.
But
at the job
if
market, I'm sure you're right
the
about AI. And just generally,
if
there's
two
been
of the
a
branches
lack
of the
capital
federal
investment
government
here because partly of the uncertainty.
aren't going to step in
if you knew
when
the tariffs were gonna
states
stay high,
are
honestly, I'm against that, but if you knew they were
violating
gonna stay
human
high,
and
it's
civil
okay,
rights,
I guess we just got to build in the U.S.
and when they're
Instead,
making decisions
Trump
that are
says you should build in
blatantly
the AI, but the
harmful
tariffs go up
to
and
the
down.
overwhelming
Apple
majority
gets
of the
to, try to
population,
buy 'em off with a ludicrous,
then
like gift in the White
wha-
House or
whatever
whatever,
branch of the federal government
literally hands him a
has the
gold
ability
bar.
to
What is
needs to step in and try to
So
prevent that from
embarrassing.
happening.
But small businesses
That's what
don't
I'm
get
saying.
to go do that and go see Trump. So
I'm
they
not
can
saying
try,
that they
you know,
should
so that-
micromanage,
again, I think
but
it
if something
all
comes up,
suggests softening or continued
yeah, you're
impressive performance. Even the stock market.
I would say that they shouldn't,
It helps his big,
but
his big donor.
you try to
It's
tell
literally exactly what it was when Trump
Governor Abbott here in
So,
Texas
you know,
that
people are not
that he
really
can't
getting
deport
the-
people
and that was
without
a big part of his- you and I
without
both
legal
dealt with so many
representation,
people, right, for Republican
and I don't
donors,
think
they
he'll
didn't like
care
Trump,
too
but,
much
you
about that.
know, the economy. He really knows what he's doing on the economy, deregulation. Some of that maybe they were right about, in the sense that some of the deregulatory stuff did help and all that.
And like even
Now,
like
if
a
that's
lot,
not helping,
some people want to use
what's the appeal? So I do think it hurts him quite a
Well,
lot.
the appeal's the tax cut. I mean,
Yes.
this is where, you know, I
maybe
saw
he doesn't
Frank
have the
once,
power to deport him,
kind of
but
was on CNN and he was
if
reporting
you try to
his focus groups.
tell me that
It
he's
was
not helping in
interesting
some way,
what he
there's
was saying. He was
absolutely
like, look, if you are a
no
Trump
way you
voter,
could convince me that he's not helping that make that happen in
exactly
some
what
form or
you
fashion.
he is deporting people. He gave you a big tax cut. You know, he's taken on the woke stuff, and Frank's right about those things. Like I hear from those people too, who are, you know, they're mega.
I mean,
they're always there. And
I think you know what I meant.
A lot of the cultural stuff he's doing. Frank didn't mention though the economy. Right. He didn't mention grocery prices. And if
but the fact is what's going on right now,
both before and since the election,
is violating the Constitution, and even people that want to try to use the argument where them crossing the border illegally was a crime. Like, cool, okay, but that crime needs to be litigated in court, whether it's immigration court or an actual criminal court. It still needs to be litigated. They still have a right to representation.
Figure out what's happening. We're back to the chaos of Trump. And prices.
So like that argument's frustrating.
I think Frank was doing a little bit, gilding the lily in how these voters are, because I hear a lot of people complaining about the economics of it. Then
and like you see media companies, they're just like, they're willingly giving away their First Amendment rights.
And people can be like happy about the kid gender stuff for a little while, but once their groceries are really expensive,
yeah, absolutely.
They're going to.
I think we can agree on that. It needs to be followed regardless.
Son or daughter or nephew or niece is having trouble getting a job, and I just think that, you know,
like
some people just
seeing people just scooped up.
But the degree you can chip away at that
after showing when they're trying to show up for their their asylum hearings, like that's part of the process.
But if prices are
I think that's
Trump keeps saying he's not
I think that's a blatant violation.
He knows it's an important thing for him to say. I mean, but he just can't convince people. I think at some point, if reality goes the other way.
I know this part does. I know the due process does.
Which are real. Not so much on jobs. You have one or you don't, right? Not so much on your 401k. You can look at if you're a little more upper middle class, you can look at your thing every month.
What was I looking for? Oh.
You know, he keeps saying gas prices are going down.
I forget what I was building.
He knows they've told him that.
Was it a bench? I think it was a bench. Was it a table?
Gas prices. They're not down. They're up.
It was a table.
Tiny bit. I mean,
a couple tables.
Insane as they were when he took over. So suddenly, this kind of where's this thing we're supposed to be getting from Trump?
And again, like it just goes back to the humanity argument. It's not even an argument. My humanity principle. Like
they should do what's
even if
I don't really know why, you know, it's like
even if there's parts
so
that don't
you know, Bill, that's a tough issue
that don't apply to non-citizens. Even if that's the case,
you don't get to criticize. I mean,
I'm still going to advocate
got hurt badly 3 years ago,
for
or even a year ago.
People to be treated equally regardless.
And secondly, you know, we have some splits in our party. Some of our people are kind of pro-tariffs, the more union people and Midwesterners. Some of our people are kind of dovish on the Fed and therefore more tolerant of inflation, let's say, than, you know, the hard-headed Republican business types. So it's like, you know what? Just, you know, that doesn't matter. Just say Trump said he was going to improve the economy, and he's not. You don't have to get it. You know, in 2027, 2028, when you're running for the presidency and you might control the actual U.S. government, you do need to sort of say what your agenda is. And at that point, we would have views on that. I think, you know, we'd be on the pro-free trade and so forth side of it. But the more moderate side, let's say the Democratic Party, of whom there are many good spokespeople. But anyway,
all
for now,
because
you don't
they're
have to
not
get to that.
covered doesn't mean they're
2026 is a referendum on Trump.
just that they aren't
2026 is you want
entitled
Trump
to them.
to
Okay,
continue to
I
have
gotcha.
undivided control, or would you prefer to see him checked a little bit by a Democrat?
No, I mean that was my understanding. You were saying they weren't entitled to them like citizens residents.
I guess I'm really struck by this with the Dems.
So it would still
becomes
like
a kind of good.
I guess what I was saying is like it would still anger me.
Certain kind of
to see
heart,
people
almost, you know
not
what I mean? They
being
wanna
given
kind
the
of be
same
responsible.
opportunity.
They don't wanna
Like I
just
understand
criticize
that
them,
like
but
you
know
can't
what?
just have
for now,
you
he
know
said he's
wide
gonna fix the
open borders
economy.
for your
He said
country. Like
everything's gonna be better.
I
As you
completely
said,
get it.
the moment it's uncertain,
I
it could be
think
getting a little worse.
I would say
You gotta
the
start
answer
seeding that
to
now,
what's
I
going
think.
on regarding
Someone said
immigration is
another one on
not
the call
to
said, well, Bill, what if the economy really booms in 2026?
you
know
know
what? If the economy booms in 2026, it won't matter what you
quadruple
said
the
in
funding
2025.
of a
I mean,
private
you
police
know,
force
Trump
to
would be in
grab
pretty good
people off
shape,
the street
unfortunately.
and
But
ship them
if
to
the
El
economy is
Salvador. I don't
shaky,
think that's
you
the
do
right
get
answer.
credit for
Like
saying ahead of time a little bit. That,
why
you know,
couldn't
watch
they
out, this
expand
stuff is not
immigration
going through, this
courts
stuff
so
is
that
not what
people
he
can get
promised.
processed faster?
He's paying off his rich
You know, instead of
friends, he's
spending
not,
$400 million
he's erratic. I mean, all the obvious
on
things that
expanding
one can
ICE,
say.
why not
They
spend
should
$400
start
million
saying that now. I
on
feel like they're doing
expanding
a better
immigration
job on
courts?
Epstein than when we started harassing him,
So
which we'll talk more about 6 weeks
when
ago.
you look
They're
when
doing
I
their
look at it
usual
that
okay
way,
job on their traditional Democratic
it just it becomes obvious to me
again, when I
that
think of it as the sort of usual
the
MAGA world and the others. Epstein
uh,
fractures his own voters somewhat.
the terror of it is the point. It's not they're not trying to deport people, they're trying to scare people.
The Medicaid stuff,
The
honestly,
fear is the
you're
point.
pretty much preaching to your own choir, but that's important in politics. You need them to be turned out and energized. In
Yeah.
2026, you can get a little bit beyond your own voters with initial.
But hey,
but it's the economy that gets to the middle.
I mean,
voters. That's a good
what's
trio
American
to have,
culture
I'd say.
if
You're
not
getting to
for
each segment,
guns,
in a sense,
McDonald's, and
of the electorate in a
school
slightly
shootings? So why not?
The Dems are so wrapped around the
I
axle
mean, a
that
smart
they
ass,
get-
but
you
yeah,
know, they
I
won't
agree.
Just say
Like I don't
he said
think
he was
I
gonna
don't
make
think
the economy
like
better.
someone visiting
Are you
or
better off? Are you better
someone
off?
who's not a
Is your
citizen
labor-
should
the
be
prices of hamburgers going down? Is
legally
gas going
allowed
down?
to own
Are people
firearms.
having an easier
I agree
time?
with that.
Young people in your family having an easier time getting jobs? Just say that, you know.
This kind of thing makes me apoplectic, in large part because the paralysis by analysis that Democrats do is also unfounded in this case. Donald Trump said
I set up all this
he was going
frickin'
to lower grocery prices
I forgot
on
to
day one. I got clips
forgot to
of him
confirm
saying
the
it.
build.
He walked
Oh
around
my God.
campaigning. He just lies, right? He lied about lowering. And
Took me
people
30
heard that.
minutes
They
just to
said,
set up
"This guy's a
tables because I was
businessman.
talking.
My costs are too high. I don't like him, but I'm going to hold my nose and
Ugh.
vote for him." Okay, he didn't lower grocery prices on day one. He has failed to keep his promise. This is a read my lips, no new taxes moment. And also, by the way, you don't even have to take those three things you laid out as separate issues. They're all part of the same issue, in my opinion, of Donald Trump protecting elites at the expense of, the little guy, right? And this is where
Benches,
Democrats need to figure out how to find the oomph, I am angry. I'm angry that there are all these Epstein victims that that there was no justice for. I'm angry that Donald Trump is protecting these elites in the Epstein thing, maybe himself too, but certainly he's trying to protect elites. He said he was going to be so transparent. He said he was above politics. He was going to release this. That's why Kash Patel's there. That's why Pam Bondi's there. That's why Dan Bongino's there. What have they done? They're a failure. And then on the economy, Trump's tariffs, they're hurting you. They're a tax on you. He's protecting big businesses like Apple, and you're going to pay taxes on everything else. You're going to pay these increased costs. He's crushing small businesses. I'm sorry, guys. This is an easy argument to make. He gave an enormous tax cut to all of his friends and then cut Medicaid for poor people. This is all the same thing. Donald Trump lied to you about being for you. Instead, he got in there and he's doing everything he can to squash the little guy for the benefit of elites. And so I feel like the thing I don't get about Democrats is they have this umbrage, the sincere umbrage of Donald Trump, right? He's a threat. We think he's an existential threat. Great, right? So act like it. When you think something's an existential threat, you can't stop talking about it. This is our problem, right? We genuinely think he's an existential threat. And so we will do anything that is required to defeat him. This is why we wanted Biden and not Bernie Sanders, because we thought Sanders would lose. Everyone's like, it's because you guys are such diehard Republicans. I mean, true. You can't sell me.
Are you referring to the real reason of the Medicaid cuts? Or are you referring to what they told people the reason was? Because those two are different.
To go on offense and say, like, Joe Biden really
welcome
did
home.
have an envious economy in terms of a recovery post-pandemic. It was the best in the world. But he couldn't sell that case because it was still too expensive for average people here.
Oh,
and
yeah. The real reason is because they wanted to transfer wealth
to take
to
the fact that people were feeling
people making over $10 million.
On Joe Biden. And the fact that Democrats can't find it to just
the spoken reason was to keep people from mooching off of it.
You know, there's all these calls that you have to sit on. I don't do them anymore.
Which
it's so easy. Guys,
is like
the economy,
inherently not true.
It's
no,
bad.
Woo.
It's Trump's fault.
Thanks.
End of story. If you want to hear the rest of the show, you are gonna have to become a Bulwark Plus subscriber.
You know what's going to happen when
here on YouTube to the feed.
When grandma with early onset dementia,
the Democratic gerontocracy,
you know, forgets to file her monthly monthly request proving that she's disabled, and she gets kicked off.
JBL and I haven't talked a lot about. So if you're interested in the rest of the conversation,
it's like
subscribe.
Just blatantly.
On YouTube, or wherever you.
Oh no, it just feels blatantly malicious. I don't see why not.
All right, guys, I got a
There's